No.
Oh my goodness, Ray Dillon sent it. A huge long email that I just got it from. Right. Can't even, I won't even be able to read it all for our meeting starts.
Oh. Good evening, everyone. I would like to recall the Finance Committee to order, and we will continue our 2026 budget review. Before we get into our internal discussion, I would like to ask the Director of our Department of Development, Ms. Alex Carver, to kind of brief us on a couple of outstanding items the council member have. So last evening, there were two questions we need to follow up with, and those has to do with the CDBG surplus and CDBG, where is the money being logged in terms of the overall costs, and if there's any surplus that within the various departments within the city, and if that is allowed by other guidelines.
One where it is logged is we put out our annual action plan every year, what our allocations are, and we log in the IBIS, which is our HUD financial system.
Okay.
So all of our funding is logged. When you look through, when we bring forth the annual action plan every year, it's part of the 5-year consolidated plan. When I come and say, these are our priorities, and then every year we come based on applications, we come before with you with proposals from approved applications amount that they applied for. No, you can't just take a surplus and reuse it and put it into the general fund. That's not how it works. And it has to align to meet the HUD's national objectives. So anything that we do, we're governed by HUD to say it's gonna be, one of the 3 national objectives, and it needs to be part of the city's priority. So we would have to state that in the 5-year consolidated plan. I know that sounds like a lot, right?
So any surplus, we are not allowed to use it for any city project or any city costs.
Well, you can if it aligns with what the priorities were that we outlined in our 5-year plan. So meaning, for example, if you apply, like we have, when you say surplus, we have things that come every year that gets allocated to city projects, whether it be development, whether it be code, whether it be engineering. Those things come into the city from those fundings. So for example, if we have something, I'll use this youth line for an example. We've identified in 2022 during COVID that we allocated funding for a youth program that was never set up and never spent down. Now we've realized that the general fund is looking for money to fill the gap for the youth program that aligns with the national objectives and the priorities that we set forth in our consolidated plan for the city to fund youth activities and initiatives, youth employment. So that would align. So it's not just anything. We can't, don't give me your truck orders and all of those things, Mr. Motivator, it has to align.
I like it. We're starting on a good note. I like this. Yeah, no, that's exactly what we wanted, the guidance from you in terms of can we use it for youth employment line, can we use it for seniors, because we got funded seniors before through CDBG.
And we still fund seniors.
Yes.
We fund the hybrid, yes. But see, those things are competitive applications.
Yes.
Right? So there's also caps that we have to abide by. See, we only can do a certain percentage amount of public service projects, a certain percentage of development projects, things that fall into what we designated as our NRSA area. So we do have caps For things like emergency shelter, we have cap, a certain amount of money can only go towards that. So when we're working our annual action plan and reallocating money, we still have to ensure that it falls within our caps. Whether we are looking at 2021 money or 2024 money, we have to go back and make sure if we're reallocating it to a different project, that we don't exceed the percentages, the caps that to remain in compliance.
Question. So, first of all, thank you for paying attention throughout this process and looking for trying to figure out ways to support the youth program in particular. It seems like you've located some funds, so I really do appreciate that, and I think that allows us to move past what would be a really stickler point for us in the budget, because I couldn't see myself supporting a budget that didn't support that. So I really want to.
And transparency, anytime we use any of the federal dollars that come out of development, there's a substantial amount of reporting and accountability that has to occur. So if Parks is going to be facilitating this youth program, they need to work with the department to make sure that they're doing quarterly reportings, that we have the measurables that we need to report to HUD. So it's not as simple as we found money, we give you the money. There is reporting, quarterly reporting, that is due to the department so that we can submit that to the federal government.
So when we first started the program, what we did, which we got away from, which I would like to see us go back to, was partnering with the county, because the county, they had the infrastructure and the reporting infrastructure that at the time aligned with kind of what you're talking about. So that's something that we might want to revisit, just because I don't want to put more work on your department, especially being, helping us find the money for the
Parks.
right.
Parks.
Okay. For clarity, for parks, because I do appreciate that. So my question is, so I was originally, before these conversations were happening, I was talking about using money for the golf course, from the revenue from the golf course, to support the youth line. And in yesterday's conversation, I was suggesting if we find the money, and it seems like we have the money that's aligned that we could use from CBDG funds, what about our seniors? Is that, are we in the same situation for seniors, or should we go look at using the revenue identified from the golf course to support seniors?
There are no funds that were previously allocated that align with senior services that haven't been expended.
Okay.
So I can see that we used to partner with the county, and some of the money that I found that we can use is money that the county it was never set up, they never drawn down. So it aligns that there's no scenario that applies that way to support seniors right now.
Okay, so we can use the money from the golf course to do that.
Go ahead, please.
I just want to clarify. So what you're saying right now is that you did find the money for youth employment for this 2026 budget. So you already have all of the CDBG. You have a good sense already in this year of what might come back into your cup.
No, I have a good sense of what can apply for the youth. What I did was my program accounts clerk went through to see what did we allocate for youth services in previous years. And that is what I'm able to use, but we're in the process of closing it out, and I'm talking about funds from 2021 and 2022. So these aren't new funds.
Right.
We're going back and doing some reconciliation in our department to see what's out there.
That's great. Thank you. And I know that Mr. Mazeka had to do that reporting. But he's done that kind of stuff before, so.
Do you have a number? An estimate?
There's 160,000, but I would like to keep the 10,000 because you asked for 150.
No, I didn't ask you for 150.
I asked for 300, but okay, 150, yes.
I thought it was 150.
It was.
Okay.
So we currently fund the senior center through CDBG. So you're saying that they didn't expend all the money, so they have funding available?
The senior center doesn't. They're asking for more money, actually. They apply every year, so they applied for 20,000. They spent 20,000, and they're looking for more additional money, but they're also working with the county to try to fill the gap.
For this year,
For
by the way, for 2025.
What about 2026?
They applied for your 2026 is my 2025,
Oh,
okay?
so do we
We'll
have
talk
funding?
about-
Do we have
So
funding?
we awarded them, we gave them what they asked for, actually, so
This
let
is
me
it.
just,
And that will take them into 2026?
their contract is effective October 1st. So the federal year is October 1st to September 30th, 2026. So we are right now awarding the contracts, executing contracts right now. So the senior center. $24,000.
And that will take them into 2024? Okay. 2026. Yeah, okay, so we have coverage. Okay.
Well, there are,
Wait,
Oh, go ahead, please.
Sorry.
And then come back.
only have my hand.
okay, didn't
Yes,
see it.
good.
It wasn't up to you. So, well, you asked one question I asked, so it's 150 is what you have allocated for the youth one. The senior line that you're talking about, you're only talking about the Hibernians though, right?
That's
You're not
it,
talking
yes.
about the other seniors, the satellite senior centers is what I'll call them.
No, but I do see in our general budget, we do get a lot of invoices from Catholic charities, but I don't have any authority over that. Those are just invoices that pass through my department, Catholic charities, invoice that comes out of general budget. So I haven't had a say so on how much but I just know they pass through. I see the invoices and we submit them.
Because so what's been written out of our budget is those satellite,
Yes,
Yes, that's correct.
senior center.
yes.
This goes more to the revenue line. If you want to finish explaining what you have, then I'll ask about the revenue line.
Did I answer?
No, you're doing good. Thank you.
Okay.
You're making life easy for a lot of us here.
Okay, last year, this is, in our revenue line, and it's a line A 2170 A and C.
I'm sorry, Mary, what was that?
A 2170 A, sorry, there. So there was $100,000, for the SNAP, from CDBG for SNAP. Right, and now it's, that was in our adopted budget,
821.
page 10. That was in our adopted budget for 2025, but not in 2026.
So SNAP has
Mm.
roughly
Mm.
$200,000 in CDBG funds from previous years that they have not invoiced Department of Development to draw down. So they were not awarded this year.
How much?
200,000. So they have from 2022, they have $2,055.59. From 2021, they have 100,000 that hasn't been set up.
This is SNAP that you're talking about?
Mm-hmm. And for 2023, they have 100,000. So they have roughly $202,000 in unspent funds, which is why they were not funded.
Okay.
So you don't see that in the line, but we see that CDBG, our federal dollars don't always show up in the general funds, but we see it on our side.
Go ahead, please.
So if we had something that fell under the code of SNAP neighborhood revitalization, would we be able to access that funding that you just said is still?
So it's not by title, it's how we defined it to HUD. So it's really to clean up city-owned property, so stabilization
Gotcha.
and cleanup of city-owned properties.
Gotcha.
So that's what the title is, but it's how with the description, what we said we would do with that funding lines.
So in that case, let's say we have staff that do that. Is it possible to use some of that funding towards, like, a percentage of it towards that staffing salary that does that particular work?
Well, that's what it's for from SNAP. That is what it's for. They have, that money has been allocated to them, to ODS to spend now. They just have never invoiced. And it is not, for clarity and transparency, it is not development's job to invoice that. We fund, and even internal allocations, there's reporting. You have to invoice, you have to submit those timesheets, the properties that you worked on, we still have to submit those things to HUD. So that is not something that my department would have autonomy over.
Gotcha.
But that money is there.
Commissioner, any clarity on that? How do we move forward getting the invoice from this department?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Alex, but this is specifically SB CDBG to draw down, correct?
Mhm.
So,
So that, when it's to be CDBG eligible, needs to fall into, it needs to fall into a low and moderate income area in our neighborhood revitalization strategy area. 85% of our city is that, if not all,
Right.
well, between the two designations that we have.
So, so what I'm hearing is that we have like over $200,000 that could conceivably, that's money from back from 2021, that we could conceivably bring forward and use towards, in SNAP.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
The mayor had mentioned a day or two ago that you're looking to hire an agency to help with the clean out of the foreclosed property.
So what we did this year is that 100,000 that would typically go to SNAP, because they also identified to us last year that they didn't have the capacity to clean out the city-owned properties as quick as we want to put them out. So we took that 100,000 and we allocated that to Department of Development so that we do have more control. We can bid that out and we can clean up our properties so that they're safe for the realtor to access, so that cleanup would be maintenance, snowing, mowing, all of those things to make it look good in the community. We're gonna board them up nicely, secure them, and maintain them. So we took that one in. So we can have more control to make sure they sell, because we know that the properties that we have, the mayor wants to get them out and list them. But we've gotten a lot of complaints from our realtors that the properties aren't in the best condition or safe to enter. So,
Right.
and we heard that decision is informed by the information that we've been hearing from our neighborhood meetings with the comprehensive plan.
Right.
Yeah, that is what, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, so it sounds like that money needs to remain in your department, so you have the autonomy and can make those decisions to
Yeah,
make
so
sure it
that
happens.
100,000 that's gonna be for that's allocated for 25-26 our
Right.
year is us, but that is not taken away from what SNAP still.
But, right, that was my point, but
Yes, they still
that's
have
the
the
200,000 is still there. Okay,
Go ahead.
When will that 200,000 not be available or to be invoiced to you? Will that ever go away?
HUD gives us 5 years
Oh, that's
And that
great.
started
to
in
spend.
21? No, what year?
No, this 200,000, the 200,000, oh, yeah, it'll be, this is
Next
starting, this is going back to 21, yes.
We need to spend it.
We need to spend it.
Go ahead now, so.
So it sounds like you're recouping some of these funds so that your department has more management and oversight over it. So then what functions outside of that 85% of the buildings that rely on the city is this department still going to be responsible for conducting?
I'm not clear on the question, I'm sorry, council member.
If you're maintaining the properties, what's SNAP doing for the 15% of the properties that are eligible?
Well, we're gonna maintain the properties moving forward, but there's plenty of properties that are still on our roll that need to be addressed. And even when SNAP goes out, when we get a complaint, and I'll use this for an example, if somebody does a click see fake,
Fix, yeah.
and they gotta go remove debris
Right.
from in front of the house, and it's on Eastern Ave, the time that they spent is billable, from CDBG, that's addressing the issue, so. I think there's some, flexibility on how they spend that money now, because it's not just for city-owned properties that are going for sale.
So, Mr. Williams, I mean, looking at that, you're hiring a consultant to help with the cleanup of your property. So that's taking away responsibility from staff.
Are you hiring?
No, they're hiring a
A company.
No, we're bidding it out, so we get a contractor that, we can give the address to.
So that is taking away responsibility from this department. Yes.
But they said we didn't have the capacity, so it's like, if
Well,
work wasn't being done, it's essentially.
They'd be doing it.
Understanding.
They've been doing this,
The
but
company,
not as fast. SNAP doesn't have the manpower to do them as fast as it should be done to maintain what they regularly would do in the city-owned properties.
So what we need to do is look in our budget to see how we can reallocate the 200,000 that is existing now to see along and see that we could do that with, as long as it being in line with the HUD parameters.
I don't think we need to reallocate, that's already.
Not reallocated, but, well, no.
To be expended.
No, so, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Garber, SNAP, in other words, moving forward, that $100,000 is gonna come back into development, right? So we got that. However, there is $200,000 existing right now within SNAP that they have not invoiced for.
Correct.
So, and that money's only good for 5 years. So we could repurpose, I'm looking for the right term. We could reuse that money as long as it falls within the parameters of what we expressed originally. Is that correct?
So, would it make sense to use it to offset some of the SNAP salaries since the money is
Yes.
there for that?
This is where I'm going.
So, that makes the most sense.
That was the intention of it.
All right, and this year we really need that.
So we can use this 210,000.
206.
$4,000 right there.
$202,055.59.
That we can use now for.
Yes.
in that
Right.
category. So can I just?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So in other words, right now, Ms. Carver, in the 2026 projected budget, there's zero on CDBG SNAP neighborhood revitalization. So just to try to close this part of the conversation, we could put $200,000 in that line instead of zero.
This is old funds that you're spending down. I wouldn't put that in, it's already there. This is old money that would have showed up in previous years that hasn't been spent. I don't know how to.
Well, but we're obviously trying to increase our revenue side of this budget. And so right now that says zero for us. So that 200,000 that you're talking about is not showing up anywhere for us.
That would be a commissioner's.
So what I'm saying is, can I take the zero?
Just fell in the budget.
But if we used it to support salaries
We have to.
no, in other words, if we use that money to support salaries right now, or portion of salaries that are being, drawn from the general fund, then that 200,000 would essentially show up in our general fund, because we'll be using this 200K instead of taking money for the general fund.
Everything works out correctly.
Well, if she's saying if we could use it for salaries, as long as they're SNAP salaries, then
CDBG eligible.
yeah, so let's do that.
Well, it is.
It is.
Yeah, so let's do that.
So that means the tracking, OGS will have to track the addresses and the time to make sure that they are in the designated areas, which could be cumbersome for men that are out in the field. I know Chris expressed that before. You know, they're out in the field tracking it, and I don't want to speak for his department, but
Maybe
Yeah.
But so my understanding of it, if they don't randomly go, they already know where they're assigned. So we know before they ever went there that it's in Goose Hill, I'll just use that, or it's in Hamilton, and those fall under an NRSA or under CDBG. So when they're assigned where to go clean up, they would know ahead of time. So it's not like the people on the ground will do the work, would have to capture that. Their supervisor like look and say, okay, this is in that area and this can be assigned to that. The person going to do it.
okay, I'm not, it's not my department, so I'm not as privy to, their process and how they do things.
So, would OGS have to invoice that money every time they went? So it's not like
Every
it's.
time?
Not every time.
Okay.
But they can do it quarterly.
Yeah.
Right. But it still has to be invoiced, so
It
the
has-
money could still just
It
hang out.
has to be invoiced, and
Right,
I'm sorry, they can still not what?
the money could just still be there if it's not invoiced, because nothing's been used or invoiced And is there any outstanding invoices they might have that they didn't put through to you in the past 2 or 3 years?
Now, we've been in communication with them, Councilwoman, so they know that they could invoice, it's just they haven't, and I'm sure there's some obstacles that they're facing, and there's a valid reason why they haven't. I can't speak to them, but
So it might not even be there. If they have invoices, they just haven't put
I
through.
doubt that they've had invoices for that many years, so depending, I think that they would have probably used funds that were or still readily available to them.
So before you go, Commissioner, so we're talking about this 206,000. Where is this from?
202.
John, just say 200. Let's
200,000.
leave her a little, in case somebody does something this year.
In the cloud, it's not in the general fund, that's why it's not here.
It's not in the general,
So
it's not in the general fund because it hasn't been set up yet. So it's been allocated. In order for Commissioner and his team to see it, we have to set it up and tell them. We set it up and do the PO process. These funds are allocated from our annual action plan, but not set up. And
Okay.
so this leads me to
That's a
another
little
point.
too much in the weeds for us.
How many more funds do we have like this in the cloud? Using your word.
Back to my father and the money
Okay.
tree in the backyard.
Because if we have $200,000 here that's in the cloud, how much more funding do we have that we're not utilizing from CDBG over the last 4 or 5 years?
well, I wouldn't say we're not utilizing it. The funding that I'm seeing is really impact from COVID, right? It's not that we're not utilizing it. And now that we have a full team, it gives us an opportunity to really dive in and close out projects. So close out projects, understand what hasn't been set up, but allocated. It's complex, and I'm not expecting you in the next 5 minutes to really understand, but our HUD funding has a HUD system that we
Right.
use. Our general funds has a general fund system. It is separate.
Before I go, just have a follow-up here. So can we get a report of all the outstanding funds?
There is no report yet because my team, as I said, Councilman, we're working through this. We're trying to.
But do you have something to say that we can spend on from 2021 to now?
For what
Here is a balance of what we need to
For
work on.
what I took, you can't work on it because it has to be part of what?
No. So 2021 to now, fund that is not spent on. That need actions.
I will get you something.
Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
That's not a function of, if I go through and do all of that, it has to be we have to now put that out to the public. That can't be something that I say, these are the funds that we spent down.
We have to take
council,
grants.
there's a substantial amendment, it's a process. I can't say these are the funds and then city council decides where this money goes. Because it's community development money, that needs to go into the community and the community has to say so. And then we do a public notice and then we have
Grant applications?
we have the applications and then we have the public hearing. So it's not, I can do that, but it's not something that city council can say, we can move this money, we can do that money. We cannot X out the public responsibility for that.
So, okay, so let's get back to this $200,000 that we know is here. We understand the intended function of it. It was not used in the timeline that we originally expected, but right now we're looking at $200,000 with a clear purpose that we can use it for as long as it stays within these parameters. So we should, the council should look into what positions that we have in the city right now that are working to this aligned function of what this $200,000 was. So if we have someone whose salary is $70,000 and they're doing the type of work that falls under this umbrella, then that's $70,000 that doesn't have to come from our general fund, that we could use this $200,000 to fund that position. So that would be a plus of $200,000. I think that's what we need to focus on right now, and then we could look to the next day.
I would agree with that, that we got to do. But I know she has, you never look down here.
Was the money was waiting then.
Well, no, I was, okay. So I'm gonna just gonna yell out. So I agree with that because I don't think, like what Ms. Carver said, we can like look at all the money because what we talked about yesterday, when you weren't even here, Ms. Carver, I think it was specifically said that CDBG has specific parameters and guidelines, and we have to say within those.
And a citizen participation.
And citizen participation, and beyond these 7 citizens. So I would agree with you that, my further question though about the budget, as I was asking about revenue, is that the 100,000 that was, you took back in-house to do it, through receipts through the Department of Development. I see that last year we allocated 570,000 on the CDBG line for the Department of Development, and this year, same amount. So the question for me became how, where that 100,000 is.
So that 570,000 are our admin costs. The SNAP money, that 100,000 is not development admin. So we didn't reallocate it for admin, we reallocated to bid it out for a project.
Okay,
So that's why it is not reflected there.
thank you, thanks for clarification.
Go ahead, please.
But again, I just want to say, before we all 200,000, which I'm rounding down, won't be able to remember the exact figure that you keep saying, but would have to go through a process.
No,
No, we don't have
no, it
to.
doesn't. Not
I
that.
thought you said we have the public
If
hearing.
we do, no, not for this, if we keep it the same, that's already,
Okay, that was my first question when we first started this
It's already
conversation.
understand.
this is already allocated to the city. It's already
So we could
allocated
just
to
plug that
SNAP. It's already allocated. We've already allocated that funding there.
But we need to
Well,
open the
why-
line in the budget, is that what you're saying?
I don't know I don't know that part. That's outside of
This
my.
is a
papers.
commissioner question, but that's where I think you were kind of joking about it being in the cloud, but can we just cut to the question that I'm just trying to find the answer for?
But you have the
Commissioner.
floor, so you
So-
push your question up.
Can we just say, okay, instead of 0 in the 2026 budget on that line, can we right now all fill in on our budget $200,000
Specifically for SNAP.
for SNAP?
Yes.
Okay, and then you guys, we don't have to worry about, Mr. LaFawn putting in invoices, et cetera, et cetera. That's all internal staff, kinds of stuff, but that's the answer to this question.
Yeah, but things are that the
I mean, I don't
money,
think we've-
200,000 coming into the SNAP line, it will reduce, the general fund by $200,000.
Right.
So that's what
Right, that's what
the
we're trying to.
game is.
81621, that line is 156, what is that?
So under SNAP, A1621, A1621 100, we can use that $200,000 to offset salary. So we'll just need a revenue in, and then 200,000 is available.
That goes back to the general fund.
So just make yourself note, I still have that, thank you so much. This is why we called you here.
What page was that, 16?
That is page 25. So
Thank you.
that is something that we can make,
16,
Recommendations.
21. I see what you're saying.
Any other question for, well, we got the
Yeah.
unit flood,
Oh,
I'll
no,
go to Mr. Williams.
okay, then,
Although in practicality for us, our involvement in this process does not extend beyond this conversation, there needs to be internal discussions to ensure that that process is done. Otherwise, we put
that's what I was just saying.
$200,000. So that is a further discussion that does not include us, but that needs to happen. How do we ensure that that happens?
Yeah, and that's exactly, I'll make myself note about that. I will follow to make sure that we capture from 2021 to now, current period, as to what is available, what needs to spend down and things like that, so we don't have any money lingering as the commissioner says in the cloud.
But
Let me just.
She can,
No,
Ms.
go ahead.
Porterfield can finish.
Oh, go ahead, please.
But I think what Mr. Williams is saying, how do we ensure, because right now we're in this position because it was not drawn down, and there were no invoices sent. So what Mr. Williams is saying is, how do we ensure that the invoices are submitted? I mean, we can't do that. We as council, that's not our responsibility. But what system gets put into place, I guess I'll look at you and say, what system gets put in place so that the invoices are sent, so the money gets spent, or we could be having the same conversation again next year.
Again,
And the money won't get spent.
Again, I just feel like that's an internal, I think Mr. Williams just said it. So I'm repeating now what you just said, which I was trying to say earlier, which is that's an internal staffing decision. If we can use the $200,000, let's put the $200,000 in our budget. Let's let Commissioner and our Director of Development speak with Mr. LaFond or whatever. I mean, is there a deadline in 2026? Because that's the 5-year mark, right? Is there like is it March 20th? Is it August 17th? I mean, we should let them figure that out. But the answer to our question is, yes, we can put that $200,000 into the SNAP line.
Yeah, but it's our responsibility too, because if we didn't call back Ms. Carver here, none of us would be aware there is $200,000 hanging there. So I think we need, we can't direct them what to do, but we need to be informed of what's going on. And if there are things like this outside there, Commissioner of Finance and Department of Development Director, they need to help each other and get it sorted out and able to spend on this money.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, let's look to put that money into that line. And then this seems like this was something that happened before you were even in the position that you're in now. I have all the confidence in your ability to make sure that we don't lose $200,000 because somebody didn't put in a receipt. I'm sure you can do that. Let's go.
It was before Ms. Carver was here.
Yes,
As well. Boom.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so can we leave that line? Mr. Mudarari?
Are you asking me to move
Does
it?
everybody think that we've
No, I already have
finalized that discussion
I
on that
already
one?
have
It's gonna go into
Okay, so
A1621,
here's my
right?
next question for Ms. Carver, and it is regarding the homes revenue, the sale of homes. So the budget has a, I have to find it, sorry.
Speaking of that revenue range,
Yep. I want to make sure that that revenue line is realistic.
2660.
2660. 260, I don't have it.
Page 11.
Okay, oh, I've got it, okay. Boop, boop, boop. Yeah, okay, I got it now, thank you. So we've projected in 2026 budget, $3 million in revenue from the homes program. And at the same time, I'm sorry, I just gotta go to this one now.
1.535
Thank you.
year to date.
Say it again, please.
1,535,000 year to date as of October.
Which probably doesn't include,
It's probably as of September.
yeah, so we still have a little bit more
So
revenue
1.5
there.
million we
so
have.
we talked about this a little bit the last time when I was hearing the mayor being clear that we have major projects, the Schenectady 40 project.
Okay.
And, housing in Rotterdam, that
Yes.
is still, the sales of that is still pending. So
Okay. Just wanted to make sure before we
The conversation with the mayor said more likely we'll
exceed
be
it.
close to the estimate for this year.
Okay,
And then we may have one project rolled over into next year with a sizable amount of money into 2022.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
There are some notes out there putting that projection at 4.5 million. Does that seem realistic to you? From 3 to 4.5?
not based on our current foreclosure list that's out, I don't think that we have enough properties to satisfy that.
Gotcha.
I did ask last night for Corporation Council to put a list together of what we're expecting from foreclosures. The 6 or 7 this year, but next year, 2 foreclosure ones is coming.
Yeah, and
Any else?
No lists, they come from corporations.
let me recap the pre-foreclosure that is gonna happen into next year, plus the one of the sizable sale on the property or 2 into next year.
There should be one
Yeah.
person this year and 2 next
So
year.
into next year, so no, that will roll over into next year, a sale. So we have 3 sales, pre-foreclosure sales into next year.
So you think,
Plus, if the 2 major project doesn't happen this year, it will roll over into next year. That's how I factor my number and ask you for that. No, I want to clarify it there. Because we did listen to the Corporation Council, we did talk about it, and why am I protecting that number? It's because of 2 projects and because of the 3 foreclosure. That's happening next year.
So do you wish to stick with your
Yes,
4.5?
I am sticking with the same estimate from this year into next year.
So again, you think that 4.5 in revenue in that line instead of 3 million is realistic for your staff to achieve?
As I previously stated,
Mm-hmm.
I do not think that that is a realistic
Okay.
number based on the list, the information that I've been provided on.
That's okay, I just wanted to clarify it. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Go ahead, please.
So I would say, is that 3 million on that same line a conservative projection? Or to Mr. Rivera's point, is there room with the information that you're available and that you feel comfortable sharing with council that we can go over?
I think that's a law should be involved in that because they are the ones that track that list, council member. We get the list from law.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, we heard from the corporation
Yeah.
council that, in terms of the foreclosure, in terms of how much in the pipeline, and that's how they factor in, and the two housing project, the 40 and then the sale and relevant, those are high volume sales.
There was a question in the email that the commissioner said that you had another question about the codes line.
Yeah, oh, that's right, sorry, that caught me. That was again that, where, and I think it's a similar situation as it was with them, so for line 217C, code enforcement, we had 100,000 in revenue, and right now, we're still drawing.
So they did not. Which would be to the code?
It's
Code
under-
has 100,000.
Yes.
But
They haven't drawn down, so they, for this upcoming year, they still were awarded 100,000, but they have 206,000 that need to be drawn down.
So there's 206 now, the code is possibly
There we go.
conceivably used in the code doing their.
Yeah, and I think I support that reasoning with putting it in here because I think it helps us be accountable. That'll kind of ease the conversation with Commissioner and I to work with our internal, departments, our colleagues to say, we gotta spend it down because it's in black and white.
It's
Oh.
206, I'm sorry, the number was.
Yes, 206.
Go ahead.
So again, I'm just trying to clarify. Are we all hearing, and Ms. Carver, correct me if I'm wrong, that line 2170C
What page?
could be, it's on page 10. Oh, wait a second. Same thing, the CDBG stuff that we were just. So if we wanted to, instead of that line being $100,000, could we make that line $300,000?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Decrease their expenditure in the expenditure part, reduce their, if you go to the budget part, you increase the revenue by 206,000, I'm gonna say 200,000 again, and go to code enforcement, and we use that for, so we release 200,000 into the general fund again there, so that another $200,000 into the general fund.
Mm-hmm.
And may I add something?
That's why I asked the question, how much
Right.
more do we have?
I'm just
in the
trying to
cloud?
clarify it,
The
so,
only reason we're able to do this is because it's already
Yeah,
allocated
allocated,
to us.
right.
There's already a resolution in place. This has already been approved. This already went through the citizen participation plan, all of those
You need
things
somebody for overtime?
Yes.
that they get. So I just want the record to reflect that we're not operating outside of
no,
how
yeah.
we should.
No,
Because it's already allocated to us. It's already allocated for this purpose. It's just.
I am so thankful that you're here. This is-
Okay.
So that's adding 200.
Go ahead.
But also the point is that I want to make sure we're not getting ahead of ourselves, expecting a different outcome, absent any significant changes. I'm confident that Ms. Carver, Mr. Lukamuk can do their jobs to the best of standards. They're not going to be chasing you. They can assist. They can assist. But if there is not an intentional direction from the mayor's office that this is going to be a priority, we will have a bigger hole into next year. So without that reassurance, I don't feel comfortable. You can put 9 in that, you can put 900,000 in that line. But if the work doesn't get done, the funds don't get replenished into the council and get replenished into the general fund.
Well,
But let me clarify, you can use this for salary.
yeah, that's
So they have to draw it on for salary.
right.
So it's not like a, time sheet has to be submitted and things like that, but that's more you make it more, you simplify it more rather than having to go submit invoice and submit how many times they spend out on this, in the field. It's more of a time sheet.
I would say assumptions are
Well, no, that's not a.
It's not an assumption,
That's not
that's what
a.
we're
Time
hearing.
sheets will still be required, where they, where they did their time, that still applies, it has to be in one of our designated.
but it has to be put into a system, right? That can just float.
Both things are true. Both things are true. If you use it for these identified lines, like the A1621, then they're gonna pull a salary from that line. People are gonna have to get paid. But what Ms. Carver and Mr. Williams are both saying is that after people, or while the people are getting paid, we still have to make sure we're in compliance with that. And the way to do that is with the appropriate reporting structure. So both things are true. So we just, looks like we could put almost $400,000 back into our general fund if we use this for salaries. Okay, good news.
Yeah.
What line are you looking to add this to?
On the code enforcement for salary.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It's not just salaries, it's written with a HUD, that it's a program, so what is reimbursable is when they go out, they do notices for, code violations.
Mhm.
That is how
Okay.
it is written. So only those salaries are reimbursable when they do that direct work. So my team, we have a policy and procedure, the community development supervisor joined me tonight. We can, be intentional about meeting with the team again and kind of going over what's expected, because we just did this with code and it's not as easy as it may seem to be. There is gonna be a little bit of work into it.
That was the whole purpose, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Shaw, I keep saying your name. But that was the whole purpose of actually assigning the CDBG money to code enforcement to do those particular things and to use it towards those salaries for doing those particular things. That's just not happening, because there's no, I won't say there's no system in place. I will say that it's not being done, and if not, there should be a system in place. And I don't know, Mr. Newberry, and how we
Well, this is where we can force it. I mean, we put them into the salary line to draw them on the salary to get a timesheet to go to and issue certain, whatever they need to draw it down against, they need to go ahead and do it. And get this money and spend. And follow the application.
We lost Roberta and Cole used to do this, so there was already a backlog in it. And then there was a transition in Cole, so that's part of the reason why those funds haven't been spent back.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you.
Sure.
So, and we also have to remember, excuse me, we have 3 code officers moving forward that are presently there with 2 supervisors. So with sending individuals out into the field, I don't know how much, trust me, I'm happy that we can get money back into, for, going out to doing these things. Is the money from code 2021 as well?
That is multiple years. So we have 2022 of 100,000 that commissioner doesn't see because it is not set up.
Right.
That there's complexities to it, so I'm not expecting you to understand.
That's okay.
But we haven't set it up in our HUD system, but it was allocated. And then we have 100,000 from 2024. And they have a balance of $6,342 from 2023.
Any idea why it was done some years, not other years? Staffing, I mean, and
There's complexity when we talk about the federal dollars in the systems, right? So you use the oldest money first. So we can award you in 2025, but if you have money in 2021, when we draw down, we gotta draw down that oldest money because the time is ticking and they'll recapture it. So it doesn't, in transition, I'm not making excuses.
it just doesn't make sense why it's there.
But I'm confident that my team is working on this, which is why I can give you these numbers right now, right? Because last year this time, I wouldn't have been able to give you these numbers. So we're working on kind of aligning our our system with the HUD system in the funding.
Mr. Rivera, I just want the record to reflect that through Ms. Carver and her team's work, she's has helped us identify money to support our youth line and a potential additional, if we work this right, adding back $400,000 to our general fund
On the code and all this kind of thing.
based on the work of her team. Support, I know that's right, Madam President. So I just want to say that's a, you know, when I spoke with you earlier about the youth money, I wasn't even aware of this other money that was there. So this is all a result of your team's work. So Mitch, we appreciate the work that you guys are doing. Very valuable.
Are there any other funding?
I know you would like me to say that.
Mitch, stand up and check in those cushions. See if there's some change in there. We want to know.
I'm trying to get some money for this guy.
There's no other funding, and when we do identify that funding, we're gonna have to go through our citizen participation plan
Right.
and put that out there and take applications, so that'll be a process that will happen sometime early next year.
I have to add to Mr. Farley, this was the first time my fellow people are responsible getting a detailed report like this for CDBG. And very open.
Imagine if we gave her a stipend. No, I'm joking.
Take it. They're not spending the money.
So, Ms. Carter, there's another question that came up, but just want to make sure that, in terms of the spend down, where it shows that you have 507,000, but then the year to date was like 91,000, it'd be nice to go about that. So if you just want to give clarity while you're here.
Then we spent down 91,000, we still have time, right now with the shutdown, we don't have access to some of our drawdown systems to draw down the money, and then we have some pending timesheets that the team is working on that will get us closer to the finish line, so that'll happen before the end of the year.
Good. That's right.
So in terms of, not librarians, but the other senior programs, because we don't have the money.
They didn't submit the application. Okay.
No, I'm talking about the Catholic Charities, the senior lunch programs on Mondays and, Wednesdays and Friday. Well, actually, it's just,
It just goes
yeah,
through.
Mondays and Fridays. I mean, I guess I'm not gonna worry about that right now because it's $60,000 or something. It seems like maybe we'd be able to figure something out as we go forward in terms of finding $60,000,
No.
right?
But
We're
that
gonna find
doesn't, that doesn't go through her
It's not a
department.
matter of finding it.
Well, I just figured we
just
could figure out a way
found,
to work with her on.
We
The-
just allocated, we found money for the youth line, 150.
No, I know, I understood what we just did.
As important the youth line is, it is very important for us to fund the senior line too. So there's
Yes,
no doubt about it, it will have to be something that needs to go back into the budget regardless of the year.
right, we just have to find the money.
We could, well, we were gonna do the golf course first for the youth program. Why couldn't we use the golf course revenue to support the seniors?
Well, we already have
So
used,
let's not even, I'm gonna touch base
That's
with
fine.
Ms. Tarver and get her out of here. There's other thing I asked in the email in terms of two agencies. And we asked her the last time you were here, do you have any update there in terms of,
So the
On
two agencies, that my department has identified for ARPA, that we have concerns around would be the Liberty Foundation, which is $339,300. And the second organization is the Hamilton Hill Art Center, which is 1.2 million. Now, the Duree, Mitch, it can join me if you have some, detailed questions. Mitch has been working one-on-one with both organizations. I've been involved as well, but working one-on-one. Duree has submitted a plan that is not really realistic to spend this money and time, and they don't seem to have the additional funding that's needed to carry out the project that was once identified at the time of application and coming to council. That doesn't seem to exist. With Hamilton Hill, they are moving forward. They have a project manager now, and they've submitted an updated plan, but with the time that we have given them to spend this money, it is 50-50 from our lines.
Okay.
Mitch is working with them for a backup plan to maybe, instead of doing a new build, to do the older rehab their existing building already. So we have been trying to troubleshoot.
So Mitch, you wanna give us any updates on where?
Well, we have met with Hamilton Hill, and we were introduced to their project manager, who seems very confident. I just received a copy of I believe yesterday, a bid he wants to send out for the project to get it, so they can get ahead of it, get started. And we will review that and get back to him, and he's following the policies and procedures to give any bids to us. So we will end up moving that forward, and they understand that, you know, the concern is that, you know, their project manager has said that in order to spend to be sure we spend the 1.2 million by June 30th, 2026, he needs about 6 months of construction based on his long. So if this starts, and that's you know, making sure that he can spend it. So if they start around January 1st, which, you know, may or may not happen, even if they start in February, so they may be able to do it. Maybe they can spend 75%. There's no way to know, but it's going to be cutting it very close to, you know, by that timeline. There is a backup plan if that doesn't seem to work for some reason, and that is to, you know, switch over to repairs on their existing building, and they're doing a 2-track kind of thing to see how they can go, but that is, once again, like Alex said, it's 50-50.
I did have an opportunity today to meet with Metroplex, and we're gonna have a conversation with the Hamilton Hill and Metroplex so they can offer some project management support to make sure that the project can move forward. I'm grateful that Metroplex is able to support us in that way, because we don't have the capacity to offer full project management. So we are working to try to assist them to make sure that the project is able to move forward. I'll add this, that we gave our subrecipients one date, and we gave ourselves a little bit of time in the event. Great things straggling, so we do have a little bit of fluff time. We have some cushion there. So I'm glad that we did that contractually. We gave them one time, but we gave ourselves a little bit of time for projects that may be a little bit delayed.
That was actually my question, because when we initially started this conversation with the CDBG, with the ARPA funds that we're allocating, we consistently said to people, the recipients, that they had for the end of 2026. We said that, Council, I'm saying you said that, we said that. So I believe that some people kind of thought they had the time frame. And now it's been lessened by 6 months, to give you time, and that's well understood. So essentially, my question is, let's say they don't quite make it to the end of June, it takes them to the end of July. Is there still an opportunity to make sure that they get?
Yeah, there's still an opportunity. If we would have given them contracts to the end of the year,
They would have.
we won't leave enough time to do reporting. We don't know what the US Treasury is gonna ask of us. And by that time comes, we need to have our ducks in a row. So there is a little wiggle room, but there's not much. We're not saying there's 4 additional months, right? Because we wanna give ourselves time to compile whatever it is that is gonna be required by the Treasury.
Thank you.
Metroplex, working with Hamilton Hill is a great thing. Do you think that, that's a conversation that you could have with them to assist maybe with Dury as well?
I will ask. And what's most important is not even Metroplex being willing. Metroplex is our partner, so they want to support us. It's about our subrecipients being willing to accept that support. So we're going at our subrecipients and let them do that, let them know that that support is available to them. I think that Dury is a different situation though, because the funding for that project, and Mitch can touch on that, is not really aligned as at the time of application. So when they applied for it, they said they had XYZ funding. They've had a transition in leadership, and she's identified that she doesn't know. I'll let Mitch elaborate.
So I've met with Reverend Solomon of the Bereaved Foundation multiple times, and she was not even aware of this in early 25 that they even had this. So they did, start moving forward and try and do some things, and then ran into some snags. She did, recently, back on September 19th, I asked her for a revised scope of work and a revised budget to see how it fits. And she did do a revised budget of $128,000 of the $339,000. However, it doesn't really meet so the initial funding that the city was funding them for provided some repairs and upgrades and furniture to get their STEPS program started, which is a pretty comprehensive program. And that was supposed to have their timeline here, and they were supposed to start construction in January and June. Construction would be done, and we were going to fund the programming for a full year after that. This, new funding, which this new application, the new budget will not obviously fund a year's worth of work. And the idea was that, so they'd have 18 months basically of some, equipment and upgrades, and then a year's worth of, a total of, a year's worth, 6 months of rehab and equipment, and 12 months of funding to get the program going. That would give them the impetus to continue to, raise funds and work to continue, make sure it gets continued. They will not have that there, and I don't know how much they can realistically do in a 6 month time frame between now, 6 or 8 month time frame between now and June.
And not to get in the weeds in this, so this will be the last question around this. I know.
No, there's no last
No, but I think that this might be a little more granular than we want to get. So if I'm understanding correctly, then there's money that was going to go into some construction of a place to house the program, and then we were going to support said programming, right? So would it be impactful for them? And I think there's something obviously they can help reach out to, but if they found a partner that could provide them with a programming space that wouldn't require construction, would that help them or no? I guess I'm trying to figure out.
They don't have the programming gear to go.
Okay, all right. Okay.
That's, they did put in their new budget project manager to try and get things started. But once again, you're starting a program from scratch, and, Reverend Solomon was not involved in the initial planning. So she's coming in, really fresh and.
Okay, I think I know. Okay.
When
That makes sense.
Marie came
I
to
got it.
council, the program was supposedly already going.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it
remember
was
the
with
meeting.
Pastor Nikki, yeah, she was, yep.
We
Okay.
had a special meeting with them.
Never happy.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm trying to compose myself to this one here because I advocate for them to receive $525,000 from the county to do the construction. With another $75,000 also to the exterior. And we're falling apart because we can't put the program together. But to manage the $338,000. I can't say anything more.
Yeah, I think that's something that seems like there's some key pieces missing that we might get, but I know where you're going, so I think maybe a conversation.
Let's have this outside.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Come on, thank you so much. Thank you, Mitch. Any other questions?
No, I think she's covered it. Is there anything that you want to tell us that we did not ask?
No.
You got some more money for us?
That's a smart move. I like that.
Thank you.
Because later there you open yourself to more questions for another half.
Thank
Thank you so much.
for
Thank you
showing up.
for good guidance tonight.
Thank you.
Yes.
You're welcome.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Chief. Evening. Good evening. How are you all doing? All right. Sorry to get you all waiting. And blame it on the department. That's too many questions.
They know that. They would not find that.
Oh.
They would not find that hard.
So we have two questions on revenue. I'm gonna let you all agree. Hopefully Carmel doesn't have a lot of questions. The one has to do with follow up with the email that we were sharing in terms of the delinquent parking tickets that we spoke about last year, and the capital recovery is working with your team to kind of spearhead that. And looking at the actuals, it's kind of like, in my eyes, it looked low based on the competition we had last year. And how can we be able to round that up to get some higher numbers into next year?
So currently, in year-to-date right now, as of yesterday or today, we've had $130,604.95 of outstanding tickets paid, that's delinquent tickets. That's 1,592 delinquent tickets paid. The oldest ticket was issued March 20th of 2000. And the most recent one was 6 months. Anything delinquent has got to be 6 months or more in order for it to be considered delinquent. November of 2024 is when we started working with capital recovery. So that's when the first 44,000, I think, tickets went out. And last year, I can't remember what the number was, but we're not paying anything to them. They're adding above and beyond what we're receiving.
We did the charges.
Okay,
So there's no, it's not costing us anything.
expense, it's a percentage of what they do.
Yeah,
Okay.
we've collected $130,604. They've collected $32,961 above and beyond what we've collected. That was what they charged for the service. And we didn't use any of our actual revenue for it. And there's maybe other options for another collection agency possibly, but that's really nothing that, I don't know how other way to do right now. We don't actually do any of this work. It goes from Passport, which is our ticketing agency, goes right from there to capital recovery, and they handle everything for us. So there's no city involvement as far as that goes. And they just mail the letters out, we collect they collect the fees and we pay down.
The agreement that we have with them, can we take on board another recovery agency?
I believe it's going to be exclusive, but I don't know what it is. We'd have to check the law department on that. But I might be able to get a copy of it as well, but we signed it in probably 4 years ago, but it took that long to get going. It took a long time to get going, so it very well could be expiring or be out, but we can definitely find out when the contract expires on it.
So from the time Tuesday to the October 14th, so it's like $8,000 more based on the last actual we provide to me to now.
Yes.
So that's they keep adding on to the amount. I just want to we spoke about this in 122. It's 130. That's $8,000 more. In 6 days, 7 days period. Well, the whole question is the revenue that we have in the budget for 2026 is $170,000. I was thinking that that's too low because we started last year, they're ramping up now. And kind of work with them to be more aggressive in terms of pushing all the tickets as much as they can, rather than leaving them and kind of say, okay, we'll take it from there. But we want to make more of a hands-on approach and say, guys, give us a report every 2 weeks, every month, so where you are, and we need to kind of ramp it up. Is that something that adding more work on your side?
So there's really not much we can do from our side with capital recovery. They mail letters out. I think they do 8 or 9 series letters, so they run all the data and they mail letters out. I don't know if they don't make phone calls. They just they constantly mail letters out. The only other thing that we do is we run decals internally. So all of these license plates are put into our LPRs. So our officers that they drive around, our parking officers, if there's $300 or more owed in tickets, like they just go off, if the officers are not on call, they might stop the officer or might stop the car, or in the morning, the traffic officers go out. I think
Yeah, I was gonna touch on that when we get this delinquent,
I do have that right now. I just got this information. So this year, so I believe we ran 27 details. We've had 414 vehicles that were towed.
414.
Vehicles. So some of those are old, some of those are new vehicles as far as scoffs, as far as like some of them, that's people that owe $300 or more. On the total revenue that brought in from that, some of the people may not have paid, but the total outstanding tickets was $218,953 from those. And that cost us $24,206.
I'm sorry, 24,000.
$206.
Thank you.
We get one more
It's not bad for $218,000.
So it was 27 stock details, 414 vehicles towed, 218,953 recovered, 24,206 in overtime, a net gain of 194,747. When I say net gain, it's a gain, however, it's money owed to the city, so we're really paying the overtime, but it's money the city already is owed anyway. So I'm saying net gain, however, we're paying to get the revenue back.
Gotcha.
It's money that
Yeah, but you look at it, we have the money set aside to pay for the overtime operating, but it's recovery is closer to $280,000, because if you didn't do that effort, that $280,000 will be still out there.
Yes,
Yes, so that's $280,000.
almost 219.
Yeah, 200, yeah. So, going back to the delinquent,
yeah, go.
would it be safe for us to increase that to upward of $500,000? Revenue, $500,000?
I would not. So,
There are a whole bunch more parking.
so what I would,
No, I'm talking about the delinquent parking with the recovery and
Not
the city.
not the delinquent, I would say you're more apt to increase actual parking tickets or themselves, maybe not the delinquent part. The delinquents are 6 months old and over. That's
right.
so even though we ran 18,000, taking in 200 and something $1,000 of that 200 and something thousand, only 130,000 of it has been 6 months old or older.
Oh, okay.
So of that 130, that's included in that too. So the rest of that money has been 6 months for the new. So some people, this, I don't want to go too off track on another figure I'm gonna throw at you. Don't wanna, don't grab the hole too far. I mean, if you don't wanna do it.
So, I'm sorry, can you just tell me the one over 6 months was 101?
Over 6 months is $130,604.95.
Over 6 months, how far back? Not,
Back to 2000.
oh, to 2000.
Yeah, we had 3 tickets from 2000, and then we had
Louise.
5 in 2001, 1 from 2002, and
That was paid, those were paid.
They just paid out one
When
thirty.
we were going through the report last year, we were looking at a few $1 million of ticket that we think is like, we can recover.
yes.
Not the one that's 10 years old and things like that, because those are like way beyond anybody's reach.
Yes, so that,
What are we doing with that?
we won.
No, we're good. We're good.
So right now, for the 3 years, so the money that is 3 years old or less is $1,252,285. $1.25 million is 3 years or less. That is the highest chance of recovery. If you go out a total of 10 years and older, just 10 years and older, one line alone, there is 41,000 tickets that are 10 years and older. And that is like, that money, gonna save all besides the fact that we got money, we have 200, this year we,
$280,000.
$180 from 2000, most likely, you know.
So, question,
Go ahead.
is there like, so if the public knows that, hey, you know, we're going out to get these funds owed to the city, is there like I mean, besides having to call down, putting in, is there any like maybe like on an app or something where people can just enter in their, I don't know if it would be their license or their car, you know, maybe their tag number? Because I'm thinking that some people go, oh, I got a ticket, I got to pay it. If we have a simplified way for them to access that information, and then it doesn't cost the man hours, as it can reduce some of the man hours to collect some of that money. Is there a way to?
Yes, they can call in at any time, or there's a website. They can want to put their license plate in on the website. It's, I don't want to say it wrong, I think it's Schenectady, it's on the main site, but it's
Okay.
Schenectady Pay or something like that. Something, and then they put the license plate in and be able to pay it.
And that'll go for all of the not moving violations though. That's just me parking. Okay, all right.
So, and also, if like somebody has the app and they, they pay their parking with the app, the delinquent tickets also show up there, don't they?
That would be,
Over amounts.
I don't know.
that I do not know.
I don't have one, so I.
Yeah.
No,
Right.
so when you put something in your passport and you get a ticket, that doesn't show up on under your parking fines?
So yes, the parks and it's the same, this is the same system, so I'm guessing that it probably does, but I'm not sure.
I think it
Yeah.
On your phone.
That probably goes back to 2000, or go back to 4 or 5 years ago. Because before Passport, it was Town Plus. So some of our reporting here, when you go back 4 years ago, or it says 5 years ago, the reporting styles changed. So that probably is, when you go back to the 5 year part.
No, I don't mean 5 years ago, I meant like.
Recent months.
Yeah.
So probably does show up. So if you have a ticket in there, you go into the Passport to pay for new parking, or pay new parking spot, it'll show up.
You provide us around 3 years and that's 1.2 million.
Yes.
Do you have a number up to 5 years?
Yeah. That includes the doubling of the fund, includes the fund doubles. Through 4 years is 1.48 million.
Okay. What is it,
1,480,614.
okay,
And then you add that 5th year. There is 1,671,244. And when you add the entire thing together, as far back as our records go, that's the 10 years and older, way back, including everything, is 5.25.
we need that right now, Mr. President.
I'll get right on.
Some of those people are,
Yes,
they might have been deceased or,
Yes.
moved.
yes.
We can't.
That's
But this recovery first started November of last year.
November 2024,
Yeah,
the first tickets got mailed out, and then from that, we got, I can't remember what it was last year, it was very low. Because the first tickets started going out, I can't remember what the final revenue was, it was very low, but so far this year, we've gotten 130,000 so far this year. And it's gathering, basically, we still have 2 more months to go. So hopefully we'll continue to see that, and every time the ticket gets 6 months old and older, it automatically triggers that it start that flexing process. So right now, 31 to 60 days old, we have 588 tickets at a total base value of 29,000 with penalties of 29,000. The total value of 59,165. And then 61 to 90 days, we have 634 tickets outstanding with a total value of 65,000. 91 to 80 days, 1,902 tickets with a total value of 194,000. So as these tickets become older, if we don't get them to the SCOP details or people come in and pay them, those tickets become delinquent and then they get the letters found out and that will become an this revenue instead of our regular revenue. But our parking revenue is the highest it's been ever, just because of our parking guys are out there really doing.
I think we did talk about this, but I'm not sure about DMV. When would this report to DMV?
That, I don't have the answer to that.
Okay.
It's not, the laws changed over the last couple of years, so as far as the fines go, as far as it being, just a fine, they don't, I believe they do go unless there's other circumstances. I don't know what those are.
But overall, I mean, starting last November and the efforts, I mean, this year, $130,000 and we still have 2 months to go. It's a good effort. I still sense the feeling that, we're gonna do better next year because people are gonna get these tickets more often. They're gonna get the letter, repeated letters, and they're gonna pay it. So I think a better projection into next year might be a better, better for revenue in terms of how we have right now $170,000. Because let's say you collect $150,000 this year. Next year you're gonna be, because people are they're gonna start paying. They realize that they're getting this letter now. It never used to happen. All of a sudden I'm getting a letter to notify me that I have outstanding ticket in the city of Schenectady, so I need to pay. Can't run from it.
Letters went out.
So it's likely gonna kind of like increase up for a little while, then it'll peak and then it'll start to go down a little bit, but to your point right now, it's trending up.
It's
So you're
trending
saying
up, yes.
to maybe increase that line a little bit because of it's trending up.
It's trending up because people are getting, the agency is sending out letters notifying individual that they have outstanding tickets.
So what are you thinking now after hearing that? What do you think?
Not 500,000.
I was gonna say, I don't know.
Chief look at me just so.
It's not gonna be sitting there next.
I have to push him off.
Chief's about to go out there right now and start.
Is John okay? All right, well,
But I mean, it's worth saying.
it's good information, that's why I
Realistic.
asked for you to be back here, because
Right, while they're here.
we can sit there
What is
and,
realistic?
say come up with our estimate, but it's good to hear where you are, and this is the detail that we need. So that is good information, and we'll take that into consideration. The next one I want to touch on is the follow-up email, the second, I think it was the same email, second page, in terms of the detail and the 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. detail. Yep. And the estimate that you put there, I'll call it estimate, I don't want to pull it more about. How often are they doing this? So it is every day?
Those are again, we call it scofflaw detail. It's not really scofflaw, we just call it, that's what we call it. So we went out 27 times in 2025 year to date. And usually we have two or three officers working each one. I think typically three, looks like three almost every time actually. At the dates and times I think that we worked in, but we had 414 vehicles were towed. We recovered $218,953 in outstanding tickets. We spent $24,206 in overtime.
20, that's the same as
The same, yes.
you already told us that.
Yeah.
Okay.
For every
I'm writing
$1
the same
spent
thing
in
down
overtime, the
twice.
city got back approximately $9.05 back in return. Due to staffing, other constraints we were running, it was 127 details that we wanted to run. If we were to do it again next year, we got 80% coverage in 2026. If we ran 42 details And we did the same thing if we ran to approximately 644 vehicles. We've taken approximately $340,000. It would cost us about $37,600. A projected net gain of $302,000. As a rough.
Where is this accounted in the revenue?
That is not.
It's not.
Also, the regular revenue is included in the regular parking fines.
Yeah, okay, that's,
So that's-
okay.
The 200,000 for this year would be, but I did not include any extra in the parking fine. So if we were to say we do more parking, then we could definitely put another 100,000 in there. I would just say that we would be spending another 17,000 in overtime from over what we spent this year in for traffic detail. That's what I've estimated.
But overall, we're not losing against this effort, we're gaining almost 10 times.
We'd be getting $100,000 by spending 17,000. That's what is over the last 2 years is what meets our tenant traffic.
So do you see this as something that we can do more often?
As long as we can get the guys to go out and do it, then yes. This is something we've done in the last couple of years. It was over the last few years. It hasn't been done consistently. Last year, it started to be a little bit. Now where the tenant traffic is very organized. It does a very good job. So now it's when he plans it. So what he actually does ahead of time just goes around and the LPRs are out there. He goes and finds all the vehicles that have been hit with the heaviest hitters and finds the ones that have the lowest and most money and that are parked and he goes. So he goes after it gets the guys that owes the most money.
But this 27 detail, oh, what is the time span between that? And still 6 months, 3 months?
We did one January 9th, one January 15th, so it was from January 9th. Yeah, 2 months.
2 months? Wow.
2 months.
Now, bear in mind, I just want to say this, that we of course recognize that we get 10x our effort here. But when we gave our budget request for this year, we only budgeted, we only asked for what we felt could cover twice a month. So we have the resources that we're given, we have to balance them out. Really for a core mission to protect life and property, not necessarily revenue generation. Of course, we'll do whatever you ask us to do. So if you want us to do more, we'll do overtime to reflect that, so we can pay the officers good.
So within the period of January to February 27 retail, and you recover almost 219,000.
January to be.
I know.
The February.
Can you,
Oh no, that was between January and October.
January.
Two per month.
Yeah,
2 months.
2 or 3.
Months of February.
I know, I was excited.
So we did 3 in January, 3 in February, 2 in March, 3 in April, 3 in May, 1 in June, 2 in July.
Okay.
Well, yeah, those numbers were year to date, so
So you're doing it based on availability, based on officers taking on available time within that period of time, 3 a.m. to 7.
3 games.
That's primarily overtime.
That's all.
Go ahead, please.
And does it have, and so it has to be overtime, it can't, so, officers who are on a regular shift cannot, I won't say in the downtime, but like, in between time.
So they can still, our parking officers do it during the daytime when they're working, they definitely do that. Our officers, if they are working and they have downtime, they can. Right now on midnights, they have an assignment where they are doing parking tickets overnight. May have gotten some complaints from that because they have picked up their,
Oh, yes.
they have picked up their parking and they are doing pretty aggressive parking, and if they come across any scoffs, they do. The details are more of a targeted where he goes through and finds the people that have the most. They basically go through and finds them, and then take a while to they line up the tow truck ahead of time, so they're not waiting. So they're letting the truck drivers know, hey, we're doing a scout detail tonight. Can you have a couple extra drivers on? Drivers know, hey, you're doing it, and then he lines up the tow companies and lets everybody know we're going out and doing it. So it's like
Well,
It's a mission.
execution.
It's
Go ahead.
so organized.
So
And then I get-
I was just gonna say that there are some tensions to balance here, right?
Yes.
Right? So I mean, and because I know we're seeing dollar signs and I'm like, oh, but I want to be,
Yeah.
just be mindful that we don't want to make up our entire, we're not trying to look at our entire deficit, well, perceived deficit right now for ticketing. I think that's a little, it can get to a point where it feels predatory on the people that live here, which then will really put our officers in a tough position as we're still trying to maintain and build strong community partnerships. So that's something we have to keep in mind.
Well, so this is primarily driven by $300 plus.
These are only 300 plus, we do not tow cars less than that.
Yes, okay.
Just because that's the number, so that's how much they tow is, so we're not doing that. If somebody does come out and they want to pay it, they can pay it before the car's towed, right through the app, they can do that. So we're not taking somebody's car if they do want to pay that. And they've received, right through the form that we can see how many times in the dates that they received letters and how many contacts they've had prior, so somebody that they didn't know about it. We can actually see the letter that they received and how many times, so typically, it's, they received a ticket, received a notice that it was gonna double, then they've typically received 4 or 5 notices before we're actually taking the car at a time, so they've received many notices before.
Okay.
So it's not, we're not just, it's double taking.
Showing up that detail and just taking the car.
Yeah. People typically know that why we're taking it, they're not happy about it, they don't.
And said that the benefit of we're getting around is pay your ticket when you get it.
People start paying rent.
So it's a balance, and the more we do, the less opportunity we'll have to be mindful of that.
Any question more? Let's see. This is good information. Thank you so
I thought we had something about speed cameras, didn't we? Didn't you have something about speed cameras you was asking?
much. Yeah.
Yeah, you had a question about that revenue and it was based on.
Based on all the based on all the results.
Yes, we do. So we budgeted for $2.3 million for the free cameras. Yes. For the budget. How do we keep up with that?
Good, so I just threw a dart out there and I said, let's go.
No. For you? That's not happening. That's not happening.
So instead of me running, is it okay to do a handout for everybody?
What is it?
Give everybody this, it's the easiest way to explain it. Once everybody has it, just so this is with the help of a vendor, I thought I use the name of that, but it's a vendor that we had a demo with, that we were thinking about using.
Okay.
And the stats, they gave us with the averages of what, the cities like ours need this. They say that typically, so in the legislation that has not been signed yet, so I'm not sure if I have a copy of that, but that has not been signed. It's made it through both houses, but it has not been signed. But in there, it says that the city of Schenectady, if approved, would have up to 20 zones. So the zones could be 20, two different ways. So the average, this is a conservative average for a city our size compared to what they do. They do these across the US and other countries as well, but it'd be 400 tickets per zone, both directions per month. They have the tickets are $50 if paid this amount of time, and those have a 60% collection rate.
Wow.
Then they escalate to a $75 payment, and then there's a 10% collection rate on that. And then there's 30% that stay uncollected, or over time they slowly trickle in. Then, so that on here I put the numbers of 240, 40, 120. So then this is still would be a negotiation, but I'm putting in their assumption of 50% of the city share. That is per direction. So each direction we would receive 6,000, 1,500, and then get 4,500 uncollected. We would sit there and we would have discussions like on how we're gonna collect that money. Multiply that up into 20 zones, each direction, and the 9 months a year of the assumptions. And that's where I'm getting this 2.1 million, 540,000, and then the 1.6 million over there in the collected lines. And then down below was 2.7 for 9, 2.4 for 8, if it didn't come right away, if the legislation or the bill was not signed until later on. And now there is, you can also run it for schools that run summer school. You can't run it for those or any schools that have activities that are school related in the summertime, so you can run it for more months than that.
You can or
You
can't?
can, yes. Yep, you can run it year round for any time that a school function is in place, so you can run it. But most places, I'm very conservative and I went with the assumption of 9 months. The council may or may decide not to go with 20 zones. We have a list of all the schools, so depending on where everybody wants to see them, you may go with not 20 zones, or it may not make sense to do both directions. And some schools might make sense to only go one way instead of going both ways. So that's where I came up with the 2.3. I took these numbers and then I dropped them down. So just in case there was some. Now, Albany's higher than these, obviously, we've seen those in the papers and but this is where the numbers started from before I dropped them, just because I don't want you guys to be mad later on.
So in Albany, I think I remember reading that people were challenging the tickets and they were being successful in challenging based on how those tickets were issued. Is that like something that you're aware of that?
So that, I don't know about those as far as more like the bus patrol. I know you guys have questions on those as well. The bus patrol tickets, those were.
Oh, I was talking about the school speed zone tickets.
Yeah. I'm not familiar so much with those being contested. It's more as the bus patrols definitely were.
Okay, so.
And there's been some changes to how the system works and how their certifications are. And those have been worked around and although have been fixed. So if there was something that was contested on that, I'm sure that's either fixed or in the works to be fixed. There was some slight things with bus patrol that when it first came out, they needed to have a different angle and there had to be a certification, like a plate picture on there. And that was fixed. Luckily, we were on the back end of getting it when other people were referred. So we didn't have that issue. So if that was an issue, I'm sure that would be fixed by the time we are going. Go ahead.
Thank you. You said on this, you haven't decided how to collect these. Elaborate on that. So
Oh, no, the uncollected.
the uncollected.
So this right here is again, what kind of works like bus patrol.
Right.
This one, the system sends the PD or it can be somebody else, video and a picture of a car running through. This, in the legislation, it has to be over 10 miles an hour. So if the school speed zone is 20, it has to be at least 31 miles per hour. So it can't be anything less than 10 miles per hour. So it's automatically set to 11 miles per hour.
Okay.
So school zone's 20 or 15, whatever it is, it has to be 11 miles per hour before it gets triggered. And then there's a picture, there's a video, there's a license plate, and then their company reviews it, and then it gets sent to us, we review it, and then it's sent to the video and the picture gets sent to the registered owner. These, I believe, more people are willing to pay these, it's $50, rather than the bus patrol ticket is $250, and these are $50, so I think that's why these have a higher collection rate than some of the other ones. Cool.
Would you need an officer or someone to review what the company sends you?
Yes,
In addition.
yes, with bus patrol, that's what we're doing currently as well. So every time we do those videos, and we have to review those. And then after we review it, the law department, if somebody says no,
Oh, so
or say they're testing it, then the law department reviews it, and then they'll bring it to court. Go ahead.
So it's a little off this, but I did recently have a phone call from a resident who had received the higher ticket and basically said, I wasn't there, that's my car, et cetera. And I So my question is, which is not related to budget, I'm sorry, but I told her to call the police department or go down to the police department and was that the right advice to give this person?
Yes, if the person thinks it's not their car, then, traffic would definitely look at it. A lot of times we get there saying that there's no way that I would do something like that. And if that's the case, then we would say the law department would be the way to go.
Gotcha.
So they would be able to, through a ticket, in the mail actually has a link where they can watch the video of the vehicle.
Oh.
So it's the ticket, the video, the pictures, and all sorts of things happen. But if for some reason they say that's not my car, then that would be like, okay, we could review it and we would say, okay, that's a license plate, that's not a blue Buick. And
Right.
then we would be able to tell if there's an issue with the registration of the vehicle, we could take care of that. But if there's no way that I would think that I actually ran through it. Most people, 99% of the people don't say that because it's clear as day. You actually see that 4 angles, I think, or 3 or 4 angles, depending on the bus, you actually see yourself going through it. It's very clear. I would say that's all law department, because once the ticket's issued, we can't, unless it's a technical issue, we can't get rid of it. So it's
So once the
law
ticket is issued,
department has to-
okay, so thank you.
So you said that this is an estimate of how much we would get. So there's room for negotiation that we could get 60% versus 50?
It's possible. I believe that the 50 is going to probably be where it is, but there's a potential. There is potential for that. Our bus patrol started off as a different rate and then we renewed after a year. Our commissioner really beat him up and got us a much better rate after 1 year. And,
Oh, I remember that.
yes, we are now doing much better. So we have not obviously signed anything. It's a master service agreement. We don't pay anything for the company that we've currently engaged with. The city pays no money with it. They install everything, they do everything, they collect some money. But there was no cost to us, but there would be a negotiation phase to it, so.
Doesn't mean I can increase this from 400,000.
I would say if anybody knows the governor, they want to call her and have her sign the right way, they just put it in. I know
Well-
as soon as we get it put in, obviously we want to do a campaign
Not a
right
bad
away
idea.
to advise everybody.
Right.
That's definitely the right way to do it, we can even think of maybe starting sooner than later to put it out, say, these are coming. Just, once she signs it, I believe it's the following month that they can start putting them out, I think is how the law works. And I think they can get them in like 7 to 14 days. If we were to go with a certain company and everybody agreed and that contract was signed, they could be quick. But they definitely want to do at least a month or several weeks of a campaign, let people know what's happening, because we don't want to just stick them out there and
Right.
you're a surprise. And they do a mailing out campaign, so it can be however long it's decided, where they'll get like a warning for a certain amount of time. They'll get to actually get a mail warning to say, you're speeding and slow down.
Mr. Wigner,
Go ahead. please.
so can you get the legislative, the number of
I
that?
do.
Oh, you have it? Thank you, because I
I have 2
would like
copies.
to
if you guys
follow up on
want.
this.
Here are 2 copies.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the chief? Well, in terms of the fine, this is the detail is categorized under the fine on the revenue.
Yes.
2610 A and B,
Yes.
side 1.
Approximately.
Do you have, where would this fall under for your,
That's its own line. I believe Commissioner put its own line. You're talking about
this detail that you did, recovered 219,000, but it's not in. Where that would fall under
2610 B.
B, okay, that's.
B?
Okay, that would fall on. Okay, perfect.
20. And
A 2610 B. Okay. Are there any other questions for the chief?
well, I think that, I think he probably had to leave, but Mr. Williams had asked about a couple of the capital budget pieces that relate to the police.
I think he answered one with the green level thoughts.
It was answered
Oh,
It was
oh, this is an old,
answered.
I thought this,
Yeah.
we just got him this tonight.
today.
One of the answers.
Oh,
October 22nd is
Okay.
the date from Mr. Williams.
it's
It
not
was
here,
in our
so I
packet
didn't,
tonight.
Yeah.
So he's, two of his recommendations, and I know we had the discussion already about the capital fund, the capital budget doesn't affect what we're looking for here, but it would affect us next year. So I think it's worth, trying to ask the questions. And so on his behalf, he's wondering, about removing from the police department half of the vehicle allocations, as well as, removing police department evidence storage solutions. So that would be 273K for the first one and 250K for the other. So we'd like to talk about what impact that would have if we were to, try to reduce the capital budget by those two
Yes,
amounts.
so I'll start off with the evidence. That one I've actually tried to apply for a grant in the past. That one right now, we have station of the phone in to, that are AEs in and out is full. So we're supposed to be pulling it. Policy says we're actually pulling Sally Port, like the prisoners in and out. And we can't because it is full of, we have motorcycles, we have bikes, we have our deliveries and other items coming inside of there. So we have no room in there because where we were supposed to keep that stuff is full of evidence. So down in the parking lot, right across from that is completely full of evidence. And our basement is completely full of evidence. And we have absolutely no room left for evidence.
Okay.
And besides that, we actually, we have 10 freezers in our basement that is currently, they're overheated and we're getting them worked on regularly because we don't have HVAC in that room,
Right.
in the building. We wanted to, I thought we were gonna do a bigger project, but I think that's future years, that's gonna be extremely expensive.
Right.
So I did not ask for a $30,000 HVAC mini smaller project that we had quote for last year to get air conditioning or venting in our freezers are. And though all our freezers are full, so we need freezer space. Unfortunately, I think we're out of it, so we had to buy another freezer and we don't have a place to put it. So
$10,000.
so long story short is that is the most crucial thing of anything. Obviously, we can talk about the other things, but we are chock out of space and we need space very badly.
One of the reasons for that is that the state changed the retention rates that we had to, so now we can't get rid of evidence. Yeah, we wanted to, one of those unfunded mandates where they have to keep these for 30 years now. And
30 years?
we gave up our break room for store evidence. We just keep losing space in our building to store evidence. That has to be stored for upwards of 30 years.
And Chief, just correct me if I'm wrong, but we budgeted higher than 50,000, ready to cut it down. Right, but
Yes, we asked for storage, freezer, and a training pod, and they got cut from the 700 down to 250 for the freezer spot for now. So you can move some stuff around, so it moves down to the bare minimum what we would like, and obviously next year we'd be coming back and asking for another one,
Okay.
storage.
And then the other one, well, just to finish, the other one that Mr. Williams was asking about was half the vehicle allocations as well. I highlighted them.
Yes, well, obviously, we don't want to, but if that's a decision that there is, then we would do that right now. That was cut down from the initial. We had asked for 13, I think that's down to 9, I think. So that's 1 parking vehicle, 3 patrol vehicles, and 4 detective vehicles.
One evidence down to.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, 1 evidence, yes. So that's, if we had to do half, then we would make do with that, so whatever.
The danger with that is we're talking the ability to buy cars next March or next May. And it's usually about a 1-year process from getting it and getting it upfitted before it hits the streets. The ones that were approved that we purchased this past May, we haven't even gotten them yet.
Yeah, we got one Today, actually, or yesterday.
Or was that from the year before? That was from the year before. So May of 24, we haven't gotten those cars yet, so there's always that lag.
Okay.
Today was pretty soon.
So I'm gonna finish up the shipping. And so, I have a note here, shipping container, is that essential that we want to provide for people to make? Like,
That's in the capital part?
They retrofit, be able to put anywhere, so we're actually, from speaking to the mayor, either locate them in an area of our parking lot that's currently grass, a grassy knoll, or even potentially put them on top of the police department, because it's a flat roof that can stand that weight. Just
Wow.
looking for space to utilize in lieu of building a building or buying a building. So he's, putting on top of the building, is never gonna be it. But we haven't really gone through that vetting process yet.
It's 40 feet by 8 feet, and it would be, this would be a full freezer. It'd be a freezer by 8 by 40 freezer.
Which is more efficient than running 10 individual commercial.
Yes.
They're using less power. It's an investment. It's a lower cost over the time.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, and the importance of this for cold cases, DNA, everything to save rape kits, things like that.
For sure.
Alright, so with the vehicle questions, like in 2020, when we're putting our 2025 budget together, there was a request for 2 SUVs, 3 hybrid sedans, and a hybrid van.
Yes.
Yes. So none of those, Chief, you're saying, have we received these points?
Yep, so on those, what did we actually?
Yes, for the 2025 budget, asked for
Yep.
2 SUVs,
Yep,
3 hybrid sedans,
yep,
and 3 hybrid vans.
everything.
We received some of them.
So the 3 hybrids, those are on order. And 3 hybrid sedans, we actually went with, EVs, we received 1 of those today. And the other 2 are on order. And then the 2 SUVs, we looked to order 1 of those, got the mini bid back the other day, but it's not pulled the trigger on it. And the other one, I don't think we worked that out yet.
So with the hybrids, is that gonna be an increased cost? With the EV, is it gonna be increased instead of just a hybrid versus a straight EV, is what you said that you ordered instead of?
No, so no, they're the same, we stay within the capital, within the budget now, everything's been within the lines that we busted.
So now for the 2026 budget, it's saying we just need 3 more SUVs. So
Yes,
a total of 5 in the last
yes.
2 years, to replace, to,
Yeah, to replace, yeah, so the SUVs that are patrol cars, are frontline cars, so those are the ones that just get, unfortunately, those are beat up pretty heavily. So the ones that are for patrol, those are the ones that need to be, those are hybrids, the SUVs. The patrol interceptors, they're all, those in the getting rid of our Chargers that we had, those are back from 2020 maybe or 2019, I think is our oldest one we have now, so those are all getting phased out. Our old ones are down on Phosphor Ave getting auctioned off.
that's
So,
my next question, what
Yes.
happens to them?
Every time they get auctioned off, if there's something that's semi-decent, in the past we have alternative with other bureaus or other departments, they aren't interested because they're that now, but so they do get auctioned off. Everything that we have is bad, an accident.
When they go into the money goes,
Money goes back into the revenue in not our budget, but there's a line.
general?
General and
Yeah.
No, general.
Okay.
And there's a line that's sale of vehicles.
Yeah, I can see that one.
So you mentioned about parking with some of the vehicles. Can we pass on these same vehicles you're auctioning off to the parks department because of so they're only from about 8 in the morning or 7 to 5? Or
So we did do that. That's typically what we do is we bring them. So right now, actually, we did do that with one of our last vehicles. It was moved over to parking. So we have 2 records. So right now we have 3 vehicles parking. I believe that were our old vehicles, and the other one is an EV. That we had, it was a Chevy Bolt, and the plan was to buy a Chevy Bolt for next year. One of the vehicles in parking is just, I think it's pretty much falling apart. So
I think the conversation about the capital budget, when we did this a day or two, was more of, can we hold off on capital spending because of the situation we're at the moment? We're facing a budget, a proposed budget of 17%, and then fees on top of that. And then this is not gonna affect the budget, it's we're borrowing money, but we have taxpayers gonna have to pay for this in 2027. That's more burden on them already that we're pushing it into next year. So that was the discussion a couple days ago in terms of, can we put these up?
I would say that you can. I would just say that, my only thing would be in the future, I might come back and say that, we need vehicles, and I don't want to keep kicking the can too far down the road, but absolutely, whatever, if the council decides that, then we will live with whatever the council decides. The evidence, I wouldn't do that. Ask you to strongly consider not cutting down. But the vehicles, if you had to cut that in half, I would say that, we will deal with whatever you guys have to do to do what's right for the city.
So right now, we have 3 SUVs, 4 unmarked. So are you saying, I'll say two SUVs and 2 unmarked, and then you still want the parking?
I would love that, but they're doing a very good job for us, and that's gonna actually be the cheapest vehicle we buy. And we're actually probably gonna rebate to you on that, so it would actually be pretty reasonable.
And to keep it, evidence, capture that right away. Open to. Thank you.
No, thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, because, it's good that we have.
Well, yeah, I saw this memo
Thank you
from
for
Carl,
the-
from Mr.
We'll
Williams.
let Mr. Williams know
Yes.
about the discussion and things of that. That's what the whole center of the discussion about the capital budget is because of, we need to get out of where we are right now.
I understand.
And then we need to find a recovery of how we move forward in the 2027 plan. Any other questions on this part?
So I don't want to continue going, but there are 2 more questions that was asked of me, so
Okay.
I don't want to miss out and have to come back. You want to know about towing and impound fees, or somebody want to?
Yeah. So the question was, I just noticed that, I got to see what mine.
Oh, yeah.
But it doubled.
Yeah.
The question was that it doubled, and I was thinking, and I was just trying to figure out, that's line A, 1789.
And A.
And A. So I was just trying to figure out how did we get to doubling?
So we were asked to come up with ways to increase revenues,
And that's the way.
several months ago, and that was just one way.
Good answer.
That is it.
That was simple.
We did renegotiate the contract, which I had more responsibility on, so I don't just double the charge the people that are actually the sheriff.
I have the total numbers.
Is it about the contract we approved a year or 2 ago?
Yeah.
So that is kicking in this year?
It was already written
Oh,
for you.
please. Go ahead.
So you said you double the administrative fee. So who is that it absorbs that? Is it the tow truck owner? Is it the people who are, getting their cars towed? Is it divided between the 2 of them?
People having a car towed, typically insurance companies. Not always, but typically it's on the insurance call for accidents.
Okay, so with the accidents, I understand. However, if someone's getting their car towed because of the license plate readers out and so on, those double fees apply to them as well.
Yes, it's a police request, yes.
Well, okay, if it's a parking violation, I guess it would be a police request, right?
Yeah.
Or if you're caught driving without registration or license on the road, you can't get somebody to take the car. If it's a police request, it's a charge on us.
And the double fee does go to the driver or the car owner or.
Insurance.
Oh,
I
insurance.
think we're talking $35 to $70.
Yes, but it's, yes, yes.
Well, can I go further with that? So what you were including before for the total, for the, total amounts. Those surcharges only were the administrative, it didn't include the impound lot is a totally separate thing. So so I understand how we get to the surcharge for the towing, but the impound lot, is it our lot? Is it somebody else's lot, right?
Yeah, so right now, they can charge, or the tow company charges up to $200 for a tow, and the city gets $35 per tow. And then the impound lot, the tow companies take it back and tow there, and they get up to $75 per day, and the city gets $10 per day. So we would double that to $20 per day, and double the amount of money.
Oh, so we're only doubling the fee for the lot, that 75 doesn't become 150.
Correct.
But in the end, it becomes 20.
So we could either tell them that we want to keep it 75 and take money from the tow company or negotiate that, or say we want to be $85. And then we would just add $10 on the fee from that.
Okay. Thank you.
I thought isn't there like a limit that they can charge per day, like state law or something like that? Like they can't? No? So that's what I was.
Not aware.
Okay, I thought.
Nothing, no.
But either way, $10 and, okay.
I'm sorry, again, I'm just looking at Mr. Williams' sheet, and there was one other one is, which is the, it's 3120, A 312402. And I think he's looking at the, Public Safety Foundation, which in this budget for 2026 is at 10,000 instead of the 25,000 that we used to have. But I don't understand, I guess, I'm not really understanding Mr. Williams's,
Yeah, he's looking at the actual, do we have outstanding invoices in that way, the public safety commission on the events that be happening? I know they have the one in the park, in Borough Park, of all the invoices being paid.
yeah, I don't understand.
Year to date,
I believe they all have,
for that event and all other events.
everything, well, we have not done, after anyone was done with the Schenectady.
You have, I would say Halloween,
Yeah,
events
that's coming up.
We did not do the random.
Don't.
It's donated staff, right?
And we did not do, there's several ones that we did not do, we did not pay for towards the end of the year when the budget, the last couple of months, just when the budget started, or the budget was getting
Oh, actually,
a little tighter, we
just try to consult on the spending.
we were concerned.
okay, you know what, I'm asking, it was the wrong line, Mr. Williams.
He is asking you to use that line.
Yeah, he's asking also.
He's looking, at- but I said the wrong one.
Year to date at 4.5, he's asking for reducing less than 10%.
I said the wrong line, but
Yeah,
he,
Go ahead.
because I couldn't figure it out myself, but I gave you the wrong, it's 402, not 40, I was talking about 402B, the Public Safety Foundation, but
Oh.
actually, Mr. Williams's question is about the administrative expense,
Right.
312402, which the budget, year to date, we've spent, only 48% of it, 48.7K. And in the 2026 budget, it's being reduced. It's not being reduced. And so I think, I don't want to put words into his mouth, but
So from the 2025 adopted to the 2026 for total, it's being reduced by $700.
1,700.
Yeah, 1,700. And so Mr. Williams is asking that we reduce another 25%.
Oh, okay, I
Based
didn't,
on the year to date.
okay, I wasn't sure what his note was. Okay, so he's suggesting reducing it an additional 25,000.
Based on
So I
the year
want
to
to
date.
get your thought on that as well.
that's the administrative expense.
So there's,
It was 25, we proposed 10, we want to go down to 7,500.
No,
I gave you the wrong one, I'm sorry.
It's the wrong.
It's 402, not 402, A, B, or C.
110.
This. We had 42 beer here.
yeah, we got a regular for.
I made a mistake, Chief, so it's really the regular administrative expense. That Mr. Williams Mr. Williams is saying perhaps we could reduce.
One that's 110,000.
Correct.
Yes, he's suggesting reducing it by 25 $100,000, and I think that he's saying that because year to date, which I know these are, don't have all our figures in, but year to date,
48.7.
yeah, we're only at 48.7. So, but again, maybe it's because the last quarter,
Maybe the contracts get renewed,
So I know we just,
Contracts when they're due.
just renewed our copier lease, we just signed, a couple of days ago. So I gotta find out what that is.
I can tell you that historically, I'm not sure if this is still practice, but Commissioner Ferrari had us buy some supplies at the end of the year. And that began on practice prior to the beginning of the year, because we had a surplus. I don't know if that's the practice I'm going right now.
Original request was 123.4 before it was knocked down, but,
oh, okay.
but, I can see exactly what we have coming up due for that.
Hmm,
Oh, yeah, well, that's a big one.
That was, that's our supply.
Yeah, so Hamilton under administrative expense?
Nope, that's our supply.
Okay.
This is our Guardian software, or not Guardian software, our air recklessly, function of a wheel breaker, construction of drugs. Other reimbursements, station, shredded, copiers. So I can get back to you with that when I actually see what we've spent out of that, to see more detailed and see what kind of effect that would have on us.
okay, thank you. Again, Mr. Williams, thanks you.
So the year thing is through October, right?
October 9th.
No, in September.
Oh,
The
oh,
actual that we
September,
have.
because we need the last quarter.
September,
Yeah, no, I get that.
September 30th. Any other questions?
Was one more on my sheet.
Oh, nice, okay.
Keep going.
Just, this is, we really had you're asking about bus patrol. Bus patrol was raising and reducing the numbers. Reduced by 200,000 from last year to this year. So, the answer is to put it in line with what we actually received. So this year to date, as of, the end of September, we are at $250,000. And, we renegotiated with June or July. So now we feel that 400,000 is an actual number compared to
Okay.
600,000. The renegotiation made it so that during the summer months, there used to be a technology fee, we no longer have to pay that, which was eating up all the revenue that we had throughout the summer months. And our technology fee was cut in half throughout the rest of the year. So that really saved us about $200,000 a year automatically, without, and the split is a little bit different now. And I know that we have a lot of uncollected funds. We are also owed $955,000 uncollected funds there, and we're owed about 60% of that as well. So there's about $600,000 of uncollected funds out there. And
On the bus patrol, how much is that, our share?
about 600,000, $50 million out there, about 600,000.
So we have currently $250,000 actuals.
Yeah, we have
Money received,
250 year to date.
$600,000 outstanding.
That over the last 2 years, outstanding. Currently, in the last year, right now we have $147,000. We're between this, depending on 50% or if a lot involved and they go through the on it that we reach 60%, but it's at a minimum 50%. 271 to 360 days, 147,000. 181 to 270 is 178,000. 90 to 180, 70. Less than 90 days is 90,000. Those are uncontested, unpaid tickets. We have people that have contested it and they've lost. And that is $10,000, so we have $5,000.
What revenue line is that, John?
It's,
2610.
so if our
Thank you.
actual is 250,000, and that is like, it's current or the September?
That's current, and that's as of, today, I just got the end of September number, sorry, so that's through September
To
30th.
September 30th, yeah.
I don't have, I won't get, I usually, like, around October 10th, I'll have the numbers through October.
So look at current for September and look at how much you have outstanding, $600,000
What's 356?
that is due to us.
Well, three.
Are there any recovery efforts in terms of that, rather than the law department, but?
Right now, the law department, I believe, they're working on getting, I believe they're working on getting us something.
Yeah, we're working on it, but by the same token, it's $200,000. These are not parking tickets.
Yes.
And these folks, I think the police department will say that people who are getting these tickets are contesting these tickets. These are not $50 tickets. These are, you go on a certain day of the week, and there's bus patrol tickets going on that we're prosecuting. So I think that the figures that the police department has provided are good figures to go by, in light of the fact that we have to deal with, people who are contesting these tickets. As the chief said, $50 is different from $200. $200, it's an incentive for people to contest the tickets if they feel that they have been already wrong. And also, this is not where, we're talking about parking, you're talking about parking tickets about going to DMV. These these don't impact, and this is probably, a deficit in the legislation, that these tickets, these unpaid tickets are not impacting the vehicle when people go to register. So that's, if that was being referred to DMV for unpaid tickets, then people, when their registrations would come out, they would see all these tickets because the tickets aren't to the person, they're to the vehicle.
Right.
This is a lot of work for a lot of departments.
This is
a lot of stuff.
You should be up there because we've got people contesting it. We show people the video. We talk to the people beforehand. That's on pre-trial day. And then even after that, we have to then go to trial with witnesses and documentation. So I think the figures that the police department are giving you are realistic figures, and that, there's a broader issue about bus control, tickets as far as getting that revenue that's for, those tickets where people default, if you will.
In terms of percentage of people getting thrown out.
I can't give you that offhand.
Over the last several months.
I'll have to look. I can't give that figure to you right offhand. I'll talk to the staff in our office who prosecutes the tickets.
If you don't mind, because we would like to look at that to kind of gauge ourselves in terms of what is being a contested ticket from the bus patrol and how much are being thrown out and how much are being challenged.
Right. It is, we're talking about, the amount of, there's police time on these tickets and there's corporation council time on these tickets as well as, so, just managing expectations.
So in those cases where people are contesting, usually they offer like a reduction to.
The trouble is that it doesn't, we have no wiggle room.
Understood. Okay, I got you.
There's no wiggle room.
All right.
So, Mr. Newman, can I just
Go
ask
ahead,
a question? So basically, just to get back to it, the $400,000 is a realistic number.
Yes,
And we should not touch that.
I believe that 4,000 is a realistic number, and I would say that I will keep an eye on it, and if for some reason it starts to, that we are seeing the increase now with the new contract, and it was going great, I would have a problem coming to you next year and say, hey,
$1 million?
I
No.
would come to you and say, halfway through the year, say, hey, if there's something else you guys want to do, where's an extra, it might be at 500,000, you want an extra $100,000 to do something with, but I would say I would keep
we would welcome it.
I would keep $400,000.
But did you factor in the uncollected into this 400?
I did not include any uncollected into that.
So we're not gonna, you should put an estimate towards that, because I'm sure you're gonna collect it over the years.
Right now, I don't know how about to go about the uncollected, and right now, bus patrol is in talk about how they're going to do the uncollected. I think there's possibly, they might be changing the way the ticket process is working so that they may be able to do a civil, a different process possibly, or in a law department, if they have to contest, or it's a lot of people that in order to get a judgment, it's a lot of work.
Because it's a lot of ticket outstanding, $600,000. Does this surcharge added to this?
There's no, right now,
It's like $250 and that's it?
there's no
Over the time.
legislation right now, so in the future, there's potentially we could come to you if there's a process in place to add legislation to this. I don't know if that's even possible with the.
It's the state law.
It's a state law.
It's 200 hours.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that's why you can't, there's no room for negotiations as far as the fleet.
Yeah, because I'm looking at it, I mean, you have outstanding ticket, just like how the company with the delinquent parking, we're making an estimate that we're gonna collect X amount over the next year. I mean, we should look at this too as a potential revenue against the outstanding tickets.
Yeah, I mean,
So I think we can't just leave that zero. I mean, we're definitely gonna get there are gonna be some payments against the outstanding.
Yeah, I would say there will be some, I just don't know.
Yeah, but I think we just need to make a good faith estimate.
I agree, because of the few people.
On which line are you
This
talking
is,
about?
This is the.
But they just said that they thought that the
2810.
400,000 is realistic.
But that
Yeah.
has nothing to do with the
But the
outstanding.
delinquent, which is $1 million out there, 600 of it is ours. So if you think if, 1/6 if you get,
If we get a chart of it,
right,
that's a low,
right.
estimate.
But we just have to balance it out with the
Yeah.
expense of, right?
But
Getting
the
it
expenses
like
are
that.
is already
People
occurring.
gonna challenge it, yes, because sometimes people are not conscious of the, hey, I got a ticket because it's a bus. And I think that, get away with it. Yeah, that, we may wanna consider that, because it's 600 outstanding. So, yeah. Any other question regarding this? Do you have any more questions?
That's one thing.
I was gonna ask you that,
That's all I was asking.
One more thing before you go.
You're never gonna.
Would it be, with regards to the detail and it's, pre-emptive stuff, would it be unfair to say that, if we were to say, okay, 50 details per year, would that be a detail? At the same time, as we do that, we will have to increase the return to match whatever is collected. So right now, we said we spend $25,000 over time for that revenue, 490,000. If we were to say, let's double it and set aside $50,000 for overtime to kind of, to cover those details, will that be a big haul?
It would be, but maybe it could be done, maybe we'll say 50, so we can, maybe that everyone's,
But the thing is that we're putting overtime there, so the officers are aware that we have overtime to cover that. It's not like, okay, we'll go to work, we'll figure out where we pay you from.
I would say, yeah. Yes, yeah, because we had 27 so far this year, and, I think he said 42 was one of the estimates he did for me for next year.
So you say I'm right there at 50,
Right there.
I'm right at 50, yes. Later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we can do that.
I'm thinking heavy on this, so I'll Any other question for, the chief?
So I just wanted to be clear, so if we increase it to 50, and based on the numbers so far, we would get, how much we take in to put against the.
220, it will be like 440,000, but we'll have to take 50,000 out of expense. Minus 50.
Okay, that's right.
So we're taking in revenue, but we have to put some money there, so we can't just take in money and add, topping up the overtime.
So what, I'm sorry, could you just tell me again the line I was trying
That
to?
is 2610B.
And so you're thinking,
But we'll discuss that when we get into the more detail. That is the line, 2610B.
I believe that one page, I could probably mark it to him, this is like the detailed breakdown of the staff level.
That's internal. We try not to clear too much out there, that people know what they know. It's not like you're not hiding it, you're not hiding anything, but it's sometimes.
Yeah, everyone's watching the budget.
We have to limit, paperwork out there. Any other, question? Thank you both so much.
thank you.
Thank you for coming back and, good guidance to help us along. Probably not going in on something.
Make some more money.
Okay. Mr. Mudavarian, you want to take a break?
Yeah, we can, just before we take a break, you have it. Yes, if you don't mind, yes, we need that from you. We'll take a break.
What time do you think we are going to try to have a hard stop this evening?
We'll
Say
go.
it's like 8 o'clock. What time do you want to go in for? I just put to,
10.
oh, I was kind of thinking 8:30, but it's 10
It's
of
8
8.
o'clock.
Split the difference now.
But I would, I know we.
I just am starting to get a
What I
little-
would like to see is, I'm gonna be able to give this for them.
Yes, and that's why I wanted to push through.
Tape, so you can go work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the best thing would be if council give me an email for whatever changes they're gonna do, so then I can put it into an Excel spreadsheet for Friday's meeting
Yes.
or for tomorrow night, maybe set
That is the reason why I said we're going a little bit
So we should
tonight,
probably,
because I wanted
go
to.
line by line then, right?
Yes, no, we, not line by line, we did, what they recommended changes that was submitted to the back and forth. We'll do insert the column in the proposed budget. We'll list it as council proposal.
Right, what we usually do for.
Yes.
general
Yeah.
thing.
And that's what we do.
Right.
Water, sewer, gas.
So all the proposals that were submitted to you, we have them, so we'll insert those into the.
Well, unless we disagree with some of them.
Right.
Well,
From the
that
discussion.
is for discussion Friday. It is
Oh,
for,
well,
it is
that's what
for
I'm
us to
asking.
discuss it, but we want to see where we lie in it.
So what else do we need to do tonight then? If we're.
Well, that's what we need to do. I mean. do
Oh,
the
you're doing that
proposal.
tonight. You're gonna have
Yes.
him go back to his office and give us back.
We have given him.
I'm sorry,
Just so
I'm not
I
understanding.
understand. All council changes will be consolidated into one
Right,
proposed.
the council proposal. Right, right, right.
No.
First.
Let's do it how we used to happen in the past. The proposed budget, we insert a column, we're not doing a separate sheet. We just, list it line by line going down, whichever they propose changes against those lines. We were doing the same thing for the revenue too. So we maintain the mayor's budget. As is, we're not touching it, and we insert a column and we're putting now the council
Council
proposal.
proposal.
So we want a comparison of favorites, and then we have a separate total. Mayor's proposal, city council proposal, and this is a new total.
So,
We will discuss that Friday, then we say, you don't like it, you like it, and then we move forward, and then we talk about it. Because at that point, we need to move forward now, because we're showing papers here,
right, that's right.
and we do not have numbers to actually look at and see where the actual changes need to happen.
So can Barnes get a consolidated email for all changes, so we're not looking at hundreds of emails trying to put everything together?
I mean, I can still.
Well, I mean, we have most of the emails,
I just have to use the rest.
but we just have some more based on discussion here, we're gonna have some more updates there.
It's Michael just said that she,
I can cut and paste all the emails.
Yeah.
oh, wait, is that on?
No, we can discuss this budget discussion. So,
Well, you've got people in the room, so it's really hot.
no, we're not negotiation, we're trying to formalize how we get the report in for Friday. So, because we need to look at numbers and we need to look at, stuff. And it's not a lot of people make recommendations. It's not much thing, I'm gonna make some, I'm not mad at you, I'm trying to find
And just stay in order.
Yes.
Follow.
That's what
I'm gonna go through mine in terms of my revenue, you go through yours in the meantime, and try to see if we can get, some attraction.
So are we done with the revenue part yet?
No, we're
No, we're
not.
about to start it.
I am gonna start with my revenue, and I'm gonna make my recommendation
Got
to the commissioner, and Sam, can you please make some notes?
All right, wait a minute.
We should move on to them back.
Yeah.
What's the word?
You have to take this out.
I'm just trying to.
You have a copy of my email, and I'm gonna go through the email I sent, everybody has a copy of it. Oh,
Yeah. If you don't have a paper slip, thing,
This one, right, John?
yes.
Oh, the second one, it's been there. Yeah.
Sam, you have a copy of this email?
Yeah.
So I'm gonna go through this, and I'm gonna tell you which one I am making adjustments and which one I'm adding.
Okay.
So the first one, I'm keeping it as is.
Hold on.
It's right on.
I know, it's 10:02, I'm just saying. Okay, oh, you starting right.
I'm gonna email that everybody has a copy of it. And then the next one is, A1116, I'm sticking with that one.
Okay, hold on one second, because we're not there yet.
So I'm just trying, I'm gonna put a column that says. So you're thinking of reducing?
No, I'm not reducing, I just put parentheses in there.
Just gonna stay.
It's not reducing.
That reduces like an add.
All these are increased.
All right.
But they have,
Oh, no,
they have
Sorry.
285, yeah, sorry.
Ms. Milner, Mr. Gupta, you start from one revenue up to.
yes. That is a reduction from 2.850 to $2 million, $850,000. That's my recommendation back to the general fund. The A1116, increase that to 300,000. The one I had, waiting on the PD presentation, and I just asked the PD what their estimate is, and they're looking at, 42 details, I asked for 50.
I'm sorry, which one was, by the way, that.
A2610B.
A,
And be more.
I'm sorry, can you say it again, please?
Carmel, would it be wise for you to use the email that I sent to you?
I'm looking at it, I am looking at it. I just want to tell you that because the last one, you just said cannabis.
But I quote the number there.
But it's supposed to be, you said like a different number than what it actually, you said the 300K, but what you really want to do is increase it to 1 million.
Yeah, but it's 700,000 currently.
I just am gonna put the 1 million down instead of 300,000.
No, because she's.
I'm trying to be effective here tonight, because if you're gonna push back and forth like this, we're gonna go.
I'm just trying to understand, I think that you said 300,000, but you wrote 1 million and it's
So
1
what he's
million is
saying-
what.
Plus 300,000 would bring it to 1 million.
I got it, I got that.
Yeah, I know what you're trying to. Yeah,
Increase to 1 million.
yeah.
I put in parentheses, why am I increasing to
I would get away
300,000?
from his sheet, Carmel. Just use your book here and see what's there and how much he wants to.
So one
You gotta slow down.
A1116, increase to $1 million, and that's adding 300,000. A2610B, my notice was to wait on the PD recommendation, I'm sorry, the presentation.
Yeah.
And they're looking next year to have 50 details, they did 27. Sorry, it's 42 details, I asked what would be 50. Currently, they're $219,000 with overtime. So I'm looking to add revenue of 440,000 there.
On which, on line 2610A or B?
B.
B?
B,
You added how much?
440,000,
You're adding that, okay.
adding 440,000 to that line. Plus, and then adding $50,000 to overtime line. So I have to do a little bit of note here. Yeah, so correction here.
Which overtime are you adding? Line?
In the very same,
Police traffic.
this is traffic, so on the overtime on the traffic. Would that be correct?
So, would it be easier if we like increased it all your revenue and then where your increases come in the budget, but
No, but I have to do it at the same time.
you have to?
Yes.
Okay.
So in and out, yeah. This one here, this is the only one has an in and out.
Okay.
Because we're potentially looking at generating more revenue, but it comes with a cost.
So that,
So I
do
have
you
to
know what the
factor
line
in.
number is on the overtime? So I'm just gonna have to look for it. Police department.
Yeah, we could wait to
Overtime.
find it before we move on.
Let's see, so that was one, 2610M, delinquent parking fund, so I gotta go there.
Adding 440,000 here, to 2610B.
Mm-hmm.
And then the overtime line
I'll get it later from.
Give them the line, give them the line.
on the traffic.
We don't have it yet.
Hold on.
I got the 440K.
He's gonna give you the line number. That way you
To add the
got
50,000 for the overflow.
Hold on, that's the one. That's the one.
This is the full fire.
He's gonna give you the line.
How much money is that, 400, what?
440.
40,000.
440,000.
In revenue.
2610B.
Yep, got you.
The police department starts in 3120. Thank you. That's the police department.
Thank you.
Are you,
And it
are
starts.
you saying parking 83320?
That would be under, parking, or that would be under patrol,
Fine,
Parking fine, I would assume it's under parking, but maybe the police. That is opinion on the matter.
would that be under, field service, or would that be under,
He's saying it goes within the parking.
parking?
That's what the commission.
Parking fines, I would assume it's parking.
Yes.
You're not talking
We're
about.
just looking for the expense line. We're
Yeah,
looking
I'm
where
looking
we,
at the expense line.
83320 is parking,
Mhm.
the overtime line is 112.
What was the number eight? What was the number again, please?
got it, I got it.
833, it's on page 38. 83320.
Yep.
And Ken confirm with the police department. Both of them.
So we can always adjust the number.
So we're adding, instead of 12.5, we'd be proposing
Sorry, 320.
3320,112 is the overtime line.
Right.
I'm just looking for the figure.
Yeah, but this might not be the right, this is like parking, like people who will use the meter and things like that. This detail is more like, patrol.
Right. So
This is patrol, that's why I said field
because
service.
they're using,
But he
Yes.
did say those fines of 900, those fines of those 27 details collected are in the 910,000 fines line.
And then,
So I was
just one month.
Yeah.
So I think this has to be in 83122,112.
A31,
22,112.
112.
83122.
112, so that's page 33, everybody.
Right.
Okay.
And right now.
And that I'm asking, for us to add 50,000 there.
We're at 50,000.
Yes.
So adding expense.
And we're adding 440,000 onto a 2610. I got it.
2610B.
If you want to go back to B. So this is 440 plus
Oh yeah, I got that, 910 plus 440.
440. The following, sorry, thank you. So let's move to the next line. 82668. I'm asking for us to maintain the same as 2025, 4.5 million into 2026. And that will be an increase of 1.5 million.
And you just skipped over the liquid parking fines.
Oh, sorry.
The new 2610. And.
Yeah, sorry, let me go back. Initially I asked for that to go up to 230,000. But I'm gonna ask to increase that to 130,000.
It's at 170.
It's at 170.
I
Yes,
think,
no, 170 plus 130.
okay, thanks.
The
So
300.
not the 500K, okay,
Yes,
plus
and not
130.
not the 500K. So that line, I would like to bring it to 130, 130,
300,000.
300,000 instead of 170. Home sales maintain the same as 2025, 4.5 million into 2026, and that's an increase of 1.5. The next one is 83005, mortgage tax. I'm asking, my proposal, this is my proposal to increase that to 410,000.
Increase it by 410,000 to 1.4 million.
That is correct.
It's proposed at 950, so that'll be 450 increase.
Sorry, what is it now?
It's at 950.
That was 990.
No, it's 950.
So is it 410 or 450?
450.
And because it's just like that, but when you get all the way through the end, oh no, they're the total.
So 450 plus 950. And that will bring us to 1.4. Okay,
Now the totals?
yes, now it has some. So based on today's
Oh, you gotta add.
conversation, I'm gonna add more to the sheet.
Mm-hmm.
So A2610N, A2610N, that's bus patrol. I am recommending that we add $200,000 there because we have $600,000 of outstanding tickets. I'm just taking $600,000, I'm not taking a third of it, which is very conservative.
So please tell me that amount again, I just had.
200,000,
So you wanna add to, okay.
yes. So we're adding 200,000 to this line, we can go back to the revenue line.
So what was that? How much are you adding back to that?
200,000.
200.
Back to 600K?
Yes.
So right now it's 400,
A26.
we're gonna plus
No.
200. So
Yeah.
that will bring it to 600K.
Oh, 2610, okay.
Yes, 2610N.
And as in the
Yeah,
exit.
yeah.
The next one, on the SNAP,
Make it 600.
we're asking to add 200,000 there.
Give me your line, please.
31621, right?
That is A2178,
Oh, the CDBG snap.
CDBG A2178. This is revenue.
202.
Yeah, she wanted to keep it. So we'll do 200,000 there on that line.
No.
Alex's.
No, she wanted to keep
the
10,000 out of the.
We didn't even touch your stuff.
No, I know what you're saying, but what you're saying is that she wanted to
No,
keep
I
10.
understand. It's 200,000.
It is 200,000, I wrote it
160
down.
was
SNAP is our 200.
Right, yes. Yeah.
She said there was $202,055.50.
Yeah, but we're gonna just say 200.
Let me finish it, 2,000 is gonna go on. Okay. So that's, SNAP,
Yep.
codes,
What revenue line?
that
next
is,
one, 2170C.
2170C,
Oh, yes, she's.
2170C,
Yeah.
adding 200,000 there.
So that would be 300.
$6,000 on the table.
So that will, currently there is 100,000, so we'll plus 100,000 there too. And that will be 300,000 there on that line. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
here,
So I just have to ask this question while we're doing this. Like, in Ms. Harper's explanation, there was funds that were outstanding from prior years. It's not like we're dealing with, recent stuff. She said it had to be spent.
yes,
So I don't want to get us in the position where like, let's leave a couple thousand over there in years that can expire.
She has to spend the oldest first, so she looks,
That's exactly what I'm talking about.
right, she'll
So
expand that.
so you wanna put the first one in on SNAP, you wanna put 202?
I think we should if we're gonna, if
Okay.
it's gonna expire.
So, sorry, let's make adjustment, 202,
Okay,
okay,
2170A.
And code was 206.
two oh six?
Yes.
Okay, let's make that 206 then.
Mhm.
More funding.
306.
Okay. So that'll be 306. And SNAP is 202 because there's no funding
Yep.
here.
Right.
Okay,
Now I wish I had a completely
All
different
right.
vote then.
are we good?
Yes.
Did we capture? Yes.
Thank you.
Am I missing anything on this
No,
here? No, I have all my.
Nah, did you go over the allowable tax?
Yes, I did.
Okay, cool.
Dropping that by 850,
What you add, 800,
bringing that down to 2 million. And cannabis, increasing that up to 1 million.
We have seven, for the record, we have seven.
Oh,
So I have more information on that if you want to hear it now.
Okay.
Okay, about the cannabis. So we do have 7 that are active. There are 13 entirely.
Approved, but not.
Approved, but for whatever reason, they're not operational. And when they will become operational, we don't know.
Right.
And so in 2025, we had one that opened in April and another one that opened, I'm not sure, but that, they think that looks like that opened in January and also January 9th. So we had 3 open in 2025. We had 2 that opened in the last quarter of 2024. So that's 4 and 1, 2, and then 1 in the third quarter of 2024, and then the one up on Union Street, he opened way back in 23. I didn't realize that it been so long.
Right.
So in terms of capturing the revenue, so we're capturing, you said we have 2 quarters so far, right? Mr. Wolfenau? Right. So one of those was not, the one that opened in April, we didn't really capture what, the first quarter, there was something for that. So they know about it.
I'm not aware of that. We get the percentage and it's broken down and then the county sends us, each quarter. So it goes to the county, then a portion goes to us.
So we don't know which cannabis store gives what.
I don't take that.
Okay, well, on the you can find the OCM site that they didn't open it before 11, so they would not be included in the first quarter revenue, but the second they would, and all the rest of them would be included. So I guess my question is, in raising that to 1 million, it was 850,000, they took it back down to 700. So you think it's reasonable that we can go all the way to, I was gonna go back to only 800 where they brought it down.
I think it's 7 stores.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Okay.
It's 7 stores.
It's 7 stores, but it's not like the big, so that was my concern, it's 7 stores. 4 of them were already open,
Yes.
so that money's accounted for. We only opened 3 in 2025
Page 8.
for Ms. Patrick.
A1116.
Thank you.
Halfway down the page.
Thank you, got it.
So there's 7 stores, but we're capturing revenue from 4 of them for a couple of years.
800,000.
Right. And then the 3 opened in
So
2025.
3 more for 200,000.
But they're already included in some of the revenue in 2025. I thought that's why I wanted the dates, so we can kind of get an idea of like how much we could raise it. So I don't agree with taking it down. I do think it should go back up, but I guess I'm concerned if it goes another 300,000 and we only had 1 sort of account for it.
I thought that went up.
It didn't do it,
No.
they took it down.
They took it down. The
Okay,
mayor's
but-
budget
but
took it
you
down.
just added them.
Yeah, I'm adding it back.
He
So-
is, you know,
Mrs. Moon wants to take it to 1 million. My question is $1 million
too high.
too much? That's my question, because we only have 1 store where that wasn't incorporated in that number. That's my question.
And for the situation awareness, 2 other stores locations were approved by the planning commission. One on upper Broadway, and then there's one the old key bank by the laundromat by the
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Price Chopper. There seems to have been some activity working on that.
Yes, it was.
Yes, they're working.
Yeah.
That's right now, 1610 Eastern Parkway is listed as non-operational but 1. And what was the other one?
The one up on Broadway, maybe Westover Place.
Yes.
It may go by.
That's
West
over,
Shore.
that's man, yeah, that's not wrong.
Westinghouse.
Westinghouse, yeah.
It may be going at, instead of going Broadway for us, maybe doing that little front angle.
Do you know the name of it? Because. No. But so basically. Oh, yeah. 1708 Broadway.
Okay.
Well, but.
Yeah, that's it.
I do want to say, I mean, I've noticed a decrease on Union Street of people in line. I think the same amount of revenue will come in, just, I don't
It's
think.
spreading across, yeah.
It's spreading across. I don't think there's gonna be $1 million, especially with the amount of municipalities that now people go to Amsterdam, it's in Massachusetts, it's in Troy, it's all over. So people were coming here specifically, and I think those first 2 years we were able to capitalize on, but I can't foresee it going up that much.
Let me ask
But Massachusetts had it all the time before we even dreamed about it when I was story.
You what?
Massachusetts had it.
Oh, Massachusetts did,
So it
yes.
didn't affect the sale in Schenectady.
Can I ask a question
Yes.
of our commissioner? Why then did we, when, with the mayor's budget, why did it get lowered? If we have more
Based
stores.
off The local act was the first and second quarter of this year. And it's, you know, it was times in that by two.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
It's around that mark.
Gotcha.
And then looking at these revenue, I just wanted to get a caution that looking at, you know, increasing revenue, when it's right with the marks.
Mhm.
So we don't have these marks from balance. I mean, that's really low currently, so we don't want to bankrupt the city.
Mhm.
No, that's why I think we should increase it back to what it was, even in anticipation of the other stores opening. I'm cautious about it.
So can I just ask a question about process here, or because, so John gave what his recommendations are we gonna go to do each one of his, or are we gonna give?
Each of
No,
them.
Each of
no,
us,
we
if you
just
have
went
others.
Okay, because we're talking about Canada. Okay.
Everybody's proposal and documenting it so that the
Okay, so we're still
the
working on
finance
that.
team can have a path forward because we need to get numbers and look at real numbers Friday. And not look at these papers and.
So just to, John, would you consider not going to $1 million on that one particular?
Let's put it there.
Oh, okay.
Then this is what we're gonna talk
That's
about.
what I'm
On Friday, okay, we'll talk about it on Friday.
Yes.
Yep.
I'm sorry?
Yeah.
No, that's not. I just need two more to complete what I have.
Okay.
What I have as note for me, the youth employment, we need to add 150,000 to that line.
But that's budget neutral.
That's,
Yes.
that's not, that wouldn't be in general operating.
Okay.
So that's in the cloud.
We also, let's not use the term.
So,
It's-
I just wanna
it's not the right term to use. And then I also would like to add 40,000 back to the senior program. That's A1989, 499,
$19.49.
page 30.
And
So we
so
want to
make
add
that
that one out of that?
Yes.
Mhm.
We need to fund our senior programs.
You know, I saw it last week at one of the functions, there were over 70 people there, just.
How many?
70.
Really? With a band, not the Rush, the Protones,
St. John.
over at St. John's. I mean, they were.
Was that a special time?
Where is the?
It was 2 years since the
figure in.
Oh, what
program's
line is
been.
that?
Okay.
I didn't even look at that line because it wasn't coming out of the
So
budget neutral.
we need to document that the council is making recommendation for 150,000
Yes.
against the youth line.
Yes.
I know we don't want to use a term that it's in the cloud. We need some documentation to show that this is council recommendation.
Well, he's gonna give us back a new Excel
That's my, I'm
spreadsheet.
asking the commissioner.
Sorry, what was
We would like to document it,
that?
that this is what it, and right now it's zero in the
It
budget.
must be under
Right,
parks,
so that would
but it's
be-
under parks.
Probably documentation through the development department. Since it's not gonna be listed within the general operating. I'm sure she would work with the council, get some language in place. To establish.
You okay with that?
Yeah, because whatever lines that whatever funding source she identified, she'll just have to, might have to be done by legislation, or no, because she said it's already it's already.
It's already,
Yeah, yeah, and it's budget neutral,
she can
so,
do it, she can do it.
yeah, so, yeah.
So we are not gonna touch this document with that one hundred and fifty.
It's not gonna be shown in the revenue and the expenses.
Okay, great, we like that.
Yeah, it's budget
We do
neutral.
like this.
We love that.
Okay, great, so I'm not even gonna worry about where is it in this
Yeah.
packet.
Yep.
Okay, so what was next?
Okay, that is my revenue. So you want to go next, towards the revenue, please proceed. I'm gonna come back on expenditure, but I give everybody an opportunity to go ahead.
So I guess with Derek's explanation, I'm not in favor of decreasing the allowance for uncollected taxes by any amount. Derek, can you with that high importance line?
It is,
I'm sorry.
1002, A1002.
Can you, I know you said it's gonna give us a very simple example, of how that works, why it's there, what it's in there for. Can you just explain a little bit further? Because I'm not in favor of, lowering that at all.
For how we account for it, or is it just?
Yeah, how do you account for it? Where does it end up? What does it work? I mean, I'm not an accountant, but it just, I know why it has to be that.
So you look at the levy, it's basically a receivable, it shows the full amount, right? We book it, it's usually booked at year end, so for example, for 2026, we'll book it in December for whatever tax levies passed. And then we find out usually around March of how much uncollected taxes there are. So even though you see that full amount of tax levy, doesn't mean we're actually hitting that limit. We find out exactly all our uncollected taxes by March, and that's why you see that negative amount of the adopted budget or proposed budget.
Understood.
But my number will factor based on as we increase the collection. Both of them can go at the same time.
Right.
Well, they
One
should.
has to go up and one has to go down.
Well, not necessarily. If
No,
most
no.
people stop paying taxes.
But then we're budgeting in excess of $6 million in anticipation of collecting.
Well,
So
I,
then we need to drop our uncollected too in anticipation of we're not gonna have so much
right, our
negative.
tax levies
Yes.
going
So
up by
that's how my
6
number
million.
is based on, because as we go up, one has to come down. Can't have both on the same path.
There,
I disagree, but
okay.
that's my 2 cents.
So I'm not in favor of decreasing, A1002. A2610, B as in boy.
Okay, so now we have to come up with a new column for Jordan.
Well,
I'm just gonna say-
they've got
They're
that,
documented.
they've got that all.
They're writing it down, just call the number out, please.
Parking fines, so,
So.
I'm.
Which one of the parking?
A 910,000, A 2610, B as in boy.
Mhm.
I'm in favor of raising it 150,000, not the 400,000. Only because at this point, until we get clarification on how we're going to collect these uncollected, whatever, I'm just not comfortable with it. I know, I'm just being a little bit more cautious because of these revenues we increase and we already start off the 2027 budget in a deficit if we don't make these revenue figures. Again, I'm just saying. Bus patrol,
Before you proceed, I have a
yes,
question. I
yes,
just want to clarify that. And I base my number based on the conversation we just had with the chief.
yes,
So the detail that they did for this year, which was,
right,
not overall was 27. They did an internal analysis by themselves and they are looking at 42. So based on the 42 detail that they are planning for next year,
right.
the revenue is upward of that. And that's how I think it's their own number here that's like put together based on the
And
conversation.
minus the 50K.
But that's what it is.
Right, 218
So
minus 24.
220, that's 240 minus the 50,000, and that's the information I received from them. I didn't add anything else on top of that. So
Again,
this is
but
pure,
that's
this is
also
pure
my-
number based on their estimates
I hear you.
that they made.
Your
I hear you.
formula.
Their formula. They didn't factor out, over time, but they did mention that this detail comes with over time. So if we're gonna draw in revenue, we have to actually assign expenditure. And
And
that's how they 50,000, because it's 24 to I rounded off to
And I
25.
wrote it all down as well,
Yes.
but I didn't get the same numbers you did from, AC Whipple.
This is number 218, almost 219.
218.
I rounded out to 220.
Right. I was.
Factor in the overtime.
Wait, one.
Factor out the overtime.
Hold on, just let me review this, so same thing, 218,
Mhm.
for 414 vehicles per plus,
Mhm.
net gain of 130.
And this information is from the chiefs.
Right.
I didn't-
we
I
just
didn't
heard
alter it.
right. So net gain of 130 here, and then they're looking at, year to date, another 138, which makes 200 and, just say 270,000.
No, you have to take the full revenue.
Right,
You can't factor out the costs yet.
well,
You bring in the full revenue and then,
Later in the other
Back
part of the
up, yes.
budget, we'll put the
so the revenue has
expense.
to come in as 100% and then you back. So you can't do both in one line.
okay,
So you're saying,
The
so,
440 here and taking out the
You're taking the 50
$50,000.
and the expenditure over time. That's what I did here. when I-
right, but I'm
Doreen's
still not
numbers different.
comfortable with the 440. And what they're saying that we're going to get was, we have a
It's
net
219.
130 this year, and then if they double that, it'd be a net 260.
No, I think you're mixing it up. No, that
We
is
have
130.
414 vehicles, 24, 27.
That is 220,000 they got.
Times two, because he's saying for the
Yes,
double.
yes, double.
But minus the, I'm just saying the net gain, he said, was 130. So I'm just doubling that for,
6
next year,
months.
which would be 260. So
That's
I'm
right.
not,
That's what I just
so that's
So
why
it can be 218,000 minus 24,000 is not 130.
he told us with.
The 130 is a separate line, is a
Oh, for
separate
6
line.
months for the.
for 6 months, it was
Yeah.
130.
For the
Yeah.
27 details,
So double it.
6 month period, it was
Yes.
$130,604.
And for the entire year, from January to October, 27 detail, 218,000
Right.
And he's saying that we're gonna double those details
next year.
next year.
That's what they have in the
We're gonna
pipeline.
double that revenue, and then he takes the
Yes.
expenditures out of the
Yeah,
overtime.
I'm not worried about the expenditures, I'm just worried about the revenue.
Well, the
So-
revenue
so
is what they, what they provide to us.
218 and 218 is
Yes.
for.
You really say
440.
219,
Yes,
but
that's
I,
why I rounded up 440.
440.
Then factor
And
out.
but what's already on the line is almost a million,
910.
is 910,000.
No, this is not even in the budget. They didn't account for this.
It's right
Yes,
here,
it
it's,
is.
No,
it's
they did not.
2610
He said that,
I mean, 26,
We have to call them, it was included in.
it's,
the
the
chief said
910
that this is
percent
not
of parking
accounted in the
fines.
revenue. This is something new.
AC Whipple said it was in the parking fines.
that's what he said. I wrote it down, 2610B. I wrote down what he said, 2610B.
Yes, and that's what I wrote here too.
But
So it
you're
is
saying
in-
that this is, he's already incorporated this, and you
Yes.
want to add another 440 minus the thing is.
Yeah,
So that's
just
what
say
the
440.
concern is.
This was not accounted for in the line.
Well, there seems that the consensus of people who thought that he did say that, so I guess. we
Yeah.
should pick, yeah.
My question was direct to him.
But we all wrote
He
down
made
a
very
note.
clear that it is not.
So this is what you do. In the scenario that is not there, Doreen, you have one number, in the scenario that it is there, you have another, then we move on.
I understand.
Because they are increasing it next year, that's a plan. So
Right,
we
they're
double,
doubling it,
yes.
which would be 440, but there's already 910 on the line.
Yes.
Let me see, I think I have this number. Can we call them or is that proper?
Why don't we just go through the numbers?
So go through your number, and we can always revisit that.
So again, I'm not, all right, so that's, 2610.
Oh, I thought you were saying something.
So you only want to increase it by 150, I want to make sure I get your number down, right?
I gotta see, what was that?
You said 150. For
Right,
2610B, you want to add
Bus patrol, I'm
150.
comfortable with, Mr. Mudavaren.
Let's make sure Sam has the detail and Derek has the detail together. So that we were not missing anything. So let's get your number, what you're proposing for the parking,
For the parking fine of
150.
150, from the 910 up to 150.
I know the.
150 increase.
Yes,
During.
Over the 910.
correct.
Are we doing anything with the expense line though for time?
We're not there yet, but
Yeah, we
yes,
will,
we
but we're
will
not
have
yet.
to because it will increase the staffing cost.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So bus patrol, what we were about to say.
M is in Mary.
Oh, M, delinquent parking fines.
Oh, that was just that one. Oh, the bus patrol, 2610, N is in Nancy, I'm comfortable with that increase. Of
I'm
course,
sorry, what increase?
What was
Mr.
Mr.
Mayor
Mayor's
put out there, correct,
suggested?
The bus patrol.
right.
So
The
increasing to
news
six,
fee,
okay,
600.
600.
2.3 million, of course, we're budgeting that in. I'm anticipating that. to
Which
be
one are you
higher.
on now, Doreen? I'm sorry, I'm trying to
It's
write as
new.
fast as.
Well, it's new,
Okay,
NEW.
and you're good with 2.3?
Well, yeah,
Okay.
I think that's, all right, A, 2660A. Oh, I missed,
660A.
I missed Carver's
yeah.
recommendation. I will not go above 3 million. She sat here tonight and said that was what she was comfortable with. A 3005,
Say,
mortgage tax,
Mortgage tax.
3005, only 200,000. So how much is that? I only wanted to be 200,000. Oh, increase to 200,000, so 950 plus 200,000.
Is
A.
sort of around where Mr. Mudavera is
305.
saying.
Right,
950 plus, I don't know, I need a total. 950, sorry, it's very
No,
late
then-
here right now.
No, this whole thing is to get,
It's gonna
is to get,
come.
Mr. Toro.
I know, I'm just trying to write it down
Information over-
myself, but
all right, 950 and 200 is a 1.050.
one
Right,
point.
so-
They gotta, just give them, yeah.
All right,
Yeah, you got it, you
I
got it.
honestly think that, the casino, A3089, I really want to increase that revenue
How much are you?
by 5. I'm thinking 500,000, but I don't know.
No, go ahead, put it on. This is where we can start to flow the numbers. So that's why I wanted to flush it out and see where it lands.
I mean, we have a lot of things going on in the city. A new hotel coming up right there. The event center, and granted, people say they're not gonna come to the event center, go to the casino, but as a casino goer,
I agree with you.
there's more weddings going on there. Anyway,
No, yeah, if you don't mind, can you give us the A number for that? So,
A
Sam,
3089,
and that's
H.
revenue?
H is in Henry. Yeah.
H30.
A3089H. Casino, it's right here
But Mr.
on this
Miller,
page, 12.
There you go, yeah.
and so question around this, when I asked you about that, you said that was something you couldn't touch because it was a formula that was
Well, that's what
already
it
worked out. So I think everybody needs to hear that
Mhm.
before we try to make conclusions.
That's what we've been told, that we can't touch the number, there's a formula.
Yeah, but
I
we
think
don't know that.
America, we touched on that too, that there's a formula, but we don't have a concrete fact of saying, yes, there's a formula on that.
And that was the question.
Because sometimes it goes up, it keeps going up every year.
But
It
it's gotta
keeps
be,
changing, so.
yeah, so what is the basis for it changing? How is it increasing? Because I asked that question, we said
More,
Visitors.
more visitors to the casino, drive up our revenue.
More events, more hotels.
Yes.
So that means our revenue is based on what they take in. So
Yes.
what is the formula? Then that means there's a formula. So what is it? Because that means we're anticipating more people coming. And therefore, there's a formula, like if instead of having, I don't know how many people go there, 50,000 last year, we're gonna have 75,000.
Direction, something that you can follow up with us.
yeah, it's
Friday.
I can see it, but, finally.
But can I just
But
ask,
it's broken up by, municipalities.
Right, they get
We
something.
won essentially the bid, I believe.
We get the
so-
short
We did.
end of everything.
And then the concessions was that we received the full amount.
Right,
yes,
and
I
so
remember that.
I'm not disputing your amount, I just wanna make sure that we're basing it on something concrete where we can get there.
so
we
is
can
this a
look-
time that we can ask a question
Yes.
of our commissioner? So my question is, listening to everything that I just heard from my three colleagues, why then, I'm going to say, so where did we get the 4.1 proposed fee in the mayor's proposed budget?
That was also based, via conversations with the county.
Okay,
So their numbers in line 4.1 for the city as well.
okay,
Yeah, because the
The
year to
same
date
is
is 2
for
million.
sales tax.
Yeah, no, I got all that.
Off conversations with them.
So, no offense to the conversations, can we see something in black and white?
Okay, good.
Just we'll carry through your number, hold the numbers there as the proposal.
Okay, and
We'll
then,
follow up and see where is this formula or where is this narrative that's saying that this is our.
I'm gonna be very cautious of the, CDBG money on A2178 and A2170.
wait a minute, hold on a second. I gotta go back to it.
Only because I would like to hear from Commissioner LaFawn and Mr. Quincy as to if they have anything in the pipeline going against that kind of money. I don't know.
Yeah,
Well, I'm thinking if they have it back in 2020 with some serious information going on.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So if I may, that the director was very clear, this money is not being drawn up, this money is available there. It needs to be spent by mid next year or next year sometime, and if it doesn't, we are.
I have no issues with that, but
So
what if
the
all
whole
of a sudden
idea was
tomorrow,
to-
we're gonna put through all these invoices and then we have nothing for this year?
Again, I
this
think that our
past year.
commissioner would be able to kind of tell us that if there's unpaid invoices against that line for
I'm
this
happy
year.
putting it in, I'd just like an explanation.
So, I think, in my opinion, we got the explanation from Ms. Parker, however, if there's invoices, Mr. Gugamo, wouldn't you have it? If there's invoices that have been submitted?
They would be in the system if
Yeah.
they hit our
We
test.
have that
Right, they'd be
report.
part of that open PO report.
Yeah, we have that report that you gave us.
So you say it would be actual stock as in process, they would get documents, and then you get the documents from the public.
You gave us a list of open POs, and I didn't see any significant amount there from,
What I'm sensing from Ms. Carver, presentation, is that this money was set aside for salary, and they were supposed to document every aspect of their work. I am thinking that, it's too much of a work for the department, so they decided to draw them directly from the salary line instead of, submitting it. Yes. I would take her recommendation
I'm happy
and
putting it
suggestion
there,
that to
but I
put
would
that
also like
money
an
in there
explanation.
and to reduce, the
That's a
cost.
good question. That's interesting.
An explanation of why they haven't used the money. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
I mean, I think we all-
why, or do they have anything they're gonna put forward?
And the open POs.
but if this money's back in 2021, did they really reach back that far and get that?
Well, they can if they put invoices in, I don't know.
It's
Well,
still
that's what-
providing money, if, it's still available money before it has to be, it's no.
It's available, spent it, have they moved it, or the ones that they were trying to spend it against, have those lines already been paid, it's right.
Based on
But
the
Mr. McGrath
government's
used to pay
commitments that they have.
They already got
They have
paid.
not,
This employee already got paid, even if salary line.
exactly.
But this money that was left because we didn't do our due diligence, so to tap into the.
She said she-
You talked me into it.
She said she's comfortable.
So-
She
so
said she's comfortable, but ask the question.
Yeah, no, but that's the question. No.
I'm sorry, but we got into another place. How much were you talking about increasing that casino license fee by?
Oh, 500.
Fine.
I'll write it down.
No, I like it. Please, this is
We are
where
kind of going back and
This
forth.
is where we need to make.
Could you tell me again what the casino line number was?
I know. Yeah, and-
Mamma mia.
And I just realized I'm gonna do the same thing.
Anyway,
I gotta
all
find
right,
it.
I guess I'm.
Casino
comfortable with
line
the
is on
202
page
and the
8.
Please, Miss Toro has the floor.
All right.
I'm just trying to write down what she's saying.
Well, hold on. She's trying to follow along, so she's asking the page number so she can understand what Mr. Toro is saying. So
Oh.
that's what I'm trying to do is give her the page number, and I gave her the wrong one. So if you
Yeah.
give her the
I
page
got
number.
Mr.
Cannabis.
Mr. Toro called it the A number,
Yes,
and then we just jump to the page.
yeah, I'm sorry,
And then
maybe I'm
follow.
going too fast, but,
If we're gonna have a side conversation while Mr. Toro is talking, we're not gonna get anywhere.
and A 1989 for seniors, I'm definitely in favor of finding $40,000 somewhere to put it back in the.
A 1989.
Again, like I said,
I don't even see
it's
that on.
invaluable,
$4.99,
you know,
that's
The-
$4.99.
the Hibernians, I'm sure we've been there, Porterfield, Purcell. These people go, they get a good meal, they don't have to worry about dinner for like $4 or $5. The rest is funded through us and through Catholic Charities, who runs the program outside of the Hibernian also. I think it's extremely important we have something for our seniors, at least it's a little, it can't be like huge, but what we like to offer them. Yes,
Did you, say anything for 2178 and 2170? I haven't found it.
yeah, 202 and 206, since I guess if they've already taken the money out of
So,
general
I'm gonna
fund
give up.
and spent it, but I
gonna
just
give up.
don't understand.
and not utilizing the CDBG, they utilize other source of funding.
That bothers me, but.
Yeah, yes, it does. And that's what kind of like, is it more like this outside here that we need to know?
I'm gonna have to
Well,
wait
she
till I
did
get
say
your,
Roberta.
I can't keep up
There
with
is.
it.
Did all the paperwork. And she's not there, and no one's doing the paperwork, and it's all gotta be documented way up there with funding.
It's the person who retired,
So-
that wonderful.
So I'm done, who's next?
Who would like, Ms. Patrick, would you like to go?
No, I'm not even, I'm just listening and I'm gonna wait till I get my document on Friday back from Mr. Ugamak.
So are we're not making no recommendation?
Do you have anything additional?
I'd have to go line by line,
Just go back
So please,
You want to throw something
but
in?
Marion's,
so the allowance for uncollected taxes, you want to keep it the same
Yeah.
budget. Cannabis excise tax, what was that? I missed that one.
Cannabis,
Are you keeping that the same?
no, I was hoping
oh,
that.
the wrong. I can find it now.
Sam, did you,
Cannabis,
can you share your notes with
You didn't have anything. for
Cannabis, she didn't say, Doreen didn't say.
116,
It was 700,000, I didn't touch on cannabis.
No, you didn't. Mr. Mudavaren said, let's put it at 1 million.
Right,
John sheet.
you're right, let me see. I definitely, since, year to date, we're almost there, so I guess I'd like to add $100,000 to cannabis. I don't think anymore.
So DD, 800,000.
A 1116.
No, I'm just putting DD for you, 800K.
I'm sorry, thank you, Sam. A 1116. I'm sorry, I'm very conservative. I don't know how we're gonna make it work, but you're seeing.
Are you finished the note, Mr.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Patrick,
I
Any
need to
recommendations?
be last because I want to hear what everybody else is saying. So Ms. Porterfield would be next, right? If we go around the
Maybe
table.
going in order.
Are you ready?
I called on you to make any recommendations that you have.
I'm not ready to do
She's
that.
not ready. Ms. Porterfield's ready.
Yes, I am ready.
Thank you.
All right.
I like it.
I'm not sure.
Ms.
Did they submit?
Porterfield, you going?
It's
Thank you.
I'm not sure.
You have it actually.
I know you do.
Here it is.
I got it.
I got it. It looks like, well, I can give you mine if you want. Okay.
Oh, no, there it is. Okay. So yes, I'm ready.
So she's starting on cannabis.
I am starting to understand it. So,
Okay, there we go. I got it. 1116.
so I wanted to include the line 1116, I should have put the lines in my email. The cannabis line, I wanted to increase that by 100,000 based on the opening of new sites in 2025. However, now that Mr. O'Brien has said that we have 2 more that were approved.
Yeah.
I'm willing to go up to another 50,000 on that, so to increase that by 150,000, line 1116.
Yep.
Because now we have 2 new stores open. All right. I apologize when Ms. Carver was here, that I should have had it from me. She explained to me, and Mr. Mudavaren, could you tell us what the demolition line is for expenditure?
It's a contingency, it's E.
Right,
It's
contingency.
89, I don't know the option code offhand, but it's under contingency.
All right,
So the $400,000 demo is under that?
I'm looking.
under contingencies.
Yes,
So-
it just says 400,000.
So what Ms. Carver said, and we can definitely double back with her on this, but we were having a conversation, and she said there is CDBG money that is allowed for contingency, for demolition.
Demolitions, I think she talked about that.
Right, so we can be offsetting that number by what's available in CDBG, and I apologize, I didn't answer that question. We need to know what that number is, and how much we put against the 400.
Use the CDBG money that is.
400,000.
Can we have that as a question, please?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify too, in past years, history-wise, it's not only demolition, so it's things that come up, the city is unforeseen, unaware of, and that will be another one.
So that's why it's called
But
contingency.
It's
majority, that so far, the last couple of years, have been demolition.
Okay,
Right,
So there
so,
are other items that do come ahead of the line, depending on what happened in the course of the year.
so what I think we should look at is how much we've used in demolition, how much is available in CDBG, and reduce the line by that.
Okay.
Because when I know when we were discussing that line, it was very clear that demolition is the large part of it. If
so,
it's available money otherwise, we should get it, and I guess I can text her, but she might not wanna hear from us for some.
No. We'll follow up with a question. Ms. Michael, can you please, take it by notes on that?
It would be good if we knew the number.
Proposal,
Oh, we do, it's like 19.
contingency,
Mr. Williams put it on to reduce.
A 1989, 485, contingency, page 30.
Page 30.
Right, and then year to date, right now, we did talk about this is $282,501, so. We haven't even spent. We might get to 300.
There it is, 1989, 485.
So,
So what do you want that to be? Mary?
I'm sorry.
so I wanna know.
Or Marion, I'm sorry, yes.
I wanted to know how much we have spent, well, I know how much we spent, what I wanna know is how much was essentially for demolitions used out of this, how much is available through CDBG? I'm sorry?
No, sorry, go finish up.
And how much is available through CDBG, and we could reduce that line, maybe not exactly the amount, but to some level of that, because if there's money that we could spend from CDBG, and take it out of there, we wanna have it here. So,
Yeah,
I don't know.
before you proceed, Mr. Cora has a.
I did have decreased that line to 100,000.
Increase it or decrease?
Decreased.
Decrease
That
it?
same line?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay, I have
So you want to
300.
decrease that line?
A 1989, 485, contingency.
Down to 300,000.
It's on page 30.
Surely, so that is Mr. Cora recommendation. Okay, thank you.
So I may, depending on what Ms. Carver has to say, might be
Decrease by
more.
how much?
But,
I decreased by
100,000 to 300,000, right, Doreen?
Yes, so we're back at 100,000.
lower by 100,000, so I'll make that a mission. So for me, I would have to see how much Ms. Carver said that was available for us to be able to do that,
Mhm.
and maybe get lower even more, and also.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So there's a question I'm gonna be emailed from Ms. Carver.
Right. I don't need to go over what other people said, but I did want to, well, I
It's
read
good
it here, but I wanted to add that, oh no, we're not doing this, we're not doing that yet. How much we're spending. I wanted to use the maximum fund balance allowed to minimize tax increases, including, I understand, the contracts that may be outstanding. So I'd like to know what that number would be.
That's
Well, I'll write this again,
executive session.
Unassigned funds.
unassigned funds. What that
We
number,
have, well, 6.1 million minus 2 million budget, so it's 4.1.
right,
And you know what? I forgot.
I didn't say all of it, I said the maximum, so you said, so there's
I mean,
100.
if the council wanted to use all of that, they could.
I didn't ask that, I just not what I asked. What it says is the maximum, when I say maximum fund available, okay, maybe we should expand on that, that doesn't, that we have to have, like you said, 15%. So get us to the 15%, what's that number?
Well, 15% of the general operations budget would be your number.
So yeah, I would like the number, and then we could, subtract out, you said, for the 300,000 for one contract,
And 600 for one and 250 for the
But we
other.
should, isn't that an executive session kind of thing?
Why?
Because
Why?
they're still negotiating those contracts.
yeah, but we're just,
Oh, okay, okay.
general.
Just a guess.
He said it yesterday, just a
Okay.
guess.
So,
600,
so
250, I think it's more.
15% of the operating budget of 26 for under would be 18 million.
All on site, we need 18 million, and on site,
That's just 15% of it.
and all on site,
I'm sorry.
we have to have 15 million. So when's the last time we had that?
We had 12 million last year until we used half of it.
So when's the last time we had 18? I mean, in 1 year, I'll just, in 2011, the mayor said there was gonna be 75,000, and he was okay with it. So let's ask him if it's okay with it again next year. Now, I'm trying to go that low, but, so 18 million has to all be unassigned, it does it's not.
That's 50% of the general pool.
Mm-hmm.
I think I gave you a packet from, OSC.
Office of Control.
Said there's an example of 15%.
Right, and there's also an example there that says that, 2 months of expenditures is also what you could base it on, since we don't have our own policy.
Yeah.
So there's more than one,
I think the lowest is 5%. And then there's highs over 15%, so it fluctuates.
well, think we're gonna have to use more of our fund balance, so I'd like to see us be able to use what we can to get this to a place where we're not, first of all, exceeding our tax cap and also having a rate back. So that's, and I think everything else that I have, I did the cannabis, right? With Mr.
Yes, you do.
You said that, increase the cannabis line by 100,000.
There was something.
150.
Yeah,
Oh, 150?
That's
That's
board meeting
150.
recommendation.
After Mr. O'Brien said.
Oh, you changed, okay, to 150, okay, I probably voted on my budget.
So.
So
That,
Proceed.
so I think that's it for the
revenue.
The revenue side.
revenue side.
Do you have any expenditure you wanna touch on? or-
Yeah, I thought we were doing.
Revenue?
Okay.
So,
So, just going back to fund balance, do you have a number over the 2 million that you're looking to utilize?
No, I don't have any number. I'm saying to you, what is the number that we can use? You say we need to have 18 million, would you have it happen?
No. Yeah, there's they're in the package. Saying, some about that, 5%, 15 would be above.
Right, but we don't have a policy, so that's what I'm saying. We don't have a policy, right? We don't have a written fund balance
I don't
policy.
think it's there, but that's what I found out.
Okay, all right, so we're kind of like, I wouldn't say yes into development if we go out there. So I would like us to not be able to increase tax 17%. So I know that you want us to have, I don't know.
Well, you all want.
What did you say? What did you say?
Somewhat of a cushion.
So
That's right.
The uncertainty.
For emergencies.
So, and some of this for me is gonna be based on how much we can recapture here with all the different revenue changes that we're gonna be doing, then how much we will need out of the fund balance. So I would like to use the maximum. We have to put these two things together. Are you following me so far? So we have to put these two things together, how much we can increase our revenue, which has been some pretty significant, I think. And then use our fund balance to make up for that, so that we're not being that's my goal, I'm just let everybody know. That is my goal, not to exceed the tax cap, and to also not to have a 17% tax increase. I don't wanna say a percentage right now, I'd like it to be zero. Don't. So I'd like to know from you what number you comfortable with fund balance.
2 million.
So we're gonna
What's
No, I'm
already,
saying
the
2
2
million.
million that's already in
Oh.
this budget is what you're comfortable with?
Yes.
That's what I'm, okay.
Okay, so it's got 2 million, remaining 2 million is all we should spend.
Correct.
Well, okay, I'm not agreeing with that. And
This
then
past
don't have a
year,
lot left.
we're
We don't have a lot left. I
basically
mean,
50% of our fund balance
We have,
for this year.
No.
no, just like, that's true.
guys, let's.
So right now, it's 3 million left.
No, there's 6.1, we're utilizing two
Right.
proposed, there'll be 4.1 available.
Mhm.
Depending on union contracts, that might be drastically changed.
Then let's say, use a million, okay, the median number. Fund balance, I would say that.
It's 3 million, so.
No, it's.
Plus, well, 3 million, 2 plus the 1
Two,
million.
the two that's already in there.
Okay, I'm like, wait, don't say I trust you. But bankrupt say I do that.
So, can you put that in the notes also?
Yes.
Plus $1 million from the fund balance under Ms. Porterfield recommendation.
Which brings us down sort of, I know we can't calculate it because of the contracts,
it's a 2 million
that would leave us 3.1.
3.1.
minus contracts.
So say 2,
Oh, right.
maybe less.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Do you have any more
Well,
on that? I'll move to,
let's see.
Mr. Farley and then,
So just like, kind of finish up on this conversation that we all know, we all got the email that Brett gets to the building. So, so just to finish up on the conversation in terms of the fund balance, hanging out there, is my intent is that we would be that, but we would be looking at, again, our pilots so that we can start and raising that function again, or to, and we have 2 weeks, 1 expiring next year, 2 expiring the following year, so that we can start, building up on fund balance. So.
Thank you. So yeah, Mr. Gillen's letter that he did send to us, I think it's appropriate that I read it. And I do want to make a note that the one expiring next year for, State Street, what's the address there? I know.
Let's mention that.
Well, the one expiring next year, I'll just give you the date.
Yes, please don't mention the address.
Well, the one expiring 2/28/26, that came off of pilot already.
The one going on to what? It came on what?
It already came off this year. Can you just bear with me?
Then why would it came off, then why is it on here like it's going to come off?
I know, it's already come off.
Well, wait, and how would you know that?
I spoke, after we received this email and all these, pilot, things from, Mr. Gillen this morning, which was the first time that I've got to see him. I did reach out to, our assessor and, receiver faxes to go over, the pilots, exactly how they work. Each one is so different. Each one is individual. Some years, sometimes they start out with no taxes, and then after 3 years, they start paying taxes, and most of them have to increase 5% until they're at full rate. But
So let me,
Mr.
before you start that, because I see what this is going. I started talking about pilot quite a while ago. I started talking about pilot quite a while ago. There was an email sent which we all received, and I followed up. I made it clear when we started this budget process that I'm not trying to get pilots to it's not for this year's budget, but moving forward. So if there's an implication that there's information that you're not receiving, I made it clear that I've been talking about pilots and I've been talking to the assessor's office about it. And so until I'm ready to proceed with it's at in place, I don't feel like I need to give it out there. You have it now, that's fine, only because people asked for it. So this is something that I've been working on until we came to a final thing and waiting for the other information from Ms. McElroy. We would have gotten it. We're here now because it was asked that Mr. Gillen come, he couldn't come, and this information came forward. So just to be clear about all of that, in terms of that you not having it or somebody not having it. Again, how many times have I sat at this table and said, I'm looking at pilots and I'm asking for information about pilots? So this doesn't impact this current budget. It impacts going forward in my mind, and that's what I was working on and looking towards. So I just want to make that abundantly clear.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, that's absolutely clear. But after last night's conversation, I thought that maybe there was one pilot that might affect next year, but they've already pulled up. So Mr. Gillen wrote, and I think we owe him an explanation. Good morning, I have a Metroplex board meeting this evening at 5:30 p.m., so I cannot attend the council meeting this evening. We sent the council a report on pilots on August 4th. We sent an updated report on 9/24 to Council President Porterfield and offered at that time to discuss any agreements. I have had no responses from any council member to either pilot or report. Please note that the pilot report shows that 25 pilots put properties back on the tax rolls that previously were tax exempt and paid zero in taxes. Please note that an additional 27 pilots allowed vacant buildings or sites that paid nominal taxes to generate new revenue. One council member at your meeting mistakenly said that the county attorney is involved in these agreements. That is not the case. There is a formal process that governs the adoption of any pilot, including a public hearing, public notice, and approval at our meetings, which are televised and are all open to the public. I would be happy to attend any future meetings and review any questions you have. These agreements have been powerful new revenue generators for the city, and we are very proud of our role in dramatically improving the city and its tax base. Many other metro projects like the casino do not involve pilots, yet generate millions in revenue for the city. When I sent the information back in August, I was hoping that I might receive some feedback, but have received none to date. I am always willing to available to discuss any questions. Ray. And in response to that, and speaking with my assessor today, I did find out that a lot of these pilots on here, especially certain kinds of pilots given, and since I can't mention them, are looking for money, and the money, the city can't help these individual businesses because of a rule called 45B under the business law. So anyway, that's why Metroplex steps into a lot of these properties that have a pilot to help out the city to increase tax revenue, housing, and everything else. So I just thought that we needed to at least respond to what we all sat here last night and talked about, the pilot, so.
And there's more to that, and so furthermore, and I think I also mentioned, I was in touch with Ms. McElroy, and she was developing a report, and she said it was gonna take a while, and so I talked to Mr. Holding since we want to discuss all of this. I talked to Mr. Holding and asked about, getting the actual pilot, agreements. And she said, and he said, you get that from Ms. McElroy. So I asked for it. She told me it's gonna take some time to put together. So I'm not going to give like half information, it's like, okay, or, and not have all the information for me. Say it again, I was working on this, and didn't say it, and maybe nobody was listening. And in terms of pilots, because we need to take a look at that. And, if there's another report that I received, that there's something called residential pilot, so I'm not gonna get deep into it. But there are pilots where people are paying, based on the particular, development that the person who moves into it, and I guess they're buying them in these particular ones, that lowers their taxes. So I need to get some clarity on how that works as well. And if you wanna ask Ms. McElroy or Mr. Gill about that, you can. But there are people who own or buy these condos that are being built. And so the pilot passes on to individuals like where you were out, and we have gotten that. So I would have to say, maybe there's no businesses that get it, but there are some residential pilots. I'm trying to get clarity on how that works.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Work, you finished? Mr. Party, can you go through your recommendation?
Relatively brief. Okay, so first line is A1002, uncollected taxes. I'm aligned with Mr. Mudavar's suggestion, reducing that 850. You said 800,000, right? But I said 850.
He said 850.
Oh, you said 852.
He went
So
to 2
850.
million.
That's fine, we're close.
That's
He
okay.
wanted to go to 2 million.
850.
Yes, wanted to go to 2 billion, which would, that would show back up in our general fund, okay?
I'm sorry, you're one.
Sure, A1002.
Oh, okay.
So it's just that one's kind of weird because it's like a reduction there. It's okay. Okay, next line, A116, that's the cannabis tax. Based on the conversation here, I would feel comfortable adding 150,000 to that.
You know what? I'm sorry.
Sure,
What did you
no
say? Well,
worries.
you said 2 million for the first one that you were talking about, right? I'm sorry, I'm losing track here.
It's okay.
For A1002, you're saying
that we should reduce that
to 2
number
million?
to 2 million.
Okay, thank you.
Yup,
I'm sorry.
which
Now
would be a
for-
net, or would be a gain of 850,000. Okay? Okay, moving on to cannabis, which is A116. I feel comfortable increasing that based on the conversations here tonight. I feel comfortable raising that $150,000.
To 850.
Okay, and now I'm gonna go to the fines parking. And so after the presentation, there's a caveat here because I think we need to understand, I need to be clear on if that is already included in the existing budget or not. And if it is not, then I $440,000 based on the formula, that's just strictly based on the formula that the chief talked to us about today. And if not, then I would be, looking to increase that 220,000. Sure.
Before you proceed,
Mm-hmm.
if you look at the 2025 estimates on the 26 parking. 2025.
What page are you on? Just because I was going off the email.
Page 11.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute, I'm on the wrong one.
Page 11?
Yes.
Oh, of our regular budget.
So 2025, we're carrying 910. They rolled the same number into 2026 because they did not factor in the new program that they're doing. This is a new program that just started.
Okay. So
That's what my understanding is. So
sure.
So the 910, they expect to do the same, 2025, 910 into 2026. But because of this new program, it's increasing the revenue.
Sure. So
No, I just want to clarify. If you look at
I hear you.
2025 and 2020, it's the
Yeah,
same
yeah,
number.
it's absolutely
It
so.
didn't increase from 910 to plus 910 plus 400.
So I guess my only question then is, they gave us, see, I'm adding that 440,000 based on the formula that you gave us, that you've given as well. But they told us that is what created this program that they're doing, gave us the 220,000 to begin with. So if that's the case, then I would wonder where they would get that information from. You see what I'm saying? So in other words, they're saying that it's 910, but if they didn't include it, then they were just telling us numbers that only they know, is what you're saying.
That's correct. That's what the sheet is.
Okay.
They have an internal proposal. This is what they intend to do.
Certainly.
To increase revenue.
So for my numbers, I would agree, and based on the formula, because that's the number I got too, up to $440,000 in the case that it's not included. If we misunderstood it, then I would be subtracting that in half.
So you think, just
Sure.
to keep me,
Mhm.
so you're saying, does the 910 include the 440? Is that what you're saying? That's
No.
what you want to know?
Yeah, so I want to be really clear as to if this new program, because the increase is based on the program. They're saying that this many sessions equal $220,000.
Right.
Mr. Motivarian understands it as, yes, that's correct, but that's not reflected in this existing budget. So, and he said, so let's double it, which would be 440. However, if it is included, then I would say, and we double it, then it would go to 220s, not to 440. So my contingency is if it's there, if it's included, and we double it, then add 220,000. If it's not included and we double it, then add 440,000.
So do you know the answer to that?
He doesn't, because he has a different, there's been.
I could send an email to the chief
Okay,
and clarify.
Sure.
And go from there.
Thank you.
The simplest.
Yeah, so I just thought the easiest way to do it was just give my numbers in both case
Yes.
scenarios.
Yes, I think you're right.
Make notes of.
Sure. Okay, and so then I'll go, I'm just gonna go around different at now. For our CBDG money, so my understanding is 200K, that's line A1621 is where we'd be adding that money. So when I say adding, we would be adding this money to that line, meaning that the money that's in the existing line now would go back to our general fund for 200,000.
Okay,
Sure.
are you saying, are you revenuing, or are you?
that sounds like an expense, right?
So no. So to be clear, I'm talking about what Ms. Barber presented with us tonight.
Mhm.
She presented us with 200, I believe it was $2,000 in one case. And,
200,000.
huh?
You said 2,000 to 200,000?
Yeah. And then
Oh,
the
I got
next
it right
one
here.
was $206,000, if I'm correct.
They were both 200 and 200.
They're
Oh,
both two.
No.
One was 209.
Snap is
I can't even read my own writing.
Total is 208.
So you give me your read again down to there.
First one, A to 2178, was 202,000.
Mm-hmm.
And the second one, A 2170C, was 206,000.
Okay, correct. That's what I got. So,
Okay.
sure. So So I'm suggesting that, so that would be, we can't just add that to revenue. In order for us to access that fund, we have to put this 202,000 into line A1621. And then the money that's existing in that would go back to our general fund.
It's not A166, but I think it would have to go to an, you have to put it into an
You're
expense.
increasing these revenue lines by the house, Ms. Carter stated.
Okay, I guess I'm doing the math because she said it had to be in this department in order for accesses, but that's more operational stuff. So
Yes.
I would just add those to the line.
Just add it to those
Sure.
2170A.
Yeah, so I would increase the revenue lines about 202,000 in one case and 206,000 in another, right?
2170A, I think you wanted to do 202.
Mm-hmm.
And 2170C, I think you're saying 206.
206, that's correct.
Okay, I just want to write that
Sure.
on my paper.
Gonna move on to the next one.
Yeah, please.
Okay. Listen, man, y'all got to calm down a little bit. All right, though? I'll make
So,
sure.
Are you gonna invite dinner for us?
No, man, I just,
206.
I'm sorry?
You're not using your email. Some of us don't.
No, I'm not using my email. I'm just using my, yeah.
Do I'm not. Email.
I'm almost done, y'all.
Take your time, no
No,
rush.
we almost done. Okay, so, line A3089H, the casino.
Okay.
I'm with, I agree with Mr. Turl in increasing that line. She had it at 500. You had it at 500, right? I'm just saying I'm saying 200, okay? Yeah.
Please tell me the line again, I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. It is A3089H, right? Did I say that right?
3089H is your right.
89H, got it.
Okay,
Okay,
you
and you're
good?
saying what?
And I'm saying increase that by 200,000. I want to say 500 too, Doreen, but I can't quite get there.
I know, I'm hopeful.
Yes. Okay, now I'm gonna go to, the sales of houses. That is line A2660A.
Keep going, please.
Okay, I wanna make sure everybody's there, man, all right?
To.
We spend more time doing it.
I know it's homes, and
Okay.
usually that just pops out of, 2660A.
Yes, okay, we're there, so I feel comfortable increasing that line $500,000.
So, okay, 3,500,000.
So you want to go to 3.5 million.
$500,000, correct. For our mortgage tax increase, so I have a question mark here. Because I want to get, Mr. Mudavarian, could you just give me a little bit your reasoning on that again?
Okay, it's based on the trend that's happening in Schenectady. We see the house price escalated over the last 2 years. The sale price is far higher than 3 years ago.
Absolutely.
So the mortgage is more higher.
Mhm.
So in that case, the municipality will generate more revenue, mortgage tax revenue.
Mhm.
And that's how I'm factoring that.
Sure.
So as the house price keep rising, the mortgage keep going up, the taxes keep going up for us.
That's what we discussed
So that's,
yesterday.
yeah, we talked about, yes.
Okay, and now was the two properties that are, wrapping up soon, the two high value properties, was that wasn't attributed to that line?
That is two different.
That wasn't
Not house
attributed,
sales, because we talk about that since you're.
right, but we wasn't sure about the second one. Yeah, so that's why.
Two different things, the house sales, the sale of house, because of why my number went up that high.
Oh, no, I know why.
Is, the mayor looking at, okay, we have two big projects
Right.
that happen,
Mhm.
where that sort of is gonna happen this year. So
Right.
those two, more likely will roll over into next year.
Mhm.
And we're looking for high numbers there. So you
Mhm.
have 3 million And they're saying that, okay, it's gonna happen this year, it's not like that happen. So that money needs to roll over into next year, so that's all factored in the 1.5 million.
Yes, so,
It's gonna happen next year.
and that based on
Because
what,
we only have 2 months more.
Schenectady.
Yes.
I thought you said
Yeah.
1.4 million, but you're saying 1.5 million?
Yes.
yes, 1.5 million.
So what did you say?
So for that line, I just wanted to make sure so for that line, based on what, Ms. Carver was saying, and I figured those two property sales going through can, make a huge difference, but being that we're not exactly sure where they will fall, I just felt I went a little more conservative at 500,000 on that one. Okay.
So instead of 950.
0.8?
Yeah, I just wanted to reference that.
Oh, I'm
Yep,
sorry.
yep. So no, that, I did something confusing, that's fine.
So go back to your mortgage.
Okay, so for a mortgage tax, I felt comfortable increasing that $200,000.
So that would be,
830.
83005, yes, $200,000. So that would be 1.2. All right. So I already went through. And, bus patrol. Bus patrol. Let me make sure I got that line right. That's A2610B, right?
And
And it's like
And like Nancy? Okay,
Yes.
pardon. Yeah, so being that there's $600,000 out there, I felt comfortable in saying, agreeing, like, if we could collect a third of that, I'm pretty confident that just a third of that would get us to $200,000. So that's where I was at on that line. Increase of $200,000, being that just 600, basing that on just being successful collecting a third of that.
you're very conservative.
Huh?
We're very conservative.
What? No, really? How's it not?
Yeah.
I was saying you had more than that.
Just want to have a
Oh, I
conversation.
was saying you were. Okay, I was gonna say you were higher than that. Crazy. All right, and so, and the last thing, as far as our golf. Yeah, listen, I was faster than all of y'all, by the way, just so you know. I'm like going record time compared to y'all. So
No, there's more trouble.
What do you
okay, all right. Hey, listen, I'm just saying. All right, all right. So our golf reserve, which is CR 9950 for the golf reserve. There, could you help me understand that again? Because I want to make sure that I'm understanding that. Because what I see is, I was suggesting that golf reserve money goes into the capital fund, but for the golf course particular. That's how I understand that. I'm looking at revenue, I believe, if I go to
Aren't you looking at the transfer from?
So what you're gonna have to do is gonna have to some increase the golf fund fee with the reflect one of the revenue lines, which they usually, bring the calendar on that and then to Chris in January. So they figure out what is $150,000 increase, and you go to your expense line that transfers to transfer the general fund, and then that increase by 150.
So, yeah, because right now it says, let me see it.
Where are we?
Let me make sure I'm in the right place here.
Trying to find it.
Yeah, it's like in the back here, so it's
Well,
not-
that, that's the golf.
yeah, yeah.
It doesn't have that.
Yes, wait, to that.
Page,
Like under golf, not
Yeah.
just lucky.
Yeah,
Each line is the transfers for the golf fund.
you're right. So if you look at the bottom of page 90, right, where it says, I'm looking at transfer to capital fund. So in 2023, it was 213,000.
It would be the, general fund. I'm looking for youth.
No. Youth is covered.
You're trying, maybe finish.
It says right
Yeah.
here, CR 99019001, transfer to the general fund. It's
Right.
on page 9 where he says.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So listen, so let me follow my train of thought if you can for a second. So what I'm saying is that on line CR 9950 498, that says transfer to capital fund. Now, when we say transfer to capital fund, that's transfer to the golf course's capital fund, correct? Or is that the city?
That goes into the, so it's the reserves.
The reserves for the golf course. Do you understand?
Overall.
It's not just for the golf course.
And it's,
No, it's just for the golf.
Right, it's just for the golf course.
Because we can't use capital money
Yes.
for youth.
No, yes, we can, no, you're not listening to me. So, no. How I understand it, that there is a reserve fund or a capital fund. So in other words, a portion of revenues that the golf course makes, they take that money and put it into a line for their specific capital fund.
Yeah, okay.
So we
Yes.
can access that money.
Sure.
The reason why we can't use other capital fund money is because we borrow that money to do capital projects. This is money that's coming into the city that is earmarked for the golf course's capital fund.
So what capital fund would you do with that money?
So what I'm suggesting is that if we look at it in 2023, it was 213,000, 2024 it was 160,000. So I was saying that 150,000, that I think that's a fair.
But it's capital money.
No, you're
You
wrong.
can't do that.
You're wrong.
Can I just ask you a question?
No, it's not.
I hear you, it's general fund money,
No,
because
it's capital fund.
No, it's not.
it doesn't
No,
become
it's
capital
not.
until they spend it on their own
Yeah,
projects.
it's not. So what they're doing, so,
But we're not talking.
Can we please, let him finish, let him, please.
so I think the fact that, Mayor, it says transfer to capital fund is kind of what might be throwing you off.
It's not throwing me off at all because I see the transfer to the general fund.
Exactly.
That's where I thought we
From
were-
the golf,
Yeah.
right? That's
Yeah.
from golf.
Okay, all right, so
Is it not?
yes, it is. So listen to what I'm saying. I'm gonna use a hypothetical number here just so the math is a lot easier, okay? Say that the golf course makes $200,000 in revenue. $100,000 of that revenue goes into our general fund, is what is the line you're talking about. Then the golf course takes the other $100,000 and transfers that into their own capital fund, which actually could be money that goes into the general fund. This is not. Are you following? You see what I'm saying now? Yeah, that's what's happening, right?
It's a hand up over there though.
And I have a hand too.
So I have a question for the commissioner, because historically, the golf fund has always been, for lack of a better term, a lockbox. It goes way back because of improvements that needed to be done, that weren't done, and they wanted to create a dedicated funding stream. So any, the fees of the golf course would be generated to deal with golf course improvements and maintenance.
Yes.
Okay, so is the golf fund transferring money to the general fund?
So,
What's the
And
issue?
every year, there's a certain amount that we transfer over to the general, to the water, and the sewer. To see the budget.
Yeah.
We earmark a certain amount of capital fund money, so we don't end up borrowing for capital projects
At the golf course.
That's why we earmark a certain amount there, so I wouldn't suggest dipping into that.
That's fine. What I'm saying is that the restrictions, when we were talking about capital money in any other place in this budget, those are funds that we have very tight restrictions that we have, right? That's law. This capital money is only capital money because we're calling it capital money, but it really could go into the general fund, right or wrong.
Can I ask a question? Because my understanding has always been, for all the years that I've been on doing this, that is what we're doing on page 90.
Got it wrong.
Let's
We're
get
already
clarification from Matt.
Yeah, well, I'm asking, I would like to ask the commissioner from Derek.
Matt Mullen knows more about this than I think anyone.
Okay.
He just.
I just have one question.
Yeah,
That's all.
okay.
I just want to ask this one question.
Sure, certainly.
Because
But
I thought, if you look at page 90,
I
thought that the transfer to the general fund, the transfer to the water fund, and the transfer to the sewer fund is
Mm.
coming from golf fund.
It is.
Yeah,
It
so
is.
we already are taking the golf money and putting it into those free funds.
Yeah.
And if you look, also, we're not taking any money and putting it into a capital fund for this year.
Go ahead.
No, it's just because we don't know, we are gonna take money and put it into a capital fund.
Well, because we don't have the final
We just don't
figures
have the
yet.
money.
We don't have the final figures
You
yet.
don't know at the end if we're gonna have a surplus.
Right,
for-
that's right,
So this
because we
money
started
is
out-
kind of, that's why you don't see a budget amount that
Correct.
proposed or adopted for 2020.
Gotcha.
Correct.
Yeah, Commissioner, the transfers to the water and sewer fund is because the facility uses water and sewer.
Correct.
So therefore, it's representing the pay-as-you-go
Right.
golf course.
Right.
So that's how come you're getting those transfers, not just for bookkeeping purposes, it's
Oh, no, I-
representing the use.
Correct.
So the capital fund transfer is the money that will be used for capital projects at the golf course.
Yes.
So that money has been generated from the fees of golfers.
Right.
Correct.
So, and therefore, in keeping with the lockbox mentality, by the very fact that we have a separate line items for the golf
Mhm.
has to be kept separate. Is that?
No, it does not have.
Is that,
From,
no?
from my understanding, through years past, that's how it's always been done.
I'm not asking how it's always been done. I'm asking is that are we legally obligated to do it that way?
And I gotta say,
I
I'm
would
listening.
have to, I can't give you an answer right now, I have to look in.
Well,
Okay.
he wants to talk.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a look, it's the golf and what created it, it's in our code. I think the commissioner got to look at it, I don't know. But the idea is, it was a lockbox for capital improvements, because it was under the golf course was going in a certain negative direction. And that was the way the council at the time wanted to go to create a fund for it, separate from the general fund.
So can I ask one question about what you're trying to get? Is there a reason that you wouldn't look at the transfer to the general fund for that money?
Because the transfer to the general fund, that money is already in the general fund. It's already there.
He's looking for more money.
So in other words, of course
No, I know,
yeah,
I'm not. I'm just
we all
saying.
are, right? Then we just do that? Or am I missing something? We all said move, take, but right, so that's what I'm doing.
And then you have the golf course borrow the capital instead of funding their own.
If, or maybe, no, I understand what you're saying,
But that's what you're getting at.
or maybe,
$376,000 more.
or maybe we just recognize that we just invested $3 million of ARPA fund into the golf course just last year. And recognizing that we put $3 million into the golf course fund, that there is no lockbox fund. We're calling this capital funds, but these funds are not under the same restrictions that other capital funds are, because we're borrowing capital funds for capital projects. This is city revenue that we're holding aside for capital projects, strictly for the golf course. And I'm saying that we just put $3 million in the golf course, and this is not the year to be doing it.
But I understand Mr. O'Brien.
I think the description needs to be changed, because that is revenue that is coming in from the golf course,
Thank you.
and they're trying to hold that money. The surplus is being used to help with projects within the golf course. So it's revenue,
Exactly.
like back out expenditure, surplus, they hold it in there for future project. That is not capital. It should be capital project. It's for capital project, but it's not capital
But it's not
project
capital money. Exactly.
So that description needs to be
Right now.
changed.
Well, they've been using it for capital.
Yes.
What I'm saying, the same way that Mr. Williams is suggesting that we're not borrowing all of this money for capital projects in other places, because that's gonna impact the city. What I'm saying is that this is a fund that has been called something and operating something other than what I believe it is, to Mr. Mudavarian points, but I'm saying that this is money that's accessible to us. And being that, I don't think that that's a tall order, it is, absolutely it
So we're
is.
not gonna use it. We're not touching it.
Well, I think we should. I just think,
And you gotta stay away from giving them 3 million, because we handed out a lot of ARPA money.
but no, I'm
We're
not talking about
expecting
facts.
anything back from people.
Of course we are. The whole point of us investing into the golf course,
Well, to increase revenue, to increase revenue.
so we could, right, so when we need
To put
revenue.
back into the golf course.
I know.
So, can we?
Are we not gonna talk over each other?
No,
No,
done.
so,
Please,
Well, I raised my hand.
please,
I did raise my hand.
hold on. Finish off your presentation, please. Please. You finished?
I'm done.
No, but you had,
Can I just add something to your presentation?
Sure, I'm
So, because when, Matt Daly was here, he was talking about different ways. He came up with a scenario where they would do, any bank or something to raise that extra money, charge people whatever is a whole, or however you guys
Sponsors,
do that
have
stuff.
sponsors for
Right,
goals.
have sponsors,
golf
et cetera, and have that money definitely dedicated to the service program. So I just want to just bring that back to the conversation, because he did introduce a possibility of a way to get done what you're trying to get done, which is, I guess, another 150, right?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm trying to increase revenues. What I'm saying is that we found the money for the youth program. We still have to find money, well, for multiple things. But I'm saying that this money going back into the general fund can support the senior program, and the rest of the money can go back into the general fund to support other things, is what I'm saying. And I think it's being that we did invest $3 million into the golf course, is because it's supposed to generate revenue for the city. This is city revenue money that is being earmarked for things, and it's acting like it's restricted in this lockbox, but there is no lockbox for this money. This is city money, and we should have access to it and put it into our budget as we see fit.
it is not restricted.
It's
What are they trying to?
not guaranteed though, that's why it's not.
My number of
You can't
100.
account for it.
Sure, my number 150,000 is based on the last 2 years of reporting, where one was 213,000, and then last year was 160,000. So that's how I justify my 150,000.
What they've been doing over the years is the surplus. They hold on to the surplus to help with their project within the golf course. So it's more of money there to kind of like carry them on into doing different projects.
I know what they did.
It can be used for any other purpose.
Right, and that's what I'm saying.
Mr. Farley is saying.
And what I'm saying,
You are correct.
and I'm saying, being that
You are correct.
we just invested $3 million in that,
Yes.
into that golf course, $150,000 coming back into city revenue should not be a problem. All right, I'm done.
Ms. Patrick.
Go ahead.
Okay, I guess I want to say that, again, the reason we put $3 million into the golf course was because the golf course is one of the true revenue drivers. It makes money. Every year, we increase the fees that we charge to people who come and use the golf course. And I also want to always say, I'm not a golfer, I don't use the golf course, but I am chair of Health and Recreation. So I do look at all the parks and the golf course in my work as a city council person. So what I've learned over the years, it is a revenue driver. I just want to remind you, if we didn't put that revenue back into the golf course, we would have to find money to pay the expenses for all the maintenance and improvements to the golf course every year. So the golf course is self-generating what it then uses to maintain its golf course. Our golf course is widely recognized throughout the capital region from people who are members of like private clubs where they pay $1 zillion to be in these private clubs as one of the jewels of the city of Schenectady. We're recognized because of things like Central Park and how fabulous all the options at Central Park are, how fabulous our golf course is. So I would argue against using golf money for anything but the continued maintenance and improvements of the golf course. And the $3 million in ARPA funding that we used, I just want to remind everybody that for years, we've had a manual system where they literally had to go around and turn spigots in order to irrigate the golf course. When the $3 million paid for a state-of-the-art irrigation system that now, like many things in our lives, can be controlled even by a phone to irrigate our system. Otherwise, you'd have staffing, you'd have all sorts of other things that you would have to do in order to maintain the pristine nature of the golf course, for which we also charge residents and non-residents to play golf. So I would not touch, and we already use money for other, unless I'm reading this wrong or have been reading it wrong for 5.5 years, we use money from the golf course into other funds.
Yeah, but you're already wrong because we use money for the other
No,
funds.
because we're using water.
because we're using water
and
from-
sewers,
Right, so,
as Mr.
Right.
O'Brien.
Can we allow one to talk, please?
Yes, I was finishing my statement. I was finishing my.
I thought she was
Yeah.
responding to me, so I was responding to her.
Yeah.
So is it,
Before you, Corporation Council, let me go back into the Gulf. And you're saying that, the Gulf course is generating revenue. The Gulf course is generating enough revenue to sustain themselves.
I said
They're
that.
not generating revenue to bring into the general fund.
I think I said that.
No, let me
The
clarify your
golf course
statement.
is self-sustaining.
So they are not what we're trying to say, okay, we generate millions of dollars in revenue and we're putting it in the general fund. They are generating enough money to keep them afloat
Yes.
and to
I
maintain
was
that.
wrong with my last.
So I want to clarify that because if you look at the revenue here, there's nothing else coming into the general fund to say that we make $200,000, $300,000, and we're putting that into the general fund, and then we can say, well, there's a surplus, and here goes general fund, take this $250,000. This course is sustaining itself based on expenditure and revenue. Whatever surplus they get every year remains within that department to help them with projects. So they're break even on this project, on this golf course.
right.
So there's no excessive revenue. So when we use the term that they're generating revenue to maintain themselves.
Okay.
I want to clarify that because that may be a perception out there that, well, the golf course are bringing in millions of dollars.
And
They are bringing in money to help themselves.
the money that I'm talking about,
That's-
the money that that I have identified isn't even money to keep them up and running. That's money that they use for future capital projects. And I'm saying in the budget that we're facing after investing $3 million, that's money that can be put to better use than that.
All right,
Okay, we're gonna have to, the finance department and legal are gonna have to see whether that's legally possible or, pursuant to the code and, as well as how that fund was created fiscally.
yes, please. If you can,
It's legal.
So Mr. O'Brien,
yes, please.
and so I agree with that because part of the reason that you see water, sewer, and golf, I don't know all the ins and outs of this particular legislation, but the reason they're broken out in the budget, budget like that, is they're supposed to be able to sustain themselves. So you're supposed to, whatever you take in is what you need to pay out to do that. So I don't know the ordinance that was made to create the golf fund, but it may speak specifically to that, to say that. So that's what they're gonna look into. And that's why, which is also why, I'm just throwing it in now, we should really be doing the same with waste. Because we're only supposed to expend our waste what we pay in. So that is why that is like that. So there may be the organizing document for the golf course that says we can't do that. So I think we have to look at it and make sure.
That's why the corporation council is making a recommendation. They will look into it and get back to us in terms of, can we do this? Can we not do it?
But I guess my point is that if there's documents saying that we can't do that, we can certainly overturn that and do that as this council is what I'm saying. That's within our purview to do that.
I don't know the answer to that.
I do,
Well,
I do,
that's
yes.
before the corporation council.
Listen, after investing that, I'm not gonna be
No,
afraid
your point is well, your point is well.
limitations, we can't do that.
Yeah.
And
$3 million.
we're gonna do this, but-
Yes, absolutely.
No, because the ordinance and things take public hearings, it takes all that stuff.
Yeah. Any other expenditure you have to address?
I'm just gonna do revenue to the.
Revenue tonight?
Yeah, I'm done with revenue, that's it.
Please, the email from,
Oh, I did email my expenditure stuff, I just.
So this is expenditure down?
Yeah, I just in time, to respect time, I didn't wanna, I'll just be really quick, and I said that I think that we should do a 3% raise across for all management. And we should not have any, stipends, and I think that we should have, create a citywide $10,000 pot of money for people when they are at our most, extreme circumstances where they have to stay late or come in, that money should be drawn out of that $10,000 pot, and that should be for, essentially citywide. Everyone else that's non-contractual needs to, kind of manage their time, flex their time. But I don't agree with not giving any raises, which is why I'm saying I think the fairest thing to do would be a 3% flat raise, because that's really to stay front of inflation. And the way things are going right now, if we don't do that, it would almost be like a pay reduction because of where inflation is right now. That 3% is barely.
Can I please ask you the three things you have there? Can you please go one by one a little, so they capture it? We talked about, stipend.
Yeah, so in the email, what I said is that we have, so if you look through, this didn't need an exact budget line because it's across departments, that, and there's different raises where there's 8%, 12% for varying reasons that we all heard. What I'm saying is that non-contractual, meaning that if we are not contractually obligated to give anyone more than 3%, then everyone across should get a 3% raise. So everyone gets, the same thing that we're allowed to do. And so that should increase revenue right there. And as well, that should decrease expenditures, I should say. And also the stipends and out of grade paid, anything that's non-contractual, I think needs to come back in as well.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to make sure we capture that. So you want stipend, if it's not contractual, you want to remove?
Yes,
And what's the other one?
and then have a single, which I was
No,
saying,
there's two stipends, something else.
and like out of grade
Out
pay,
of grade.
anything that's like a stipend or you're gonna be here later. I think that when I was looking through the budget, I know that they're not the exact same thing, but they're described differently, but I think they're relatively similar.
And then you're asking to create
A single,
single line for.
maybe 10,000, and yeah, and maybe it needs to be a little more than that, but just for those people who this is an absolute emergency, you have to come in here to save the city. So you put your cape on at 2:00 in the morning. Yeah, we need to have some money there for that, but it should only happen in those very extreme circumstances.
I want to make sure that everything is captured.
I appreciate that, Mr. Mudberg.
That we can document it into our proposal for Friday.
When it comes to out of grade pay, and people have job descriptions and they do things outside of their pay, outside of the job description, don't we have that on the website? Do we have to have out of grade pay for that when they're doing things outside of the
Reasons.
Beg your pardon?
Title pay would be a final reasons.
That's contractual, right?
That's for, it's title pay, it's for, for contract employee,
Civil-
the unionized employees, they have certain job functions assigned to their title. They're asked to perform, they can perform those functions, but by the same token, they can file a grievance and ask to be compensated for the additional duties that they're doing. They go beyond what their titles.
And that's contractual employees, correct? Right, that's why I said.
What I mean, when you say contractual, you mean the CSEA, AFSCME,
Yes.
those unionized employees, yes, if there's always, if they're being asked to do outside work, and they have to be compensated as that idle side of work, or there's a grievance.
Right.
So.
As they should, and that's in their contract, is what I'm saying.
Yes.
So this would not talk about anything that's in their contract. I understand that we have to work within the parameters of the contract.
So, what you're looking for is management employees.
Outside of the contractual agreement.
Yes, that's I said, right.
Stipend, you're not asking to remove all the
I refer to them as non-contractual staff, but I'm saying outside of the agreement. Yes.
Management employees, instead of having these stipends that we discussed, you would have just this pool of money as stipend or for hours beyond what their regular work hours are.
So
you
what?
have to be mindful that you don't get into a position where it's just a undefined amount of money and needs to pay certain individuals and not pay other individuals.
So,
There has to be parameters in how it's
correct.
distributed.
So to be really clear, what I'm saying is that if you go through the budget and you go to certain departments, you have, and again, let's exclude our union workers, okay? We're not talking about them. That's why I put that language in the email. what you have is that manager in this department, of 8% raise, manager over here, 12% raise, and then a whole bunch of 3% raises, and then an 8% raise. I completely understand why it's happening. I understand, I heard the reasons why it's going like that. What I'm saying is that in this situation that we're in, give everyone the flat 3% raise to make sure that we are accounting for their inflation and cost of living rise. And you also have a stipend in this department for 10,000, 8,000 over here for this department. What I'm saying is that you take that number and shrink it to the very extreme situations where we need people, and we could talk about what that number is. And I think that we have a one line for that. Because we have some departments that have stipends for $8,000, some departments that have no stipends, some managers requesting a 12% raise, some managers requesting a 3% raise. So what I'm saying instead, and I know Mr. Mudavarian was saying, no raises right now, based on the situation we're in. And I understand his logic. I'm saying that I'm willing to say we need to give people a raise so they can have their cost of living increase raise. But that's it.
Just for some input, reason why some of these raises were increased their certain percentage because there's union members that are making more than.
I understand. No, I
Some
understand.
individuals probably not gonna stay with the city.
That's
If the union member underneath them is making more.
I understand that. But this is what's in our purview right now. If I could go into union negotiations and do it, then maybe, but this right now, we're not working with that. That's why when we always identify, oh, why is this person getting that? They say, oh, it's contractual. We go, okay, moving on, because we understand that right now is not within our purview. That's been a negotiated contract. We can't go back in and do that. What I'm saying is that instead of saying no one gets a raise, everyone gets the same raise at 3% due to the place that we're in. That's what I'm saying.
Would that be at the discretion of the mayor? How it's distributed?
3% raise across everyone.
No, I'm talking about the 10,000, the pool of money, how would that be distributed?
Well, I think that there's some variables there. I said 10,000, maybe it's gonna be more, right? And maybe the mayor works with us and say, well, this position, is the 911, oh my goodness, come in for this position. But this position, people just usually come and present to city council. So if you're just coming to present to city council, in that case, then you can flex your time the next day, but then, and make sure that, then it would be a operational thing. But I'm just not okay with not giving anybody any raises.
I just want to say when my son-in-law worked for folks, they go out on any fire that goes in there. And, they're expected, like the mayor said the other night, I want somebody who's gonna get up, put their coat on. We have a water main break, 2, 3 in the morning. So there are certain departments that I think deserve.
I agree.
A stipend. And again, under those guidelines, I can't take away city clerks because, she does, they do go above and beyond 24 hours a day when needed.
I agree.
Because of New York State laws, what has to be there, but those, I think those stipends need to remain in those departments, but that's just me, we'll talk about it. Yeah, that's what you want.
It's a proposal from everyone.
Yes.
That's what we're getting here.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna, Mr. Williams sent his recommendation. So can you please take that email and incorporate it into the proposal?
Barrington makes a good point too. You're saying 10K for all.
10K is just a number that's out there. It's extremely out of variables there.
We have to put it between each fund, because we have management in water, sewer, golf, in general. So you'd have to have 5, maybe, 10.
So maybe the number would be this number, but then you're just saying it has to be divided across departments, right? That's what you're saying.
Depends how many more managements or funds and others, I don't know how to split that out.
Okay, well, I think that would just from input, because we can look at what the stipends have been spent in previous years, the same way we use this historical data to make our projections now. I think that wouldn't be any different here.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. So let's just back here. So Mr. Williams' recommendation, please incorporate that into the proposal, the council proposal. And if there's any clarification needed, we can reach out to Mr. Williams.
So you want us to gather all the stipends and each. for each stipend
I'm
fund?
sorry, I didn't hear you.
So just so we have better clarification, how
Sure.
to put this in, format that we understand.
Sure.
You wanna take a look at general water sewer and add all the stipends in the general fund, put that in a pot, water, stipends.
What I'm looking for is we can look at the historical data of like, so the last 3 years, what lines have been, how much money have been spent, drawn down from the stipends and what department. I think that will better help inform what that number should look like and how we could do it. And are we, and I guess, we would be required to step up, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So we have the email from Mr. Williams, and we're gonna add that into the proposal.
Everything that we said here tonight.
For the expenditures.
Mr. Williams.
He sent his own
Yeah,
recommendations for
separate
changes.
email. We have copies of that. Okay, I wanna make sure that we accept this. Any emails from anybody else? No. I think I just sent an email in terms of the, I think that, my recommendation is to continue, we could make a recommendation to support the mayor's, hiring freeze into 2026. And also any new hire that is not grant funded, we should also put that out on hold and revisit into next year. So I will make that recommendation. Whatever vacancy we have, if it's not essential or grant funded, we should continue to hold it. Hiring freeze on that, as the mayor had hold this year and into next year. And all new hires that is not grant funded and not essential, if it's not essential.
Leave it vacant, is what you're saying.
Leave them vacant, yes. That is my thought. It's all over to you now.
Yeah, so I really need to go through this, and I'm too tired right now to do it, but given the information that we learned tonight, I will try to do some recommendations before Friday. I'm happy to just look at what you all just did, and I'll, when we get the Excel spreadsheet back, with the proposed city council changes, I will look at those.
So we're gonna have to revisit it Friday.
No, I'm gonna just work off that document because I just
Well, we're
can't,
trying to
I just
get-
can't, I know, I'd have to go through, my way of thinking is I'd have to look at everything. So I wanna look at everything that you all just said. I do wanna say that I completely agree with you that I wanna support the hiring freeze. Everything that you just said would be things that I would support as well, Mr. McLaren, that I think the hiring freeze needs to stay in place. I don't think that we should be, I think we need to not necessarily do the new hires. So I'm right with you on that.
Ms. Michael, we're not gonna have a budget Friday, so can we, look at a notice out to capture someday next week? Because I was expecting us to present our proposal today, so that we give it to the Commissioner of Finance, so he can present to us Friday. From the time we arrive at 5:30, we're gonna start go through our proposal
I'm
side by
fine.
side. And so, okay, here are we in our proposal. Are you in agreement with John Motobiran? Are you in agreement with Mr. Toro? And we can start debate and say, you know what? I agree with Mr. Toro. John, we're not agreeing with you. Let's move forward. Now we're gonna have to come now. We're gonna have to go through the entire budget again for your proposal. We
No,
can't take
no, no, no,
for
that's not what I'm
5
saying.
hours.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
So
I just
how
wanted
is
to
he
hear
gonna?
what all of you all had to say. I'm going to just, I mean, in other words, what you're saying is that they're gonna have to give us back a document on Friday that has what you suggested, what,
Everyone suggested, all 5 of us, except you.
okay, I thought we were gonna see something on Friday
we're
that
not-
would
we're
be
gonna see-
incorporating all of the I don't know. I mean, I guess.
So you could send it in if you needed to.
I could, but I'm just saying, I'm happy to review just based on what this conversation was tonight. I mean, I really do feel, I do support the hiring freeze. I can give you a couple of general comments, but I do want to look back at everything we just discussed.
Are you, I thought you were making notes
I
and taking
was,
out the
but
information.
if you want, I can go through it right now. If you all want to stay, I'll just do it right now and look at my notes that I was taking while we were sitting here. So let's see. I would, if you want to start right on page, 8. I don't think I want to change the allowance. Are we still, I don't want to change the allowance for uncollected taxes because I think that, I have to go back through my paperwork, but I believe that the recommendation from the finance commissioner was that that figure, 2850, is probably too low. So I would stay there for that one. In terms of the, cannabis one, I would be okay with, I'm trying to, I have to go back and look at the,
Maybe if you like take some, maybe start up with John's email, both of those lines.
Excuse me.
It might help just for you to reference it.
well, thanks, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the document I was looking at, was John's document, because that was the only one that we had, I believe, in advance of coming in. Yeah, I'd be okay with doing the 150 up in the cannabis. I have to find John's email again. Here's Carl's.
No.
Here's the one, here's John's. John was increasing cannabis by $300,000, I believe. On that one, John was going to 1 million, Doreen's going to 800,000, Damani was going to 850, and Miriam was going to 850. I will say, 850. So that is A1116.
Okay, you have a question?
I think it's just, it doesn't matter what we were doing, so you put.
I'm
your
just
argument-
listening, but I was listening
I
to
know.
all of you and listening to the arguments. I listened to the police.
Absolutely, we
Um,
did.
This is not about matching us.
No, I
This is
know.
about your.
I know, I'm making my own, I am making my own.
Your-
It's just, I think I kind of process
Okay.
Yeah, she's
differently.
Give us.
She's
So I
making a
need to, like,
decision
kind of-
based on all the information that she heard.
I am.
So that's what I'm saying. I think that it's not too much for you to take that and go through it and then send it in. We would have it if you send it to Sam, and then that would be easier.
I can do it tomorrow. I definitely couldn't do it when I go home now.
Right.
But I can actually, I mean, I agree with what Mr. Mudavaren is saying. I will say, I came in here tonight to say, yeah, same thing. Hiring freeze needs to continue. I don't think we should be necessarily filling vacancies or adding new positions. But again, I want to make sure that I'm, looking across the board at those. And I think that's what you just said, right, Mr. Mudavaren? So I kind of agree with that one. There's one other place where I wrote a note that I would suggest. Oh, there was one, oh yeah, the bus patrol. I really want to stay with the 400,000 on the bus patrol. So that is line 2610N. I think we should stick with the 400,000 there.
So I have a question regarding that. So you're not taking into consideration the $600,000 that is not that outstanding revenue that they didn't account for in the budget, and we heard that from the chiefs. And that's what.
Well, I actually asked the question tonight whether they thought the 400,000 was realistic, and I wrote myself a note, actually, they said, yes, the 400,000 was the realistic number.
But it does not factor in the outstanding.
Okay,
Money.
so you want to have these discussions now instead of Friday
No,
night?
you're making a recommendation, just like when we were making a recommendation,
Right,
you were asking.
right, I'm gonna stick with the
We're
I'm
asking the
sticking
same
with,
thing.
yes, I'm gonna stick with the 400,000
Okay.
on that one. I'm sorry, I have to go to my other notes that I took tonight and look back at them. Sorry about this.
No, you don't gotta be sorry about it. And if you need to take the night tomorrow morning to do it, you can do that. Just like do that. There's nothing wrong. And I feel like we're forcing you to go do it, and you said that you didn't wanna do it.
You get up in the morning, you go through your notes and email it right away to Sam and Derek. There's no issue
With a
with
fresh mind. I don't understand. Like,
We'll all be on the same page.
yeah,
Okay, all right, and that's what I'm gonna do.
I might add some stuff tomorrow too, don't worry. We're in it together.
I mean, believe me, on Friday, when I get to see, and actually, we
Nobody's
will see this
questioning that.
document before we come here at 5:30 on Friday, right?
Nobody.
Tomorrow's only Thursday. Right, so we'll get it in time to review that document before we come here.
Can you please add Eric to the email as well?
Mhm.
If I may, the document is gonna be available to us when all of us submit our proposal. If you do not have any proposal, then the
I will do it
document is gonna be
tomorrow
available
I'll do it tomorrow
Friday.
morning, I just wanna look over all
Because
my notes from
I
tonight.
am not gonna have the finance commissioner send out a document, and then we are still in the process of submitting proposal.
No, what I'm saying is, as long as, I'm gonna get him my stuff as soon as I can tomorrow morning. And then I'm just asking if we could get it back in enough time to look through that document before we come back here on 5:30 on Friday.
Is that the plan? That we have it before we come back on Friday?
But we have never done that before.
Oh, we've just come and
Yes.
sat and looked at
So we
it.
present our proposal, we allow them to do their changes, they add their column, do every so, bring this information to us. And then we kind of like start, okay,
Okay,
here is cannabis. One is saying 1 million, one is saying 800, where do we stand on this? Do we have a consensus, do we have an agreement? Where do we do, the finance committee will have to make a recommendation, and what do we do with that line? That's how we decide to do it.
I guess I have.
so we better add the other night. We have to add an
So
additional night.
that's what I'm saying,
Friday's
if we-
still gonna be.
If we don't push these things along, and we keep dragging them on into next day, we've been doing that for the last couple of days. We're gonna end up into next week, and I was about to ask, I need some availability next week, or this weekend.
Monday. I'm what time is that? No, I'm off for better, but Mr. Lynn, I do have to ask this question. What Mr. Hukumuk is going to do, I say 850 for candidates, you say 1 million. So what is he really gonna put in his documentation? Is he just gonna list all of our stuff separately, It can't be like when Anthony would run down the hall. Because we came here with a consensus.
But I was saying, Friday, we can't have it run into the office, so we have to get our recommendation into him.
Right.
Before 5:30.
So do you want me to create a summary sheet like this for each individual?
Yeah.
For each individual?
So you're gonna have the revenues, it's gonna be a summary, it's not gonna be the full,
Right, just the changes.
just the changes.
Each person's changes, and we still have more discussion after that, if that's the case.
Yeah, that's a reference point.
What comfortable for you just do it on one sheet?
Well,
All 6 of us?
I would probably recommend doing 6 different sheets.
And also the percentage of the tax increase up or down based on those recommendations of each one.
The totals.
Then the totals.
Yeah.
Then how much is that
That's right.
reducing the rate
Mhm.
based on those revenues on each one? So everybody can take a look and
Yes.
compare which column is working and which isn't, where there's consensus and what impact that has. So that's my recommendation, is that's calculated.
I think that makes sense.
So if you wanna pass it around, I did a brief thing, summary from what we would have provided earlier. Just to get an idea if that's kosher for all the council members, so it's good. Yeah, no more add.
So then we still will have to come back together, because then, at least my memory is that we will see this document, right? It'll look like this again,
This is just you.
but it'll be like proposed council, right? And then that's where we start to really talk to each other and figure out,
Well, that's not what he's planning, he's
Oh, okay.
gonna give individual sheets to each of us.
So one's gonna say,
Go ahead.
Mr. Councilman Barron, so it'll be 6 sheets for itself.
Right.
we kind of have Mr. Williams's, because he did it that way.
And then we'll go by line. This is what people are reporting. Then we'll have negotiations, and then we'll all agree on that line. Then we'll move to the next line, and we'll do that.
And we didn't make changes. I mean, you guys only made changes to, I'm gonna say, I'm guessing, like 6 or 7 lines all told.
I don't think it's super significant, but what we didn't do tonight, as far as I'm concerned, is talk about where we're changing the expenses, we didn't really delve into that.
We didn't,
I mean, I did a little bit.
Yeah,
Joe did a
so
little
we
bit.
could-
and Mr. Williams did too.
So for Councilman Barron, he one of the emails suggested to reduce manager salaries.
Excuse me.
No, I asked for your report.
Okay, there was an email saying no management salary.
Oh, yeah. That was my suggestion.
Okay, so I would have to add, I don't know, 50-something lines for management,
No, just roll everything up.
or, just like that.
Yeah,
That's a basic number there.
Yeah.
We would have to know for each line, how to reduce it or keep it the same.
Yeah, that's when we go into.
So that's management line, so you need 50 different lines for the management.
Each management salary, so you have to roll for.
We have that one sheet, yeah.
Yeah, I can roll up from the back.
Roll it up like this, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I think he already did it once, so now he would just take the changes and do it again.
Yeah.
It was the only people that talked about that thing was John himself. John was that.
But, I came prepared.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
And I wanted to move this budget forward, that's why I said we need to, move forward. If not, we're gonna have to go into the next week or this weekend, and I am gonna have to discuss with you availability because we're gonna come in Friday here, and we're gonna still be talking about revenue. We're gonna still be talking about,
No, we did that, and Ms. Patrick's gonna send everything back tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm only
So
gonna
there's
have
gonna be
no,
more.
but still, some of us did not even talk about, expenditure.
None of us did.
I agree with that.
Expenditures, yes, but revenue we did.
Yes, we did, we touched on revenue, what about?
Well, we could either do it now, but I think many of us are tired, or we do that on Friday.
I gave my answer.
Well, that's what I'm saying, we just gonna have to, that's gonna roll into another day because we're gonna have to send it
Well, I
back to the
kind of
drawing
came in
board.
here thinking that we were gonna have to have another day because I mean, first of all, we went already just talking about the revenue, I think it's like 10 o'clock at night.
Now?
Just at 10:30.
10:19.
10:19. So we still, I mean, I kind of already cleared some stuff from my schedule next week because I figured we were gonna have to go into next week. I mean, even based on our conversation last night, I mean, I just thought that we were gonna have to have some more days.
I think what we need to say tonight is, everybody needs to get their expenditures in, that didn't have them tonight, by tomorrow, end of story.
Yeah.
And then you have everything to put together for Friday, it's not even an option. I had mine, but what I understood us to do, that when we're going around the table for revenue,
Right.
we're gonna make another circle
Right.
for expenditure.
Mhm.
And then the second circle didn't happen.
Right.
I
And
also asked.
I mean, I could sit here for like 10 minutes and probably, write down all my thing. Isn't that, I mean, I feel like that you guys were also kind of making changes and thinking about it because of what we did tonight.
Yeah, I mean, so I sent in my revenue increases and my expenditures via email earlier today. But
But we got it.
we got new
it.
information.
I don't think we got it in advance.
No.
Miss Patrick, I was very clear yesterday evening with you, so please send in your recommendation.
Right, and I'm sorry that I did not,
Last
but I
night,
also wanted to
I
hear
made it very
the
clear to
additional
you
information.
that did not happen. I'm glad that the others, sent in their recommendation. One recommendation I also had was the, fees for service. The fees for, service, Derek.
Yes.
My recommendation is to also pull a high-level, report of how much are we spending towards fees for service across all departments.
I have that over here for you.
And my recommendation was to, for us to consider, this is my proposal, and I'm asking the time, this is my proposal, I want to be very clear with people watching.
Yeah.
Because all we're saying here is our proposal. So to kind of lower that by 10% across the board. So that's one of my recommendations that should be added as a cost reduction. And that's email that was sent today, and everybody was copied on that. And, yeah.
This is the fee for services and ensuring if you want to pass.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I think, Brian, you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, you have to say something.
It's about the local law.
I beg your pardon?
The local law, if we go regarding the override of the tax cap.
Oh, good. Mhm.
Yes.
Oh, you want to talk about that?
Yeah, and based on the figuring
Oh,
issues,
gotcha.
that it falls into what we're talking about as far as the get from.
There you go.
The total, proposed 2026 budget carries $2.6 million in fees. Fees for service that also include training.
These are extras, I guess. Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Mr. Newberry?
It's this document you just got,
I
right?
didn't hear what you're saying because I was flicking.
This document is for fees for service and also training.
Oh, that's good, because that is the other thing that
And it's $2.6 million.
That was one of the things that I think I mentioned to you.
Yeah, we did talk about this
The
last night,
training,
so
yeah.
the training. So my recommendation is that based on this, I would like to see, my recommendation, a 10% reduction across.
10,
Okay?
10% reduction in these lines.
Each department,
Altogether.
10%?
That's my recommendation, it's my recommendation. It doesn't have to mean that.
Just,
I don't have to-
before you do that, I recommend that each department had come in and talk about their fees for first line. We already reduced them drastically.
I mean, I think we took
A lot-
notes
lot- lot
from
of
every
it's
department
contractual,
head.
not contractual, but just agreements in place where
We can't just do it.
you can't just cut it and, so I would recommend that if you really wanted to entertaining increasing it even further.
I do see, like, there's been, I see the first, A 10-10-404, that was actually more than cut in half. So I do see what you're talking about. However, if I jump to the very next one, and I don't know which department these are, A 13-10-404, the exact same amount. So some have been reduced, considerably, and others have remained the same. So do we, only ask the people who's, if we must do this, do we only ask the people who's remained the same? When we talk about cutting in another 10%, like this is remained the
So
same,
that one,
okay, that one?
A13-10 from the 35, that's finance, and we usually keep that the same, that's, most of it, that's our audit services that, for the annual audit, and there's other, fees that are, you know, it's,
Oh,
it is what it is.
And this 13, 35,
It's the audit.
148 didn't change. So some of these didn't change. A lot of the ones seem like they really didn't change. And this one was up significantly. I don't know what they are, so.
I have to go back and look and
Some,
see.
I believe, one that went up significantly was, I believe, Bowan discussed. And he basically consolidated some of that from other departments, that's why that line.
I don't know, yeah.
Derek, I'll follow up with it, I didn't see later tomorrow. So put that, let me follow up and look at the report that you sent to me.
And we have this.
Because I asked for the reports and I'm.
I don't know.
Unless it came just while we were sitting here.
Okay, can we get this electronically, please? Thank you.
Is there anything that would help you digest this document a little further, because you just see numbers, fee for services?
I'm gonna go back,
Yeah,
look at the number, and then I'm gonna look at
description of the
this.
line.
And then I'm gonna look at my notes from the department heads' presentations, and that will help me decide whether we can or cannot reduce these based on what the line is, right, everybody?
I mean, I could just refer to the budget, but if it's nothing, then click it, and it'll all be there.
That would be great.
You have to enter manually.
Otherwise, I'm gonna go in on my own.
It'll fill, okay, yeah.
I can't hear what anybody's saying.
He said that he doesn't have to put it in manual, it'll fill, so he can.
Or should I go, sir? All right. Let me just take a pause for a minute and just go to Corporation Council for a brief on the. Yeah.
Okay, briefly, you've got the draft ordinance, budget ordinance, looks the same as the past years, it's a matter of filling in the amounts. The changes is the proposed tax cap, overriding tax cap. The state law mandates that you pass a local law authorizing the tax cap on, override. There's certain procedures. Procedures are that I've given you the draft. This is modeled on other cities that have done this, and the legislation. If, for example, you're planning on passing the budget on Monday night in the regular council, you have to ask for unanimous consent because you're not going to be, at least to vote on it, because it's going to be added to the agenda after tomorrow. That on a local law, as we went through the other local law earlier this year, has to be on the desk for 7 days. The mayor can ask for a message of necessity, which is a letter to the council saying that the requirement from the statute or waived, that you can introduce it and vote it on the same night. The proposed legislation is before you. It is the intent of this local law to permit, but not require, the city of Schenectady to go above the tax cap. So, bottom line, this local law has got to be passed prior to adopting the budget. The mayor must send you message of necessity. If we're planning on Monday night, Chairman, that means local law would have to be introduced and voted upon that same night, and the budget would be adopted that same day. And the alternative, what I am recommending, this local law introduced and be voted on Monday night. If the budget ordinance needs to be taken a few days past that, you have the local law pass. And if it's below the tax cap, it's below the tax cap, above the tax cap, the local law is in place. That's what the calculations that the finance department are going to do, the finance commissioner are going to look at, you're going to see how that impacts the tax cap. There's a formula under the general municipal law. The finance commissioner looks at based on the rates and tax base, et cetera. The city of Schenectady is all laid out in the general municipal law. He, based on the numbers that you've come to, can look at that formula and then say, oh, this is, these, you're above or below the tax cap. So, what I'm suggesting is that as we go through this process, Friday, that or Saturday, that at the very least, the finance committee votes out of committee that this local law be introduced and voted upon, so at least you have that. Now, by this weekend, you may know that you may be below that tax cap, and then you wouldn't have to worry about that. But if it's not getting to where you want to go, you should have that local law squared away. The local law doesn't commit you to it, it just allows you to.
Can we do
I
that?
understand,
Can we vote on that tonight? So that we can get it onto the agenda for,
I think
Like whole council meeting, this is a committee.
but this is a committee meeting.
Oh, I thought it just said-
No, what I recommend that you hold off on voting the local law out of committee until you get
I thought he
further
wanted to vote it
information
out
and
of
numbers
committee.
from the finance department.
No, we're not voting on anything tonight. Please continue.
And that's all I have. That's it.
Question, Mr. Brown. Would you please, when you find the originating documents for the fund, for the golf fund, could you forward those over to me, please?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
We'll look at the ordinance, and I got talks to the finance commission.
I'd just like to see it, that's all. Thank you.
to,
And just, you gave some recommendations on how, excuse me, Mr. Newcomb should, provide the information for the seven of us individually. So it was individual sheets for each person with our recommendations, and then you said something else.
And how those, each one of those additions that you've made, or deletions that you've made, how with the total numbers, how that can impact the tax rate based on each one of those columns.
But then we have to give him what we would be willing to, I don't think everyone talked about what we will be willing to take out of our reserve.
with the expenses too, we didn't do expenses.
So,
Well, I
okay.
think
But we can I just say, couldn't that be, the six of us, our things could be on one spreadsheet, so we see across the board, you know what I mean? Like, it might be that 5 of the 6 of us have the same exact, if we see it all on one spreadsheet across the board, we might all have the same things.
At least
I mean,
some
can
of
you do that if we,
We could possibly, we'll take a look and see if it's easy on the eye.
okay,
Yeah, on a legal sheet.
that, on a legal sheet, that's exactly what I was
So we
saying.
can go through line by line,
Yeah,
so where do we stand in terms of,
The column would be John, Doreen, Mary.
so yes, do it on one sheet would be beneficial.
And if you can, again, if we get it consolidated, we took notes, but just to make sure we have everything on paper, correct?
That's
If you send
hard.
an email, I don't spend all.
I was about to say that, I'm gonna remind you all again, with all respect, Jude, please send in your proposal. I do not wanna come here Friday and you still have proposal. I want to give the finance commissioner the absolute time to go and revise their sheet and bring it back to us Friday.
Right.
We should not be, well, we should put this in and we should put this in. I'm giving you enough time to get that information in.
So for expenses
For his
as well.
team to expense, revenue, expenditure, in and out, whatever you wanna do, you wanna add expenditure, you wanna reduce expenditure, You want to increase revenue, you want to decrease revenue, please submit it. I'm gonna reach out to Mr. Williams and ask him if he has anything more. And if he does, he's very good at email. And follow up with that sending stuff, so I'm gonna ask the rest of us here, the 5 of us, please get that over.
If you trying to get that in one document? Is that what you're looking for?
I would just like.
That's what he's asking
all
for,
the
one document.
Yes,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
changes
One
from
sheet.
council and.
No, it's not one sheet per person.
In one
sheet.
email.
yes, one
So-
sheet, so we can look at John.
Yeah, but Derek wants us to give him one sheet, is that what you're saying?
Right, the,
Yes.
one, an
How are we
email
gonna
that
do that?
says, John wants these revenues, these expenditures. Doreen wants these revenues, these expenditures, so I know exactly, we wrote it down, we want to make sure exactly we have everything.
Ms. Michael has it there, so you can follow the order.
She doesn't have expenditures, so.
She just has the revenue.
Should we get that word to their email, is that what you're talking about?
Type it in the
Because,
offer.
we'll be able to separate that.
If we put it on the sheet. Down with the banner.
So when it's consolidated transfer finance, so we know everything. We
Well,
don't.
that's easy to cut.
That's easy.
You're gonna do it?
That's fine, so.
John, you're gonna do it?
No.
Michael, no, it's Michael.
We,
Oh, okay.
we were going to detail, and we were making sure that the Commissioner of Finance was taking notes, and Ms. Michael was
Okay.
taking notes in terms of our recommendation, one by one.
I
So
did.
please, like,
I
share
can
that.
type that up, or as he suggested, email whatever additional.
Yes,
And then
exactly,
you'll-
that's what I just echoed. If you have additional expenditure in or out, revenue in or out, please email it. And that will be added under your name, under your tab.
And I'm assuming there's no adjustments to any of the funds, except maybe golf, depending on what we find.
I didn't hear any.
Oh, yeah.
There was this.
Yes, I did have one about the capital fund, wondering if we could buy fewer EV. I tell you one thing, maybe I'm overlooking, yes. So we purchased only 6 EV charging stations, only one railroad or so. It was because those were expense lines that we didn't get there, so I'll send it in again.
Can you please send that in?
I'll send it again.
And every one of the proposal, please add it as a expenditure or revenue.
And I have it under expenditures, but again, we never got there. So,
Mr. Williams,
it's still there.
Mr. Williams's was complete also.
Okay. Are we good with that?
Mhm.
So more likely we'll have to meet again next week, so I don't know, I mean,
Not that
we
yet?
have a short meeting Monday. City council meeting, so we can either meet earlier and then later.
I'm with you either, probably.
I think that we have to consider people that work during the day.
Well, we can do 5:30 Monday, then break for recess and go
And
to
then come
our,
back if we
and
have.
then come
Like we
back
did
after.
this week.
Yes, because that was fun, you're right.
Cause
Tuesday.
we gotta get serious.
He's the chairman.
Mr. Chairman, do you intend to have the budget passed in a special meeting or an adjourned meeting? I mean, if a special meeting has to be specially noticed, in other words, we just have your business on Monday,
Our
and
meeting
then
is at
a
7.
special meeting by Thursday with a notice for next Thursday.
Well,
I mean, that's,
I'm glad you touched on that because my intention was to have the budget up or down and see where we stand on Friday. By having everybody proposal in today, move forward with a high level discussion Friday. And we see where we stand, and then eventually if we all in agreement, or we're in agreement, majority agreement, we move it out to committee. And then we ask for unanimous consent on the floor for Monday. But I don't know where we stand right now. Because we still have outstanding stuff to me. And it's unfair to the finance team to give these stuff then at the last minute. I expect them to deliver a report to us. So I ask that you please, including myself, I've been very open about my emails, I copy everybody by email, whatever my suggestion is. I ask you to do the same thing. Because if we come here Friday and we can't, we're gonna have to start reserve days from tonight or tomorrow into next week,
We already have Friday scheduled, so if we're gonna do anything more, we're gonna have to schedule it.
because we have the trade, we need trade days.
Can we do that right now? Can we suggest days right now? I'm going to be canceling, I figured I was gonna need next week. I am canceling the housing, task force for Tuesday. It's gonna be later in November. I mentioned it to Sam, but I haven't had a chance to write that out yet. I was trying to free up a night. And so I could do Saturday. I have to cancel something, but I can do Saturday, I can do Monday, I can do Tuesday.
What's the day? It's Wednesday. Oh, today's Wednesday. Felt like Thursday. So.
It's about to be Thursday.
Well, it's gonna be Thursday, that's the next hour.
So we have Friday. So, I mean, are people able to, well, I know we have to ask Mr. Williams too, but
I think we have it up, but then we have to accommodate, so we have to be considerate of the finance staff on Saturdays.
Okay, then, yes, I'm fine.
so Monday and
Okay, whatever day
Tuesday,
we
Monday and
choose.
Tuesday work for folks?
Whatever day we choose going forward now, we need the finance team with us.
I'm just scheduled for Saturday. That's 3 days and then I'll be available Monday.
Well, I think he's saying that he doesn't want to
Commissioner.
necessarily have
You
the
don't, you
finance.
don't be in like, Wednesday and after Saturday.
So are we saying Tuesday?
You say Monday.
So
and
Monday, our meeting's at 7, so we can
Monday,
come in.
Tuesday, Wednesday,
You're open those 3 days?
any of those days, yeah.
Alright, but not.
Sooner the better, 'cause I don't want to get the call where.
Right.
You're Monday.
I know.
So Friday, Monday, Tuesday, how about that, you guys?
Where are we scheduled for Friday?
Right, I know, but I'm just saying,
So which days are we adding?
We're at
So,
a Tuesday, Monday and Tuesday.
Monday and Tuesday.
Monday and Tuesday.
Monday and Tuesday.
Just
Do we want meet Saturday?
You didn't think we could
I mean-
comment on that one, we want to hear.
Nobody said no. So, first we have
What
Friday,
time you consider?
Monday, 5:30.
Monday, just a Monday 5:30, and then we recess and we
Well, the council.
go to council meeting.
Come back if we have.
And then
Oh.
we'll reconvene right after
okay,
that meeting and continue our deliberation. Now, if we happen to come to an agreement Friday, then we just disregard those dates.
Question, do we have to do a notice for Monday if we're in recess now, if we're just gonna reconvene Monday prior to our 7 o'clock meeting?
yeah. But we'll come in Friday anyway. Also, don't forget.
Because we didn't give a notice.
We have to give public notice.
This is a meeting separate and apart from the council meeting,
Yeah, that's,
so we have to give notice.
Okay, I thought because we recessed.
and the thing, the ordinance, the budget ordinance and the local law, that has to already be on your agenda. You can adjourn the meeting to vote on those things, but they would have to be on the agenda already for the meeting that was announced.
Mhm.
You can always have a special meeting on 3 days' notice dealing with the budget and the local law if necessary.
So you're saying the ordinance needs to be on for Monday's meeting?
If you want to just
What-
do it,
can't we just put it on there?
as opposed to a new special meeting. But I basically still want to hear, it's probably best, let's see what happens on Friday.
Oh,
I agree with that.
yes, yeah, good point, that's good point. So the next Monday, city council meeting, you recess.
Well, let's see what goes on Friday.
But we need the 3 days, right? Don't we have to have a 3-day public notice?
You're gonna have your regular meeting on Monday. If you are
Oh.
able to get out the budget ordinance on Friday and the local law on Friday or Saturday, by unanimous consent, you can just add those to the agenda on Monday. And if you don't vote on Monday, then you can adjourn the meeting or later in the week before the November 1st. Then it's an adjourned meeting, not a new meeting.
Can we
You mean
put out,
recess?
Recess.
but could we right now so that we have enough notice? And if, just in case we need Tuesday, couldn't we,
I think the best practice right now is just to see what happens on Friday. That's my recommendation.
What if we need the special meeting on Monday, still have time?
For a committee meeting, yes. So maybe just have the
Okay.
committee meeting. You're already coming here anyhow on Monday and you'll be working over, on Friday.
Right.
So if you need to work with it some more prior to the meeting, you can add that by unanimous consent, the budget ordinance and the local law.
but if we have to come at 5:30 on Monday, don't we have to do a public notice 3 days in advance?
Right, and so
Yes.
for the finance
You
committee.
can't count Saturday and Sunday, do you?
So
Yes.
Oh,
So what I'm gonna get Sam to do for
fine.
me right now is that Sam's gonna send out a notice that we're gonna add 2 more days. We're gonna add Monday, reconvene at 5:30, recess, city council meeting upstairs, and reconvene back down here. And then Tuesday, 5:30.
okay,
I'm gonna place that as placeholder, reserve those days.
I think that's the way to go.
Because I'm not sensing a good feeling that we're gonna have something Friday.
We might.
So you wanna add Wednesday too?
Nobody had hardly any
We can add
changes.
Wednesday too, just for the sake of it.
You're gonna have Wednesday.
Yes, add Wednesday too, because of that,
I'm sorry, what? I didn't
we're
hear
gonna
that.
add Wednesday and
I can't do Wednesday.
Madam President,
Wednesday's the
I
only
agree
day I
with,
can't
Corporation Council, so you recess the,
Council meeting?
council meeting. And you can reconvene like Thursday or Friday. Right,
If those items get on the agenda by the end.
If they get on the agenda, it's gonna say-
not if they get on the agenda, they have to be on the agenda, we're reconvening the meeting to.
That has to be, otherwise you're gonna have to have a special meeting.
Also, we need a special.
Yeah, you need a special meeting if you're, maybe that's the way you wanna go and have a special meeting for next Thursday or Tuesday or whatever, and just have a special meeting to vote on the budget. That way you may have a little bit more time in between, to, see if things can be worked out.
And
I defer to
we've done-
corporation council.
We've done that before, and we're like in and out, we did a special meeting, we let the budget go through and go, we've gone home.
Yeah, so you could do a special meeting.
Yes,
And just do that, and then you just have, you're just dealing with the budget and the local law if necessary. And
we can't do
So the part of it taken here is to make sure that we secure placeholder for the committee meeting days. We look what happened, we're gonna, what's happening Friday. And then we can say, okay, we need Monday. So then we can say, there are a couple items need to iron out. Then we can call a special meeting Wednesday, right, Friday.
Wednesday's the one, I can't, I'd say Tuesday.
You can't
If
do
that-
Wednesday?
And actually Thursday is the, there's the county, dinner. But
We got the
So
budget.
can I do
Schenectady shares.
a notice for the committee meetings and possible council meeting all at once?
Yeah.
Like one notice saying that that's what the agenda is,
So
this and a
budget,
possible.
council, 2 notices, or, one notice with two meeting notices. One with the committee and council meeting dealing with the adoption of the budget.
Okay.
So on the Thursday though, if, I know that you guys, there's dinner, but if you come here at 5:30, what time's the dinner start?
I don't know, I'll
It's generally-
forget it. I won't worry about it. I just, Schenectady Shares is actually one of the awardees.
If you're voting on the budget though, that's already, we already agreed on, blah, 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 passing it, usually that meeting lasts half an hour if tops,
Then I will also be available on Thursday.
So everybody's available on Thursday, so.
I'm available Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. Everybody?
So here, let's do this one step at a time. Sam, please, get a notice out for me. The committee is, we're meeting this Friday, we're meeting next Monday and Tuesday.
It's a special meeting on Thursday for the,
Well, hopefully we can do it before then, but
hopefully we can, but I don't know, it is.
Thursdays.
I have a lot of changes.
Just saying. Is that,
Well, that meeting can always be adjourned
right,
on Thursday.
that's right, if we don't need it, but this is not just in case, just in case, the safety.
I can sit here until tomorrow morning.
With you. That's the most I can stretch out, man.
I'm zoned out because, the expectation is that.
You need that just in case.
Motion to recess finance committee.
So moved.
Second, all in favor?
You did it. You did it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So did we already decide how to do it, or do you need me to break it down?
I'll just put a meeting saying.
Then we'll be meeting later in November.
Yeah.